Yeah, it's fun to go fast. I think that's why people like riding roller coasters, you know.
It's the adrenaline and pushing the edges, fighting the limits, but doing it with a little calculated risk.
The addiction is flying the airplanes here. We can't do this any other place in the world.
Once it gets flying in your blood, that's all you think about.
They call us adrenaline junkies. There's no other sport in the world I can take an airplane and go 500 miles an hour around a closed course.
Once that's instilled in your system, you're hooked.
Nobody goes faster than us. Nobody goes faster than us.
It's the Stihl National Championship Air Races, presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Test 1, 2, 1, 2. Test 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Test. Right, all right. Sounds good then. Test. That's 1, 1, 1. Test. Test 1. Test 1. There we go. Test 1. Just when you thought it was safe for women and children to walk about the race area, turn your children around, hide their eyes, because, ladies and gentlemen, out of Heavenly Valley, where the weather is always good and life is tranquil, come a strange group of people from another world, destined for excitement and adventure. If you are the weak of heart or of the faint, please do not watch this. But if you like action, how do I do that this early in the morning? If you like action and adventure, you're at the right place, because we don't need no stinking visibility. Smoke or no smoke, the Stihl STOL dragsters are taking into position. Here's Juan Brown and Josh Richling back on the PA system this morning. They're going to tell you about the aircraft right now, introduce the pilots, and soon we will be racing. Welcome, you guys. Welcome back.
Well, thanks, Danny, for that audacious introduction. My name's Juan Brown from the Blanco Lirio channel, and helping me today, if we get it mic'd up.
And this is a test real quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Perfect.
And I'm Josh Richling, crew chief for number 44, Steve Henry.
And we're going to bring you some STOL drag racing this morning, starting at 8 o'clock sharp in about 6 minutes. So we're taxiing our aircraft down to the start-finish line. We're going to get them spun around, and we're going to do some double elimination bracket drag racing. So let me give you the lay of the land if you weren't here yesterday, to show you what's going on and what the heck STOL drag racing it is. It's our newest class of racing here at the Stihl Reno National Chip Air Races. What we've got is a 2,000-foot long drag strip built between the runway and the taxiways in the dirt. Down here to your left, where the flags are and the yellow shirts, is the start-finish line. We're going to take 2 aircraft, put them side by side, drop them at the green flag, and they're going to drag race as fast as they can, 2,000 feet down to our stage right, where there's a turnaround line. They're going to have to land on or beyond that line, come to a complete stop with the tail wheel down, spin around as quick as they can, and drag race back to the start-finish line right here, land on or beyond that line. The first aircraft that comes to a complete stop wins the drag race. Lose twice, you're eliminated out of the brackets, and through that we're going to winnow through the ranks all 19 of these aircraft and determine who's going to be the 2022 Stihl STOL Drag Race Championship here at the Reno National Championship Air Races. So if you've got your program for the Reno Air Races, turn to page 69 for the STOL Drag Races, and you'll see all the planes and pilots, and we'll be introducing you to them as they fly by. That turned on. We'll get in communication with Kevin, the chief instigator down there at the start-finish line, as we figure out who's on first and what's on second for this bracket racing. And it looks like Josh here, we've decided to run this race again. As the newest racing class, we don't have a lot of our rules nailed down yet, unlike years of experience for pylon racers. And so we had to have a little meeting and decide what we were going to do about these two guys. And we decided in the end
Permission to access the course for starting race.
to run these two aircraft again. We had a double scratch and a DQ from a brake failure on the black aircraft, Eddie Sanchez in the number 2 lane. He's got it fixed, and we're going to run him again.
On the arm drop, 3, 2, 1,
Now in this race, Kevin Quinn gave Eddie Sanchez the option to just go to the podium and disqualify Hal Stockman. Eddie Sanchez said, that's not how I want to take it. He had a clear path to the podium, and he says, no, I want to race him head-to-head. Please give him another opportunity. Kevin Quinn agreed, the group agreed, and I think it was the right call for everybody. And here they are back again for him to prove himself.
So that's Hal Stockman in the number 1 lane in the white Rhines. Boy, it's hard early in the morning, isn't it, Danny? Now I know what you're up against. White Rans S7 from Elko, Nevada.
I don't think it was this close yesterday when they did it. I hope Hal isn't holding back.
No. Eddie Sanchez with the wide lead, throwing it into the hard side slip, slowing down as quick as he can to hit his mark. Boom, right there. And bring her to a complete stop with the tail wheel down.
And it does look like the cleaner of the two Sanchez brothers is going to take it.
Great race, Eddie follow Hal. Eddie follow Hal, great race. Eddie,
so we'll see if Hal comes back for one more race, if they're going to do the double elimination. But that might be it for Hal. One of our best competitors out here for STOL drag racing. And the lightest aircraft that we have out here, weighing at just under 600 pounds.
I need race 63 and race 53 after the aircraft pass you on your right.
Brent has lane choice. Brent has lane choice.
Lane 2.
Brent wants lane 2. Curley, come on out. Brent, you can squeeze around the back of him. Have my next 2 in the chute,
all right,
guys.
Brett Womack has taken lane 2.
4 in the chute if we can.
And I can't see who that is in lane 1 right here.
That looks like Dave Curley in the Grasshopper, the green Just Aircraft, Highlander aircraft. Brett Womack flying that Rans S20.
Clear to the west. Are you ready, Curley? Are you ready, Brent? Let's have a safe race on the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Kevin Quinn drops his arm, and off they go.
Now these are fairly evenly matched based on their engines alone, certainly different airframes, but they are still both tube and fabric, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct. Right about here, they chop the throttle, throw it in a hard side slip, get it slowed down as quickly as possible, drop it into the turnaround, get that complete stop with the tail wheel down, spin them around. Who's going to come out of the whole shot the turnaround first? Pretty close. Looks like the Rans S20's got a slight lead. Good turns from the judges at the turnaround.
But Dave Curley's not going to be able to use that lighter weight as an advantage like when he's racing the 182s because they're pretty evenly matched weight-wise.
Who's going to get stopped first?
Clear to taxi, clear to taxi. I'll tell you a winner in 2 seconds. Clear to taxi.
Some of these races are so close that we have to use video replay to make a determination as to who the winner was.
And I couldn't see from my point of view, is that another one of the photo finishes?
Yeah, it appears to be.
And if that's the case, then Curley was able to get on those brakes and use it to his advantage because he was pretty far behind.
Yeah. That short stopping distance paid off.
All right, Joe Dory lining up in lane 2, number 53. The yellow, I'm going to tell me what this is again.
The yellow Piper Pacer, 150 horse.
Cub wing. And then we've got Tony Sanchez in lane 1 in the Just Aircraft Super STOL.
Tony, are you ready, Joe? Here we go. On the aircraft.
3, 2, 1. Tony Sanchez in lane 1. His future sister-in-law got him his flight suit that was a size too small to be funny. So he's been struggling all week, but he says that he thinks he's got some stretch marks in it and it's starting to work for him. And so he's starting to loosen up.
Joe Dory pulling a lead in the Pacer, but he's going to take a little longer to get her stopped than the Super STOL.
And Joe Dory's also running 31-inch tires, which are a little tougher on the brakes. There's a little bit more leverage on those tires to get him stopped, but it looks like he is making it work.
Joe hung on to that lead in the turnaround. Good job, even though he rolled out a little bit longer. Oh, bummer. The judges are saying scratch lane 2 on the line. That meant he touched down just a bit too early.
Now, I don't remember Joe scratching at all in any of the previous qualifying or runs. They are flying into the sun, and if that windshield isn't perfectly clean, trying to find that line is quite difficult.
Take your time, clear to taxi.
Yeah, that does make it hard on the other end of the course there to find the line looking into the sun.
Who has lane choice?
Sorry.
All right, Colin Kaniva in his Scooters Carbon Cub is lined up in lane 1, coming out of Lincoln, Nebraska.
Brian Steck in lane 2 in the Legend Cub. Womack, mother of all Cubs.
We're clear down course. Cleared up course, judges are ready.
Both of these running the Titan 370 like the well matched on the RPM and the engine sound this morning, but Colin pulled a bit of a lead out of the whole shot. A little bit lighter aircraft. Touching down at just about the same time. Now Colin may be able to get that stop just a little bit shorter.
Colin's gross weight is a little bit less than the Carbon Cup that he's got there.
Oh, look at it.
Looks like Brian might be right there with
Brian
him.
got him at the turnaround. Now when to chop it. Now they're getting into each other's head there as they swap leads. Who's going to cut the power first?
Now Colin cut it significantly sooner, so let's see how this works. However, Brian got on the ground sooner, is getting on the brakes already.
I think he got him.
Clear to taxi, Brian Steck, you got him by a hair. Clear
Brian
to taxi.
did get it.
Good
Outstanding.
job, boys.
Brian Steck, lane 2, takes that heat. Kathy Page in her brand new Carbon Cub FX2 lining up in lane 2 from Tucson, Arizona.
John Hochula taking lane 1 in his Zenith 701 STOL.
Johnny, can I go to position, number 73? Are you ready, Tuna? Are you ready, Kathy? On the airdrop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
John Hochula is the only remaining tricycle gear in the competition. The others have been taken out yesterday. Let's see if he can get it to work for him.
Kathy pulling a good lead in that brand new Carbon Cub. Look how long Big Tuna's just keeping the power, and he's going to throw it into the start-finish line.
It looks to me like John might have misjudged where the line was, but maybe he didn't, because he held power almost to the end. I don't know that I've ever seen anyone hold power that long for that close to the finish.
They get him turned around.
I can't believe that he stopped that airplane. That was unbelievable.
He got that thing turned around, kept that prop out of the dirt.
That was
a good
impressive,
lead.
John.
Watch John just keep powering into the finish line here. Tossing it into the start-finish line. Hang on to them binders. Did Kathy get him?
Kathy by a hair. Kathy by a hair.
Wow, that was impressive. I've never seen anybody cross the line that fast.
To come from that much of a difference to that little of a difference at the finish line is something else. Throwing that extra energy into the start-finish line and the turnaround.
And it's not always an advantage to have that tricycle gear, because once you get on those brakes really hard, it offloads the main gear, which is where the brakes are, onto the nose wheel, and you end up dragging and skidding down the runway, which in the wet grass is the worst you could do.
In those nose wheel airplanes. All right, looks like a couple of Kit Foxes. Local favorite Kevin Palmer in the Red Rocket. Red Kit Fox in the number 2 lane, based right here at Reno-Stead.
And Ty Perkin in lane 1. This will be a great race.
2 very closely matched aircraft, Rotax 912 powered, with a little bit of Hal Stockmanization on some of these engines.
Kevin Palmer in the red Kit Fox, engineer by trade, and Ty Perkin, a crop duster, crop dusting at night under NVGs, flying under water, wires, and all the dangers that that job entails. He has picked up a few skills over the years doing that.
Out of Caldwell, Idaho. All right, who's got the whole shot coming out of the turnaround?
Lane 2 next. Know that you're going to be blinded by mud.
Interesting technique by
Going
Kevin.
a little higher. Oh, we got a little scratch on lane 2 at the line. I think Kevin came up a little short.
That explains that elevation, letting everybody know I'm kind of not in.
I'll take lane 1.
Look at that, they stopped just about
Perkin, got him by a hair. Got him by a hair. Clear to taxi, boys. You also had a scratch on the other end, K. Palmer, but that was a great race. He did get you by a hair there. Great race, clear to taxi.
Ty Perkin takes that one by a hair.
Is that the Spirit of Lewis I see pulling out there in lane 2?
Harry Beaupre, the Spirit of Lewis. Yellow Kit Fox, number 2 lane. And Hal comes back for more in the number 1 lane. Hal Stockman in Lawnmower 3, the Rans S7.
This should be a good race. You know, Hal having one of the lightest airplanes in the field.
Judges, are you ready? Hal Stockman, you ready?
I want to say that that white paint weighs in somewhere around 60. Both Rotax powered. Hal has a souped up engine.
That's right, Stockmanized, we call it. And look at that acceleration.
Hal is a mechanic by trade.
You can hear the difference on Hal's engine.
Let's get a couple in the chute.
He builds, breaks, and rebuilds that engine all the time. Rotax tells him he can't do something with the engine. He just laughs at him, says, oh yeah?
He puts in the X in experimental aircraft.
He sure does. I've been to his house and watched him land at his house. He says, yeah, my runway's right by my house. The thing that he lands on at 6,000 feet is not a road. It's barely even considered a road. It's incredible. He disappears in the middle of it.
Harry giving him a good run for the money. Look at that, right on his tail.
Harry sure made up some time. That was impressive.
Scratch lane 1 on the line at the turnaround.
Oh, unfortunate.
That sun is really tough over there to see that line this morning.
He's not the only one.
Hey, don't worry about it.
Yeah.
He also scratched on the stunt
Soon I
finish.
see night vision goggles for those awesome sun angles.
See through the dust down there at the turnaround.
I'll take lane 1. I'm sorry, line 2.
Yeah, and air racing, calm air, the wake turbies stay on the course. In STOL drag racing, all the dirt stays, the dust stays on the course.
And without a wind to push it out with each pass, it gets just a little bit worse.
Brian Steck coming back for another run in the Legend Cub in the number 2 lane, the blue Legend Cub.
And Kathy Page, lane 1 in the Carbon Cub. Now Kathy, a regular, flying her old Clipper in previous years with no flaps. Had some really good racing with Katie Wado in the same Clipper. It was really exciting to see as they were pretty evenly matched. But now she's learning this new plane that she just finished. So she said that when she finally figures it out and gets it all dialed in, that these guys are going to have to really look out. I mean, that's what I do. I build a new plane. I get my minimum hours, but I'm not an expert in it. What I do, take it to STOL track, because that's the kind of girl she is.
Just jump right in. Legend Cub with a bigger engine.
They are side by side as Kathy enters the slip first.
Yeah.
But Brian Steck enters it deeper.
Lighter weight Carbon Cub. Very close match. Boom! Kablamo!
Brian's got a bounce on that one. That will definitely not help him.
Semi-final bronze coming up in the next run.
Looks like Brian's able to pull away from her a little bit here. Now seeing Brian in his last run and his ability to put in a really hard slip right at the end and get on those brakes, he is going to be tough to beat.
Oh.
21 and 22, or lane 1 and 2 scratch.
Good run. Except we got a double scratch once again.
Clear to taxi. I'll tell you in a minute. Clear to taxi. That was a double scratch. I'll tell you in a second.
We got to start getting them over the line, boys and girls, or we're going to get nowhere fast.
This is the first time in all of your competition we've heard that many scratches. I'm going to say that sun is just murder.
Yep.
All the other things you got to think about, that sun's in your eyes, where's my line? We just haven't seen this before. So add another complication to an already mind-boggling series.
Steve Henry's an old motorcycle racer, so he got smart, put a visor on his helmet, a dirt bike style visor to compete against that blinding sun.
You're absolutely right. It might not have the sexiest appearance, but he cares about form over function over form.
There you go.
Now a double scratch is unfortunate for the racers, but it's great for the crowd because they get to see it do it again, especially when they're so close.
Did we get it right? All right, this is the semi-final bronze bracket.
Brett Womack in lane 2.
In the Rams S20. Tony Sanchez in lane 1.
Just Aircraft, Super STOL.
Good lead by the Rams. Just get over the line, boys.
The Super STOL has one of the most impressive stock suspensions on any of the aircraft. They can take abuse. They could drop them in from 10 feet. They are made to take it.
And with those exotic suspensions, you get very little to no rebound. So you don't bounce halfway to the moon each time you spank it in.
That is true, but you don't want to get in a crosswind with one of those because they have so much travel that they'll tip one wing down and one up, and if that wind gets under there, it could be a ride. Brett Womack has had problems in the past days with his spring suspension, but it looks like he's smoothing it out. Right. When I say problems, it just means that he's coming in just like everybody else, but he doesn't have that rebound stoppage, and he ends up bouncing.
By a little bit. Anthony is scratched on the line on the far end. Great job, boys. Clear to taxi. Brian's getting the bracket on here to make sure we're correct for the next one in the chute.
Looks like Brent moves on to the next bracket.
I'm coming with you.
Did we hear another scratch?
Yeah, that was a scratch lane 1, but Brent beat him in the drag race anyway.
Never seen so many scratches in a single run.
Buddy's doing real good. Track's holding up real nice. We got good time. It's real nice, gang. We're doing great here.
Kevin Quinn, always instructing. That's our crewman, Brian Forsyth, working his computer magic to figure out the brackets, who's on first and what's on next.
That might be a good time to mention our sponsors of STOL Drag.
Yeah, we're all racing for a substantial purse this year, $30,000.
That is pretty good, growing every year. The sport is growing every year. We're getting more pilots. At this point, we're having to limit some of them, make sure they all get their training in and all that. But we'd like to thank AOPA for their support of the STOL Drag Championships.
Cub Crafters, Yakima, Washington. Come on up there and get you a STOL Drag ready aircraft.
Airframes Alaska.
For all your backcountry bush needs, Tempest Aero Group.
I seen the sponsor of the party last night. Tempest Aero Group had lots of flags around all those T6s down there. Flight Outfitters, also with great bags and hats and shirts and all kinds of your needs for bags for your helmets, your headsets,
jackets,
everything.
Wheelin' Aerospace, light up your aircraft.
And Clemens Insurance. I'm looking back here in the stand, see if I see Jerry Clemens. He's a big supporter of the sport, follows STOL around, STOL Drag, both, huge supporter. I have in that insurance, I think you do too, is that right?
Oh yeah.
And then we have McFarland, distributor of MT props, along with other accessory parts for aircraft.
Come see Brenda, she'll talk you right into an MT propeller. Sky Cowboy helmets, they're required, our racers wear helmets here at the STOL Drag races, and they're desired to wear out in the backcountry.
That's not something that was usually done in the backcountry, and I think Steve Henry was one of the innovators of that in creating that. He took a skiing helmet and cut it all up and turned it into. He said, I need some safety in here with these hard landings. If I go over on my nose, I want to make sure I have some safety there, and then put that visor on it, of course.
And adapted his headphones to it.
And we also have our last but not least sponsor, Behringer Wheels and Brakes. An outstanding wheels and brakes, best looking in the market, and work fantastic. We use them on Steve's aircraft number 44, and they work fantastic.
Okay, we're clearing north and south, east and west. Judges are good. Cape Palmer, you ready? Brian Steck, you ready? On the other
On the outside, we have Brian Steck in his Legend Cup. And Kevin Palmer, lane 1, on the inside of his kit box. Really mismatched as far as weight and power, but the power to weight ratios are more equivalent to each other.
Red lane choice for bronze.
The big Titan 370 engine in the Legend Cub making a lot of noise this morning. But this 2,000-foot course is a great equalizer for all these different types of aircraft.
Yeah, 2 again, if you don't mind.
Brian Steck was able to get through that without bouncing that landing. We'll wait to hear if anybody is scratched at this point. You might think that could happen anytime.
Yeah.
Kevin is not letting him get away.
Hallelujah, good turns. Going into full slip with Brian Lee. Who gets stopped?
Beautiful landing by Brian Steck. Planted those wheels.
Stuck it. Kevin coming in pretty hot in the kit box.
He sure is. Running long.
Great race, guys. Clear to taxi. You got him, Brian, by just a tad. Clear to taxi. Your next up.
Brian Steck wins that heat.
And now we have Dave Curley coming out looking like he's being able to select lane choice, and he chooses lane 1.
Brent Womack in the Rans S20, lane 2.
Dave Curley in line 1 is flying a just aircraft Highlander.
Okay, this
Here we
race
go. We're
is
clear down.
the
We're
bronze,
clear to east and west. Are you ready?
bronze
Are you
final
ready?
right here.
Bronze final. Keep it safe, boys. 3, 2, 1.
And they're off.
The winner of this race will be our bronze winner for the Stihl STOL Drag Reno National Championship Air Races 2022. Hang on to that lead.
And race
Brent,
22 to the chutes. This is for the silver final.
Okay, Brent's got it stopped.
Can I get the next two after
It's
that?
really
here
tough
so
to
we can
catch up when
expedite
somebody's
this
on the
time?
ground
So after that
long
silver
before you.
final,
I've
we
seen
get
it
my
done.
next
We just
two
saw it a
in line.
moment ago. But it is tough for Dave Curley to make up that time.
Well, this is the silver bronze final, next is silver final, so she should know what the gold race is.
Good lead by Brent in the Rans S20. Outstanding. We got good turns. Scratch on the finish.
Dave Curley just a half a second after Brent Womack when he pulled throttle, but he was behind.
I think Brent's got it.
Next race is going to be Bo and Eddie. Bo and Eddie.
Clear to taxi. Congratulations, Brent. That was a great race. Clear to taxi.
Brent Womack takes the bronze for the Stihl Reno National Chip STOL Drag Races.
Now we see Brian Steck lining up in lane 2 against Ty Perkin in lane 1 in the kid box. What's interesting about this particular one is that Brian Steck just finished racing, so his brakes are hot. So brake paid's something we're going to look for
Final, be
here.
safe. Are you ready, Ty? You ready, Brian? 3, 2, 1,
Check that lane choice for Bo and Eddie. Yeah,
Okay, this is our silver final race right here. Kid Fox versus Legend Cub. Look at that.
Neck and neck. This is outstanding. And Ty holds it just a quarter second longer.
Don't scratch, boys. Double bounce.
Brian bounces it in lane 2. That is not going to help him. But Ty has not stopped yet either.
Another bronze race, right?
Look at Ty's got the whole shot to turn around.
He sure does, but we've seen Brian Steck land second and stop first before, so we can't count Brian out yet. Brian is holding that throttle in much longer than Ty.
Look at that.
And bouncing.
What's it gonna be?
Don't go over.
Wow.
Ty Perkin,
So
you
close.
got it by a hair. Clear to taxi. Great job, boys. Clear to taxi.
Steve Henry. Kevin Sagan, who won that one? And Steve has lane choice.
Quiet.
Kevin Sagan, who won the silver?
Ty Perkin. Ty Perkin.
Congratulations, Ty Perkin beat him by a hair.
Ty Perkin pulled it off in the kid box. Congratulations. Now Ty was going to leave the competition because he had to go back to work. He wasn't even going to be here. Apparently some things were moved to Eddie Sanchez in the Just Aircraft Highlander lane 2.
Bo Ellis in the Legend Cup in lane 1.
Now correct me if I'm wrong, but is this race for the podium? Third place podium?
We'll have to double check. Eddie landed fast and hard in the number 2 lane. Get the whole shot. Let's see what the judges say about that turnaround.
I heard something happen in lane 1.
Yep, scratch. Lane 1.
So all Eddie has to do is make a nice slow stop on heading, and he will take this.
Clear to taxi, great job, both of you. Eddie, you got him. Both scratch on the line on the far end. Steve, come on out.
Eddie Sanchez takes that race, and we're going to winnow through the brackets for our gold winners.
I heard some snarling down in the pit area. I didn't have to look. It's number 44. There's only one sound like that.
Here comes Steve Henry, race 44, Nampa, Idaho, and that 300 horsepower Yamaha Apex engine. Listen to this, 10,000 RPM.
This is very exciting for all of us who follow STOL drag, because this is the first time that these two have been paired up. They hold them back to last. These are our top 2 qualifiers. These are our top 2 most serious racers. Tim Shelhorn in lane 2 lining up. Steve Henry, who everyone knows, lane 1 for 44 and just their cup Highlander.
Come into the chute. Come forward just a touch, right there. Steve's good, we're still on the course, both east and west. Steve, are you ready? Are you ready, Tim? On the arm drop, 3, 2, 1, heel.
And here they go.
Look at, he's off the ground as soon as he hits full power. Already off the power.
Now, Steve's been flying this plane for a few years. Tim Shelhorn, this is a brand new plane to him, just finished it. He's got a lot of things he's gonna work out. It takes time to work these things out. He will get it figured out.
And this is Yeehaw 6. He's been building these aircraft for years. A lot going on for Steve Henry in that turnaround. He's got a little nitrous to pump into the intercooler to spool up the turbocharger to make up for the lag time. And a hair trigger on the flaps. Watch the flaps retract quickly. Boom, flaps retracted. And he stopped just so quick.
I also heard something lane 2 in the turnaround. Did you catch that?
Yeah, it sounded like we had a scratched lane 2.
Great job, clear to taxi.
And Steve Henry takes it.
Cool down, or can you come right back to the line?
Did he say come right back to the line for both of those guys?
Tim, come on out. Eddie, come on out.
Okay, we're gonna bring Eddie Sanchez back out.
Come on up to the line if you can go right away. Come to the line. What lane do you want?
These brakes are getting warmed
Come
up
on out,
now.
hold, let's go. Eddie, cross in front of Tim, go to lane 2. We got time because you guys are a minute and a half. We're gonna finish right on time. Get to the line, let's rock and roll.
So am I seeing Tim Shelhorn take lane 1?
It takes you guys less than that to get down and back. Here we go.
So Tim's brakes have got to be warm. That's going to be a disadvantage for him. Eddie's a tough competitor.
On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, see ya.
Tim has put down some faster lap times. And here you're starting to see an example of that.
Gets him out of the hole shot.
Will be done in 60 seconds.
This is Psycho Billy moving into the slip, number 73. And Eddie tried not to let him get away. 2 different techniques. Looks like Psycho Billy's going to come in straight, and Eddie's going to carry that slip all the way to the landing.
Well, we're into the T6 this time right now, so we'll have to double check here.
Yeah, no, we're good. Just give me confirmation after this race.
Tim holding his lead out of the turnaround. Throwing it into the slip.
Now Tim pulled real early on that one.
Yeah.
One more, Kev.
Good turns. Eddie catching him up a little bit.
Yeah, Eddie's definitely carrying more speed, but Tim's brakes are working really well.
Wow.
Oh, there was some bounces.
Clear to taxi. Eddie, you got him. We got one more race. Eddie, if you can, or Tim, if you can go again, spin around, come back up. Eddie, clear to taxi. Steve has lane choice.
Did I just hear Eddie?
That's what he said.
Eddie took Tim Shelhorn.
Come right back.
So our number 3 qualifier took out the number 2 qualifier. He's going to turn around. And in the gold finals is 2 Just Aircraft Highlanders.
It looks like now we got to run Tim against Steve.
That is correct, because it is a double elimination, so they will put them back up again together. Tim's 4 brakes at this point have got to be sizzling.
Okay, we're clear on the course. Are you ready, Steve? Are you ready, Tim? On the arm drop. 3, 2, 1, seal.
So this will be the race for the number 3 spot on the podium in the gold class. Is that correct?
I believe so.
So that popping you hear from Steve Henry's airplane is just unburnt fuel dumping into his turbo. Popping.
He retracts the flaps, gets on the binders, pops a little nitrous into the intercooler, spools up the turbo, spools up the rest of the engine, spins it around. A lot going on in that cockpit. Flaps and goes. Chops it, slips it, throws it into full flaps. Good turns, good turns. Now watch the hair trigger on the flap retract. Boom. Drops it into the start-finish line and is stopped.
It looks like Steve Henry's taking it.
Great race, boys. Tim, you're close, buddy. Congrats, Steve. Great job. Let's take him home.
Figure out who is going to be our gold Stihl STOL drag race winner.
This is exciting.
That was a great race. We did our job today, baby. That was
So I believe it was Brett
everything.
Womack
We got our silver bracket, our bronze bracket.
You know, at this point, I'd have to see him out on a
Lucky
grid.
we did it here, Reno. We are so fired up. Thanks for having us.
We've had so many upsets.
Check us out, STOLdrag.com. Get fired up. Yip yeah!
Hey, that was sick, dude.
Kevin, who won the, repeat again, who won the bronze and who won the silver? Kevin. Bronze did not get a second run.
We'll be back later on this afternoon for more STOL drag racing. Finish up the final winners for the gold. We got AT6 racing coming up next. Take it, Danny.
Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Juan. They will be back. Give them a big round of applause, if you will. Kenny Price is here. We're going to continue drag racing. Now we're going to do it with North American T6 SNJ Harvard aircraft that has designed back in 1935. Kenny Price, the voice of T6 racing, will tell you how this different event is going to unfold. Welcome back.
Good morning, Danny. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out and seeing us. We're going to have a great day today. The smoke has given us the okay to have these drag races this morning. And this drag race is a little bit different than what you saw. Look at that big green flare going out. And everybody eyes left. We've got number 69 Arrows. That's Lee Oman from Sequim, Washington. He's going to be on the inside of this drag race. And on the outside, that's number 90 Undecided. That's Greg McNeely from Port Orange, Florida. Let's take a look now. That's Lee Oman on the inside. He is the slower qualifier this year. And the white airplane of Greg McNeely is the faster. They cannot get any higher than the pylons. All right, now the gear is up, and they're making that turn around pylon 1 and pylon 2. When they get around pylon 3, that gives Greg the okay, if he can, to try to pass Lee Oman. Lee Oman had a qualifying speed of 193 miles an hour, and Greg had a qualifying speed of 210. So almost 13 miles an hour of a difference there. And what you can actually see, it's pretty hard to see actually, but Greg McNeely has the high line and Lee Oman on the inside has the low line. We'll see if Greg McNeely uses that altitude and turn it into airspeed to go past him. Let's take a look out there now. Greg McNeely now on the outside, right alongside him, and he is giving him a run for his money, but Lee says, I don't think so. He's got more power, and away he goes. He's got the lead now still. That's around pylon 5 now. Greg McNeely still on the high line. I have a feeling that he's going to use that altitude for some speed and coming up on this straightaway to the Stihl home pylon. Those Pratt & Whitney R1340s are screaming at the top of their lungs. It's a little smoky though. All right, now down the straightaway, here we go. We got Lee Oman on the inside, and here comes Greg though. He says, "See ya, Lee." Commanding lead, and here he comes past the Stihl home pylon. That's Greg McNeely. And Lee Oman in second place. But we said, hold it, ladies and gentlemen, we got one more to go. Look off to your left now. Here they come in the yellow airplane from Indianapolis, Indiana. That's Lauren Malberg. And on the outside, that's number 2, Chris Lefebvre from Caldwell, Idaho. Here they go. Now, Chris Lefebvre qualified at 220 miles an hour, where Lauren in that yellow airplane, 198.8 miles an hour. So almost a 20-mile-per-hour difference. But on the inside line, as we know, Lauren has the advantage. Around pylon 2 now, coming up to 3. Now, if Chris Lefebvre can, he will and can pass Lauren Malberg. And there he goes. High and wide. The propellers on these R1340s and other propellers too, of course, you can really hear that propeller going supersonic, and that pilot, as they go by, can hear. So they know exactly where they are on the outside. Chris Lefebvre taking commanding lead out there on the outside, coming around on pylon 5. Lauren Malberg in that yellow airplane is going, "Hey man, back it up a little bit. I want to make this fun." All right, around pylon 8, here they go to the straightaway, to the Stihl home pylon. Let's take a look now to your left. And that's Chris Lefebvre, like I said, a commanding lead. No problem, no problem. Chris Lefebvre, there he is. And Lauren Malberg. Good race, guys, good race. Hey, if the STOL guys can do it, Danny, the T6s can do it. That's our drag race.
I love this. We got airplanes racing. We got airplanes landing. We got airplanes on base. They're coming in out of the smoke. They're coming in out of the churn. We got RPMs. We got a hot morning going on. The STOL boys started it out. The T6 boys revved it up a little bit more. And the Valley had that sound, the echo of the big 600 horsepower Pratt & Whitney engine. Get along this side slip. This is cool. That's Lee Oman. Eros is the airplane, race number 69. Seasoned veteran.
Lee Oman out there is one of the longest time race pilots out here. And of course, he's been doing a lot of other things too, walking wings. He's been hanging off Super Cubs, going through fire, fences of fire. I mean, he's done it all. So yeah. He's the ultimate aviator out there, and with a lot of time under his belt. I'd like to thank our sponsor, Danny. It's the Row this year. We've first time with them, and I tell you what, we are very, very happy. The sponsors are always, our best friends, and the Row has done so much for the AT6 racing class. We can't thank them enough.
Thank you, Katie Price. Now look at the big screens. We got a commercial break coming up in just a couple of seconds.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
It's the Stihl National Championship Air Races, presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Good Saturday morning to you. This is a red letter day. This is perhaps the best day of the year for air racing fans here in these United States. Welcome to the Stihl National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Reno Sparks, Reno, Nevada. Here at Stead Field, where it's been for the better part of 6 decades right now. Tommy Sanders here with Rob Lowe. And if you've been joining our live streaming coverage, you've also already seen some STOL racing today. We've seen a T6 drag race, and now we're getting ready to start with the Formula One class, Rob, and this is the silver pairings. This might turn out to be the silver medal round.
Yeah, absolutely. You never know, Tommy, because we do have a chance of rain tomorrow. We've got some high winds in the forecast, at least for later today. So not only in the normal format of working your way through Saturday with all your eyes on Sunday, this year the Saturday races carry a lot of weight and a lot of importance, because how you finish today, if something were to happen tomorrow and things get canceled, these would be the finals, and these would determine. So you never know. So these racers are, the adrenaline, the excitement is just the same today as it is tomorrow in the final race. So all the preparation, everything is there. Depending on how the smoke kind of clears out for us, we've dealt with that all week. But Tommy, again, this is the 58th running of the Stihl National Championship Air Races here, and it truly is fastest motorsport on the planet, and we have had some excitement, and today is looking to be equal or if not greater than that. I am so excited to see what we're going to see here today.
We should have a great show for you, and the streaming coverage goes on as long as they are up and flying, and we expect a lot of that today. You never know what Mother Nature is going to deal with us, but we've been fighting that all week, and the race committee doing their very best to get as many races in as possible to make it this opportunity for these pilots and these teams who work so hard all year long to come in and have their time in the spotlight, their turn.
Absolutely. And, you know, Tommy, we have the gold, silver, and bronze heats. They're determined by qualifying speeds. We've gotten here to Saturday with each qualifying round and then heat race. That determines the starting position for the next level. And then the Friday, Saturday, Sunday races are determined by the finishing position from the previous day, like we talked about just a minute ago, in accordance with the rules for each class. And you can see our Formula One aircraft, the silver pairing being towed out to the runway. We're going to get to see them fly here in just a minute, which is really exciting. Now, this is just one of 7 classes on 4 different courses here at Stead Field. And then plus, we also have the National Aviation Heritage Invitational here on site, which is an amazing thing. And there's an air show here as well, Tommy, that includes
one of the great air shows in the country.
Yeah, the United States Air Force F-22 Raptor demo, Heritage Flight, the Navy F-18 Tactical demo, Legacy Flight. So diverse, so much going on, all in one place. Absolutely amazing, Tommy.
We'll look at this shot. We'll introduce all of our competitors, 5 of them scheduled for this Formula One class silver pairing. One of them is J.P. Odell, the aerospace engineer from Tehachapi, California. All of these guys have had to deal with the smoke, make adjustments. That's part of the playing field this week. And J.P. says maybe it doesn't bother him so much.
Doesn't really affect us too much out on the course. When you get up in your cool down, you start looking around. You start losing sight of things around, and other airplanes it's harder to see. But when we're on the course, it's not too bad. We got lights out on the bottom of the pylons, like construction lights, so it's kind of nice that you can see the pylons a little easier on the smoke. So it's not really a big deal.
JP will be running race number 39, the Monkey Ninja one of the Cassett racers. I believe we're all Cassett racers this go around, Rob.
In this pairing, absolutely, and I love that name. You know, Tommy, this is almost the pairing that has the coolest grouping of names of their airplanes. We've got a Monkey Ninja, we've got an Outlaw, we've got an Atomic Pumpkin, Feisty, and Fat Ass Cass. You know, so it's going to be really fun to watch this, and this should be a very competitive race. You look at the qualifying speeds, Tommy. There's fairly close qualifying speeds getting into this pairing today here for Saturday, and really exciting. You saw the yellow and purple Monkey Ninja there behind JP when we were talking to him here just a minute ago, and they're out on the runway. You can see the aircraft get towed out by a vehicle, and then the crew is there to help them. These aircraft are fairly small. You can see how short it is there. You saw the pilot just open the canopy on the yellow aircraft there in front of you, and they've been described as it's like strapping on a go-kart in this class, Tommy. And
you wear the aircraft.
Yeah, you wear the aircraft, and we'll talk a little bit more about these airplanes here in just a minute. But total weight, they fly at about 800 pounds, which is a little over half the weight of a Harley-Davidson. So think about that. You're doing 200 miles an hour, 50 feet above the sagebrush here in the desert, basically your body with some wings strapped on you. So this is a very, very cool class that has some detail and history that goes all the way back to our racers in the 30s, Tommy. We fly this on our up close and personal 3.5 mile course. We do 8 laps in this class, and speeds in this pairing today, we're going to see right just under 200 miles an hour in these crafts. And these are all monoplane. They're all meaning they have single wing, limited to 166 square feet. They all have fixed landing gears, you can see on the screen there. They all fly the Continental O200 engines, 4-cylinder air-cooled engine. It's the same engine, Tommy, that you would have in your family Cessna 150. The stock aircraft has about 100 horsepower. Racingly, typically they're swinging a 54-inch prop at about 4,500 RPM, making about 160, maybe a little bit more. And the fastest aircraft in this class get up close to 250 miles an hour. And here you see a great graphic of our course when they depart together. And we'll talk about the start in a second. They fly this first lap as a starter lap or an oil warm-up lap. They can jockey for position, but right there when they cross the start-finish line is when the race officially starts counting laps. We start counting times. Here's a great shot from inside the camera, courtesy of the folks here at the Reno Air Race Association. Get a great look at what 50, 60 feet above the desert floor going by those pylon looks like, Tommy.
Yeah, this is closed course pylon racing. You do not want to cut a pylon. That is a severe penalty for sure. And get below 50 feet, there's another penalty for you. So you got a lot of things to keep in your mind,
right,
as if we didn't know.
Absolutely. There's a little more strategy to this as well, Tommy. These aircraft have fixed pitch props, meaning they can't adjust that. So they have to select the prop that they want that's going to give them the best combination of getting started, going fast early, as well as top end speed. So if you think about getting on a bicycle and choosing the gear the bike is in, and if you choose a really high gear that helps you go fast when you're going fast, it's going to be hard to pedal when you start. Yep. Same thing for these airplanes. These pilots and their crews have to make those choices. And now I think, Tommy, let's get in a good camera shot here. Let's look at our competitors for this heat.
Top qualifier right there at 196.18 is going to be Trent Woodworth, Spring Valley, California. Yellow Cassett, and here's Blair Hamilton, one of the great stories of this race, race 48. The Atomic Pumpkin, I think that speaks for itself. Beautiful aircraft.
Yeah, and she's down, like you said, from Canada. And here is race 74, Sean Milkey in Fat Ass Cass. It's another Cassett, like we said, all of them here. The red and white airplane, you can see the crew turning the prop there to get it running. Some of these aircraft have starters on them, some don't. There is no limit in the rules for that. And here comes Scott Holmes in race 9. The Outlaw also out of Alberta, Canada. Red and white with some stripes on it.
And there is J.P. Odell. We heard from him moments ago saying that the smoke doesn't bother him. He's good to go, ready to race. We love to hear that. That's race 39. The Monkey Ninja, the Cassett 3M model.
And Tommy, we talked about the start here just a minute ago, and there we get to see the field here. We only have 5 flying in this heat today. Normally we have 8 in a full pairing, but today, just the way that the bracket is worked out, we have 5. It's a standing start, a racehorse or Grand Prix type start. They're going to all depart together. You can see, and normally if we have 8, there'll be another row of 3 back in the back. But you'll see here in just a minute, we'll show you the flag that's off to the side that the pilots are all seeing at about 5 minutes before they go. The red flag will come up and it'll be up in the air, and that actually is up at the moment. You can see there, and the that orange and white checkered flag is just one of the vehicles. They use those so that folks can see vehicles moving in the movement area here on the airport surface. But the red flag is near the white Ford truck to the right of that checkered flag, and you can see it's not standing up yet. It's kind of laying to the side. So once they put that red flag up in the air, that tells the pilots we have just a few minutes to go. Start finishing your checks. Right now, they've all just started their motors, or they're in that process right now. They're doing those final checks, getting the engine oil warmed up, making sure all the controls are moving freely. What a great shot right there, Tommy, with our pace plane for our unlimited jet class, the unlimited class there in the T-33 out of the Planes of Fame Museum down in Chino, California. So no place but Reno do you see such a diverse mix of aircraft into racing.
So much legacy, so much history of aviation, so much look forward in the technology, especially when we get to the sport class. We'll get to see what's over the horizon in this particular pursuit. So we're going to wait for a little bit while these planes prepare for the race. This is the silver class race in Formula One. So, man, that's 8:50 local time here in Reno, and the crowd's starting to come in. There'll be typically about 100,000 people through those turnstiles during the course of this week. You talk about 10 years, 1 million folks coming through here, $600 million injected into the economy. If that's not a premier sports event in this country, I don't know what is. What a great, great day here in the desert, the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local steel dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real steel. Find yours.
Play your favorite games at JJ's and qualify for a square on the Thursday night football game board. Don't forget to check out JJ's Locker Room. Book your very own private football party. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun. Play at JJ's Sports and Spirits and you can win cash and free play. JJ's Sports and Spirits. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With a pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
The 2022 Stihl National Championship Air Races are being brought to you live by Stihl, by Reno-Tahoe, by Assured Partners Aerospace, JJ Sports and Spirits, by Oris, by Nevada. Getting ready for our Formula One race here. This is the silver class.
And Tommy, we're getting close now. You can see the red flag there in the middle. That's an auxiliary red flag, so the pilots can see that. The big one is just off to the left of the runway. But the crews, the support crews, have vacated the runway, so the racers are in the aircraft. There you can see the big red flag by the white Ford truck. That's what the racers are working. That's the official flag. Now it went up a few minutes ago to give them a 5-minute warning. And then here in just a few minutes, they're going to swap that flag to a green flag. The green flag will go up. And when the green flag goes up, so does the power. They start coming up the power. They're pushing on the brakes, increasing the brake pressure. And most importantly, Tommy, the sweat and the adrenaline starts flowing in those cockpits because we're going racing. And then when the green flag drops here in just a few minutes, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be off. And these aircraft will all depart together. Again, we talked, Tommy, about that choice of propeller. To talk a little bit more about that, we talked about the bicycle gear. If you choose one that gets off the ground fast, you're going to jump out in front of your competitors. But if you have one that's going to have a little bit more high-end speed once you get up and flying, you're going to be able to pass folks during this 8-lap race. So watch for that, fans, as we go. It's going to be very important to see the strategies that are at play here amongst the various competitors. As with any closed course racing, the pole position is imperative because you've got to fly on the outside to pass. So right here, you see the yellow airplane of race 52 in Feisty. That's Trent Woodworth. He's got the pole, and if he gets off the ground and stays there on that first plat, he'll have the inside course, and it's going to be harder to get around him. So we'll see how all that plays out, Tommy, as we make our way around this course.
So important.
There we are. Green flag's up, and we're off, ladies and gentlemen. And look at the difference. You see the Atomic Pumpkin lagging a little bit behind the two on the other side, and all that is power and prop choice, Tommy. Jumping out to an early lead there, race 74, Sean Milkey out of Fairbanks, Alaska. You see him getting out front, so he, with that kind of a lead, is going to be able to get to that first pylon. And don't forget, Tommy, on this initial lap, when they get airborne, they're going to go around our 3.5-mile up close and personal course one time as a timer lap, a oil warm-up lap, starter lap, if you will. Now, they can jockey for position.
Yeah, they're racing.
They're racing
for sure.
But the laps don't start counting and the times don't start until they come back and cross the Stihl home pylon here, the start-finish line. And there you can see a great shot from, we've got fantastic camera shots out at the pylons today, Tommy. And you can see the aircraft circling around, and we'll get to see some fantastic views from all over the course. The folks here at the Reno Air Race Association are doing a fantastic job of providing you just the best visibility, the best views of all the racing action here at the National Championship Air Races.
Sean Milkey, the test pilot from Fairbanks, Alaska, flying what you want to be doing, flying the shortest course possible right here as he is in the lead position.
And there you see Trent Woodworth, who had the pole, fastest qualifying in race 52 right behind him, and there is the Atomic Pumpkin with Blair Hamilton down from Canada. And what a great story she is with all of her outreach to young women into aviation. And here you see our leaders, and look at the speed on this yellow 52, Tommy. That's what I talked about, the prop difference. He's gotten up to speed, and now he is faster than race 74, it appears. But again, he's got to pass on the outside. So going through these pylons up here on the east end of our course, 1, 2, and 3, he's going to have to pass on the outside. And look at that. You see race 74 holding him off in the turn.
To pass on the outside and above generally.
Now watch this as we go down the backside of the course, heading down through the Lemon Valley. Look at that, race 52's making ground on him in the flat parts, Tommy. This is going to be an exciting piece to watch this competition for the lead. And don't forget, we talked about the qualification. What comes out of this race will set up for tomorrow. And if they're fast enough, these guys can bump up out of the silver pairing into the gold pairing as well for the big race tomorrow.
This back and forth could go on for a long time. We're still in the first of 8 laps.
And there, again, you get great example of how being on the inside is the shortest course in the straightaways. Feisty, race 52, is getting some ground on him there. And then not too far behind, Blair Hamilton in race 48 is beginning to catch them as well as her aircraft builds up some speed. So there, this battle for the lead is really sorting out, Tommy, as they're going around. And I think we're beginning to see a little bit of that speed finally paid off for Trent Woodworth in race 52. He finally made the pass there going through turns 1, 2, and 3. And as we go down the backstretch, we now have a new leader.
Trent was our top qualifier at 196, just over 196 miles per hour.
And we've got a great battle for second and third happening right behind Trent here in just a few minutes. But you see a great shot of Trent coming around the pylons 4, 5, and 6. And here's the battle for second and third. We see race 74 and Sean Milkey that we were watching a minute ago, but Blair Hamilton has really built up some energy, and she's coming around the outside here as they come around pylon 6. Tommy, this is going to be close as they come down the home stretch. It is side by side, wingtip to wingtip, shoulder to shoulder racing here at the National Championship Air Races. Man, this is exciting.
Yeah, Blair had some altitude there, and she got some speed out of it when they were wings flat.
Yeah, so going through turns 1, 2, and 3 here, you see her high into the outside. It appears from our angle and in the camera that she's got the pass done, Tommy. As we go down the back stretch, she has made the pass and taken over second place.
Still race 52, Trent Woodworth in first. Feisty is the name of that airplane.
Tommy, we're seeing a great example play out. We talked about those propellers and the choice that the crew and the pilot make. And if you remember, race 74, he jumped out way ahead of everybody, and his choice got him off the ground quick, but these other aircraft are making more speed in the air, and they're hunting him down. And coming there to our Stihl home pylon, Tommy, there's our race leader, race 52.
He's going to cross right in front of our Stihl start-finish pylon and begin his third lap of 8. Blair Hamilton in second place, and the Atomic Pumpkin right behind him.
Just a great shot. We got a little bit of smoke in the air, folks. You can see that in our camera angles there, and but it has cleared enough that we can do some racing. And you can see we get the sun off it clears up. So our apologies for that. We have been very blessed that the smoke has cleared out this morning, and we're able to go racing. So we're excited about that. All that smoke coming in from the mosquito fire just south and west of us. But there's a great shot of our leader as he heads in to pylon number 4 on the northwest corner of the race course. Great look at how he's holding a nice tight line. And Tommy, they want to stay close and quick and low around those pylons, but you don't want to cut inside and then get a cut, get some time added to your times for the lap, which could really affect the outcome of the race.
Or get too low. Still hanging on, good healthy lead there for Trent Woodworth in race 52, and there's the Atomic Pumpkin. Blair Hamilton in second place. She's from Cochrane, Alberta, Canada.
And she's doing a great job. She's appears to be just about paced with Trent Woodworth in the lead there, so not making a lot of ground on him, but they both are continuing to pull away from third place, who they both passed to get out in the lead. So the airplanes are beginning to spread out around the course right now, our 3.5 up close and personal course, which is great for the fans here. Tommy, just looking at the stands, I mean, the fans are enjoying the excitement, the adrenaline of this race. This is really, really some fantastic racing here on Saturday morning.
This is Formula One Silver. This is the B class. And as we say, this could be the decider for the week. We don't know. We can't predict the future and how the weather's going to treat us, but we have fingers crossed that we'll be racing all day tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a great shot just there a minute ago. You could see where Blair Hamilton was behind our leader. Now we've zoomed in on our leader as he heads into the first 3 pylons around the east end of the course here. Again, he just appears to have reached his comfortable cruise speed, full out, obviously full out, but actually he's just riding the rails right now and got it well in hand there for Trent Woodworth in race 52, and just doing a great job as he heads down the backside, descends further into the Lemon Valley as he comes around. Good shot from our pylon cams there out in the desert. You can see that. The folks here at the Reno Air Race Association doing a fantastic job of bringing you all the exciting best views you can get anywhere, just so we have all this adrenaline-filled action, Tommy, right and left, right in front of you all day, folks. This is going to be a great day of racing. The smoke holds off. We're anticipating a total of like 14 total races today. This is race number 3 in the day that you've already seen on the live coverage. And, man, we've got some excitement going here with our leader continuing to stay out front. And Feisty, the yellow casset of race 52, Tommy.
Yeah, they're just entering lap 6. He and second place, race 48, Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin, the orange striking looking F1 plane.
So we had some excitement up close. There she is. There's Blair Hamilton in the Atomic Pumpkin. What a great paint scheme, and boy, it does stand out here. And what a great story she is, Tommy. You mentioned that earlier, and she's connected with an organization that is doing a lot of outreach to young women to expose them to aviation, and we have such a need in the aviation industry to have pilots and mechanics, and if you can think of any kind of a job it's needed in the aviation industry, and Blair is really becoming an ambassador for that. So here she is campaigning, living what she's saying she does, and here she is holding it up to second place here in the race, and they're back to our leader. There was the white flag, Tommy. 1 lap to go.
1 lap to go. Blair actually gained a little bit, but boy, such a mountain to climb. Trent Woodworth has gotten out so far ahead.
Yeah, I'm not sure she can do it here in the last lap.
No,
you watch him coming around our leader.
A big ask.
Yeah, coming around pylon 3. They're headed down the backstretch one last time, and appears to be assuming everything holds together and the engines don't do anything weird. It looks like Trent should just cruise around here through the last 4 turns. Here you see coming around through the corner, there's our leader in some lap traffic. As they're coming around the corner, our leader is making ground rapidly on the lap traffic. There's this last final turn. That's a great shot, though, Tommy, of what is the shoulder-to-shoulder, up-close and personal racing here. And you see him make that pass on the lap traffic. Trent's coming to the home pylon.
Checkered flag, recovery runway 8.
And there he is, your champion in our silver class pairings here. Trent Woodworth, feisty. Race number 52, right behind him, Blair Hamilton, the Atomic Pumpkin, and Sean Milk at 74 in 3rd place. This was a chalk race, just like the qualifying. That's pretty much our final standings here.
Yeah, absolutely. And here we are in race 9. Scott Holmes with the red and white stripe cassette on the screen there. Just doing a great job. Now, Scott ran a great race. He was coming off the back row back there, if you remember, and he pretty much stayed right where he was. So he held his ground. His qualifying time was just a little slower than some of the ones that we saw, and that played out in this race as well. But he's flown a great race as I watched him go around the course in tight, nice and steady, consistent. That's what racing's all about, Tommy.
Yeah, two Canadian, one of 2 Canadian teams in this heat. Truly an international field here. And Trent Woodworth of Spring Valley, Wisconsin, taking gold here.
Tommy, we're going to go back and look at a replay here of the race. You remember early on, race 74, Sean Milkey got out in front with his prop and engine choice, and he had the inside lane, if you will, going around the pylons, and he got out front. But here we got race 52 and Trent Woodworth. For several laps, he was getting him in the straightaway, but he couldn't quite hold it through the turns because the inside track is a little shorter. But eventually he does make the pass as he goes around, and here you see him making the pass right there as they come by the home stretch, and then Trent was able to get out in front. And coming in behind them, Blair Hamilton was in 3rd. She eventually catches him, but here we see our leader just throughout the race. Once Trent got out in front, Tommy, he stayed there. He was very consistent.
Flying the shortest race course, that's a good formula for success in any of our races that we will be seeing here today. The Stihl National Championship air races.
And there comes, I believe, your checkered flag. Tommy, there it was. That's when the win happened right there, and Blair Hamilton coming through right behind him as both of them were passing some lap traffic. As we go there, and here's our unofficial results.
Yeah, our judges have to put their heads together and, of course, make everything official post-race. Still waiting on that, but unofficially, Trent Woodworth, race 52, feisty in 1st place. Blair Hamilton, the Atomic Pumpkin, race 48. Sean Milkey, Fat Ass Cass, 3rd place. Scott Holmes, an Outlaw, race 9. And 5th place, JP Odell, Monkey Ninja, race 39.
Yeah, what a great race, Tommy. Man, the excitement was there. We played out just like we talked about, the choices, the technical choices that happened before. And here you see our competitors now have entered a traffic pattern. They're landing back on runway 8 here at Stead Field. And there is our winner, Trent Woodworth, 52 feisty. And he is the unofficial winner here of the silver pairing here in Formula One here on Saturday morning. So, Tommy, man, we are just getting started. Like I said, this is race 3 of 14 all day long, and coverage we're going to have for you all day long on the live stream. There's our race 74, Sean Milkey. He got out fast and got out front early, but then just didn't have the high-end speed that both Blair Hamilton and Trent Woodworth did. But look, there's a great shot of race 9, Scott Holmes out of Alberta, Canada, Tommy.
F1, one of our great seven distinct classes of racing here. This, as you mentioned, is kind of the original here, Rob, and a lot of these planes built in garages, right where the pilot lives.
In fact, virtually all of the airplanes that you're seeing have been built by the pilot or somebody they know, and like in this class, they're all cassette racers, and they do trace their lineage back to the midget racers of the 30s and 40s. So it's what an amazing class. But Tommy, it's only one of 7 classes, and we have such a diverse group of airplanes here at the Reno National Championship air races. And guess what? We're going to get to see biplanes next. These are the quarter horses of the racing world, Tommy, if you will.
Absolutely, yeah. This is the format that goes all the way back to the original powered aircraft, the Wright brothers, back more than a century ago. And they look a little bit different now, and they are great racing configurations as well. We look forward to that as we wrap up our F1 coverage here. Yeah, biplane. This is the gold class biplane we'll be racing here just moments away.
Yeah, moments away, so stay with us, folks. We're going to bring those to you one right after the other, and we're going to see all this racing all day long is going to be exciting. So when we get back here in just a few minutes, we're going to have the gold pairing of the biplanes, Tommy. It's going to be just as exciting as what we have.
Last race. There is a photo opportunity as they line up to be towed in. Not far from the Stihl Schefter pylon. So if you need to take a little break, you have to visit the facilities. Don't do it now because the biplane racers are low and to the left. Earl Allen is here, Captain Earl Allen, two-time winner of the gold biplane race with a gold jacket to prove it. And I saw something else on that gold jacket, Captain Earl Allen. 100 races at Reno. Is that legit?
That's a fact.
That's fantastic. Earl Allen, two-time winner back in the 1990s with the top speed in a biplane of 205 miles an hour. That airplane, a pit special, is now resting at a museum at McClellan Air Facility in Sacramento, California. It's called the Class Action aircraft, and it was because it was owned by a number of attorneys, so Class Action. And Earl raced it among other aircraft. He's a pits guru. Told us yesterday he's had 11 different pit specials. Now they're lined up. Let's go into the lineup. Earl Allen, Captain Earl Allen, retired 747 Jumbo captain.
And Dave Holmgren with you too. They let me in here because I'm bilingual. I race both biplanes and formulas whenever I get a chance. Run through the race lineup, Earl.
Okay, the race lineup. In number 3, we got Sam Swift.
In the smoking hot pits.
Okay, in number 7, Pat McGrary.
Middle front row, Racer X, red pits.
Scott Thompson in second hand.
Followed by the second row, 2 aircraft in the second row. Tommy Sewell in 25 shake and bake. Very easy to identify this aircraft because it's usually shedding gold glitter. Actually, he's got that stick stuck to the airplane pretty well now. After that, Eric Zine on the outside second row.
And Eric happens to be our class president. We have Jeff Rose in number 4.
Miss Ruby, the blue shoes on Miss Ruby are a giveaway. Then Scott Prewitt in the Pitts S1C 314 Pi flip-flop.
And that's our lineup for the biplane racers in this race.
So they don't use the same starting point that the formulas use. You can see them line up now. Interesting thing about the biplanes, they fly the same course, but they launch and recover a little bit differently. Each row starts on its own. 4 seconds later, the second row goes. 4 seconds later, the third row goes. And that handicap is subtracted at the end of the race from the guys in the back row. You can actually have a race winner who never passes the guy in the lead.
Hope you're having a great Saturday morning. We are here to the Stihl National Championship Air Races. We're getting ready for some biplane racing. Can't wait for that. Always very, very entertaining. These unique aircraft configurations here. We've got 7 on our card here for this this A-class, this gold class race. Our pilots are very, very keen to get going here. They've been raring to go, and they told us a little bit about what they're facing in this race today.
Sam Swift, number 3, in Smoking Hot. He just picked up that airplane this year, and he's flying it as well as that airplane can be flown. The previous owner had it for a long time, and that was Jake Stewart. Flew it really well, won a couple times with it. So looking to see Sam do as well as he did, hopefully. But you know, you never really know what's going to happen, right? So this airplane is hot off the start, real fast, and Sam has to catch up.
We have John DeAlessandris and Scott Thompson, Pat McGarry, all Tommy Sewell. Really everybody up in the front 2 rows of the gold class are really fast. So anything can happen. Any of those guys can win, and I don't take it for granted because every win is a blessing, and we just hope that we can continue it all week.
Our main competition is Al Hoover, the gray plane right next to us. Last year we had 4 races against him that were just very tight battles. We ended up winning 3 of those. He won 1. Luckily, we won the final. And you know, Al's a great pilot. It was like he was flying formation on us. He was like stuck like glue onto our wing, just hoping we'd make a mistake and let him get by. And luckily, we were able to prevail.
Purple and yellow.
Some of the pilots giving their thoughts about the racing coming up, the good competition, the level of accomplishment by this group of pilots here in this very, very unique classification here. Always, well, for many, many decades, part of the originally six distinct classifications. Biplane there's nothing like it. It's absolutely different.
No, absolutely, and it's a little bit different than what we just saw in Formula One. Tommy, we're going to start on the ground. It looks similar, but what the difference is each of these rows will depart in 4-second intervals, and then that is all about safety. These aircraft are close coupled. They're hard to taxi. That gives them a little bit of safety as they take off. Now their times get adjusted, Tommy, as they go. So once they finish, their total time is calculated by the officials, and times once they're adjusted, we could have a winner that may not be out in front in theory, right? So it's all adjusted once they go. Again, they depart in 4-second intervals by row. We're going to fly 6 laps. We'll talk more about that here in just a second. We see some great shots of our field going through here. And the engines are starting. You see the crew there still holding on to the aircraft and helping the pilots make sure everything is race ready. They're going through their final checklist, making sure those engines get warmed up, and we'll get started here in just a second, Tommy. But again, the group is dominated by Peitz S1 aircraft, and today we've got 7 aircraft, but it's 7 of the total 17 aircraft in the class here. And then we're looking at Sam Swift in. That's not him on screen yet, but we've got the red and white pit special there that we're talking about. There's race 66 in second hand with Scott Thompson. And we just get a great shot of the field here, of the different types of biplanes that are here. Again, we got total out of the 17, there's 14 Peitz S1s, there's 2 Kristen Eagles and 1 Method 7 in the field this year, Tommy. So it's quite a mix-up, and what we're going to see in this, out of the 7 all in this class, they are all Peitz specials, which is a Curtis Peitz designed aircraft specifically for aerobatics, and they've turned them into racers, and it's going to be exciting, Tommy.
Always is, and it's a great challenge to fly them. Visibility, even if you got perfectly no smoke at all, visibility, your vision is more occluded in this configuration than any of the others. Right. I mean, you got 2 wings to have to look around, and that's a lot to handle when you're doing all the rest of the things you need to do to win a race here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you saw just a second ago on the screen there, they had the big red flag, much like what we just saw in Formula One a few minutes ago. Same sort of start that'll happen there. These aircraft, obviously biplanes, so there's 2 wings, 75 square foot wing area. They are all fixed gear. They fly air-cooled 360 cubic inch engines. There's no turbochargers, no superchargers. They just run regular aviation gas. They don't run the exotic fuels, no water, nitrous injection, anything like that. They carry about 14 gallons of fuel. So again, we're going to do a starter and oil warm-up lap once they get flying, but again, not a lot of extra fuel. Their minimum weight is 500 pounds to go race ready, like about half the weight of a Harley-Davidson. So again, like the Formula Ones, fairly small, fairly lightweight, but just a very different configuration. But the same as Formula One, Tommy, we have fixed pitch props. So again, it's the same choice on are we going to get ready to go and get off the ground fast, or are we going to look for high-end airspeed, or in most cases, they're looking for a combination of that to get airborne quickly, but also have a high top-end skier.
Well, our pilots getting ready to go here. A lot of preparation required of these teams to get ready for a race here. They've had time to do it. They've been grounded for the most part yesterday. One of those pilots has been part of the scene here in biplane for a long, long time from Los Angeles, California. Eric Zine talking about getting ready for the big one here.
You know, it's been a challenging week. We've had issues with the smoke. We've had to redo our brackets a couple times and make some changes and just be really flexible. We are going to get to run our gold heat today, so we're very excited about that. Probably yesterday's race will be the silver final. We're just thinking on our feet and trying to give as much racing to our pilots and as much show for the spectators as we can.
So outside of the conditions, how do you feel about today and who you're up against? Anybody you got your eye on?
Feeling really good. I'm going to try to catch Pat McGarry in 7X, which would make us end up in second place, and I'd be very happy if we can accomplish that.
Okay. You got anything else, Tom?
And Tommy, we're on here. There's race 29, Dennis Brown in Toto, the Peitz S2. The red flag is still up for the rest of the field.
Sure, yeah.
So he's taken off, and he may be performing some sort of a safety function for them, because he's been in some of the bronze pairings earlier this week. So we weren't sure when he was out there, but there now we definitely have our field of 7 that we talked about. So that aircraft is probably just getting up airborne, part of the safety features that happen here at the 58th running of the National Championship Air Races. It's all about safety, Tommy, and that's why we do this staggered start here as well, just because these are the quarter horses of the racing world, but they're a little bit squirrely on the ground, as most tail dragger pilots know. A little bit of a challenge. Takes some airmanship to do it, but we're getting close. You can see the official with the smaller flag walking off of the runway now, and here in just a minute the flag will drop and we'll be underway, Tommy. We're going to fly 6 laps. Again, we're going to do that first lap as a starter lap or an oil warm-up lap, so they can jockey for position. They just won't start counting the time or the number of laps until they come back by the Stihl home pylon for the first time.
It's our top 3 qualifiers, the front line right there. Sam Swift, smoking hot, race 3, 7X Patrick McGarry, Racer X, and Scott Thompson, second hand, race 66.
Yeah, absolutely. So our front row of 3 there, the red flag is down, so we're getting close now, Tommy. The green flag's going to come up. When it comes up, that tells the racers, get ready, the throttles are going to come up. When that green flag goes down, Tommy, here we go. We're underway in this silver pairing. Excuse me, in the gold pairing. My apologies. This is the gold pairing of biplane. I was used to that Formula One call we just did. Here you see the fixed pitch prop selections playing out as race 66, and Scott Thompson second hand jumps out front. We've got 7X and Patrick McGarry. Looks like he's pulling up in second, and then the bros behind them departed in 4-second intervals, and they're all airborne safely. Tommy, we're underway. Here we go.
Yeah, second flight. There's Tommy Sewell and Eric Zine, race 25 and 17, then Jeff Rose and Scott Pruitt, race 4 and 3:14. Right now, out in front, it's going to be Sam Swift in smoking hot.
And actually jumped right out front, Tommy, is race 66.
Yeah.
He got the whole shot on him, and there you see a good shot of him coming around pylon number 3, headed into the back straightaway. Nice and low, nice and fast, and we'll see how those prop selection pays out for these leaders, especially. First, second, and third are not too far apart. There's a great shot of first and second. That's Patrick McGarry, Racer X, in the race 7X airplane, starting into pylon 4 and 5 and 6, as you see from our pylon cam. And here you see our leader coming around for the first time. And remember, folks, this is the oil warm-up lap, or the starter lap. So the clock hasn't started. The laps haven't started until they pass the Stihl home pylon, which they're going to do here in just a second. Right there, and now we're underway officially, Tommy.
First of 6 laps. We're going to go just over, well, just under 19 miles total on this race course.
And it's going to be a very close race. You can see Patrick McGarry in 7X is starting to hunt. He's stalking race 66, race 66, Scott Thompson there. Like all the other pylon racing courses we've talked about, he's going to have to pass on the outside. So see if he can start to make some ground on him. But as we watch him go down the backstretch there, you can see 7X is beginning to build some speed. And look how tight. You can throw a blanket over first, second, and third here, and that is Sam Swift in third place, Tommy.
Swift hanging out. He is your top qualifier, just under 200 miles an hour from his previous gold class heat.
And there we are, first, second, third. Nowhere but Reno, Tommy, will you see that close course, shoulder-to-shoulder racing. Man, this is exciting. Folks, you can throw a blanket over all 3 of them. And down the straightaway, we've got 7X and race 3 both beginning to put the works on our leader at the moment, Scott Thompson.
Yeah, our top qualifier, Sam Smith, getting up some height there, dropping down a little bit and gaining on our leader, just so tight, the front 3.
Yeah, and look at this as they head down the backstretch here. You see a great shot of that beautiful red and white 7X, race 7X. And now as he descends, he's trading altitude for speed. Look, he's starting to get ahead of him, but he probably doesn't look like he's going to get far enough in front before pylon number 4. And he's going to have to start that turn, stay outside, take the longer route. And taking the even longer route is our third place airplane, Sam Swift, in race 3.
Way up there is Sam Swift. I don't know what his strategy is, but it may play out for us right before our eyes. I expect it will.
Yeah, well, like you said, Tommy, he's our top qualifier in speed, and I'm sure when they roll out here, roll level, we're going to see all 3 of these airplanes wingtip to wingtip, and that is exactly what's playing out here as they pass by the home pylon and we complete lap number 2 and start lap number 3. We're halfway through. We're just almost. We're working our way to halfway through, Tommy.
Our front row just kind of holding position right here, going according to the chalk, as they say. But that could change at any moment.
Tommy, I tell you what, the adrenaline is flowing in those cockpits. This is racing, ladies and gentlemen. You won't see this anywhere else on planet Earth, but right here at Reno, the National Championship Air Races. And it doesn't get any better than this, Tommy. I mean, this is shoulder to shoulder. These folks are 50 feet above the sagebrush, rolling at just under 200 miles an hour. And all 3 of those airplanes are close enough you could throw a blanket over them.
Scott Thompson out in front in secondhand. The story behind that biplane is very interesting. Secondhand put together with parts gleaned from other airplanes through the years, and thus the name secondhand. It's kind of a mishmash.
Yeah, and you see they're jockeying for position. Now this time by, Sam Swift looks like he's made a little ground on 7X on McGarry. Now there's some strategy involved here too, Tommy. We're halfway through. We just started lap 4. And they may be, kind of like NASCAR. They're kind of watching where that guy's going, watch his line. Where can I pass him? Because the pass isn't just an automatic thing here where you have to pass on the outside.
Eric Zine in 4th, Tommy Sewell in 5th place as we keep our eyes on the front 3.
There you see now McGarry's beginning to fall back a little bit in race 7X, but the race for first place is now smoking hot in race 3 and second hand in race 66. And again, 66 still has had that inside track. These guys are a little faster than he is, but it's no given outcome that they're going to get around him because he has the shortest track here. So this is really, really competitive racing here, Tommy, in the gold class.
Good job by Scott Thompson so far as we are past the halfway point in this race.
There they come by the Stihl home pylon, the start-finish line, and there you great shot of smoking hot on the outside. You see what a difference it makes to have that inside track in pylon racing. And this is, boy, it doesn't get any better than this, Tommy. This is what we came to see. This is awesome. Wow.
This is a real slugfest out in front there, and it continues.
Look at this going down the backstretch, Tommy. Watch now as Sam Swift in race 3. He's got a little bit of speed. You see him making ground on him, but he just doesn't quite have enough distance to get around him. And now he has to climb up, and he's looking out his left wingtip, watching his competitor down there in race 66, who's got the shorter track around pylons 4, 5, and 6. They're going to come back, and they're going to roll level here up the home stretch as we're completing lap 5, and it's going to be very close, Tommy. Look at this wingtip to wingtip. 3's out a little bit in front, but will he get far enough to be able to cut down and take that shorter route? I'm just not sure.
Running out of laps here. This is the penultimate lap here. This is lap number 5, just 6 laps in this race.
Yeah, it is, and there as they go around pylon 2 and 3, we're on the white flag lap.
Oh, this is the ultimate.
And we are coming around. This is the last time. So here is all the marbles are on the table, and there you see Sam Swift trying to trade that altitude, trying to get out in front. Look at this from the pylon, Tommy, coming right at you, right into your living room right here, ladies and gentlemen. This is awesome.
Oh, this is going down to the last fraction of a second, it looks like, for first place between Sam Swift and Scott Thompson. Maybe Swift with an advantage right now, and we're about to decide it here in a moment.
Yeah, he's just not quite far enough in front to cut down, and look at there. You see Scott Thompson take the low line. Here Swift is diving down, trying to trade speed, and Swift's going to get it. There's the checkered flag coming. Whoa, baby. That was awesome. What a race. That was so cool.
Took him every inch of that race course to win that one, but he got it done.
And here's our 4th and 5th place, Jeffrey Rose, Tommy Sewell. I'm sorry, Eric Zine.
Eric Zine in the yellow fever. Yep.
Yeah, my apologies. In the glare of the sun there, I misidentified that airplane, so my apologies on that. But what a great race by these guys. They were battling it out back in the back of the pack.
It was a good one in the back. It was just so good up front.
We were watching up front the whole time. And here you see the whole shot that Scott Thompson in race 66 got. His prop selection got him out front. He got that inside track around the pole position the whole time from the start, and the 2 competitors just had a devil of a time. For a long time we thought Patrick McGarry in race 7X was really right up there with him, and he just never could quite get the pass made. And then eventually McGarry, whether the engine got a little warm or something, he eventually started just kind of sliding back, and the race turned out to be between Sam Swift in race 3 and Thompson in race 66.
Battle to the very end, back and forth, with most of the race, Thompson with the edge.
Yeah, and there you see a great example of it coming around the pylons from our desert pylon cam, and he just had that inside track. It's shorter, it's quicker, he's lower, and as you get higher, you have to fly a little bit farther out so you don't cut those pylons. And race 3, Sam Swift, who was our top qualifier, don't forget, and our eventual race winner, but it took him the full 6 laps. He didn't pass him till right there on the final lap. Passing lap traffic, he crosses the lap, the start-finish line, the Stihl home pylon for the win. And here's our unofficial results. Don't forget, Tommy, they've got to adjust the officials for those start times, so they may or may not end up, but this is what it looks like the unofficial results are.
Totally unofficial at this point, but Sam Swift, number 1 in race number 3 from Nashville, Tennessee, smoking hot. Your tentative champion here. We'll see how it works out. Scott Thompson again in race 66. Second hand in second place, Pat McGarry, Racer X in 7X. Third place, 4th place, Yellow Fever, and Eric Zine in race 17. Tommy Sewell, race 25, Shake and Bake. 6th place, Jeff Rose, race number 4, Ruby. Flip-flop, race 314, Scott Pruitt in 7th place.
Tommy, that was so exciting. I don't know how we're going to top that the rest of the day, but I bet we do.
Yeah.
Because guess what? We're coming up. We got more races on track. We're going to be doing a bunch of different classes today. We're going to get to see them all today. And guess what? The smoke is continuing to clear. I'm knocking on wood right now because as we look north through the Lemon Valley, we're beginning to see even clearer some of the pylons that are on the far north part of the course, and that is the key as we get to faster and faster classes, flying bigger portions of the race course. And guess what? We're going to get to see the T6 class next, Tommy. This is going to be an amazing deal.
Oh, this is an audio treat as much as anything else. A visual treat, a trip back in history, and the sound of fury is amazing with these T6 airplanes.
Absolutely. It's going to be so exciting to hear these airplanes. I mean, there's nothing like the T6 airplanes coming by. Talk a little bit about that class, Tommy. These are all the same airplane. We were going to race our 5-mile medium course. We're going to fly 5 laps, speeds up in the mid to low 200s. These are basically all stock airplanes. It's a spec class. They're very flat and equal. This class is all about pilot skill, pilot performance. They're flying the North American T6, built in Inglewood, California and Grand Prairie, Texas back in the World War II era. This is what's known as the pilot maker, Tommy. And we're going to fly our medium 5-mile course. We're going to do an air start as opposed to what we've seen in the previous 2 classes. So here you see on our graphic, the pace plane lines them up abreast. He pulls away. Gentlemen and ladies, you have a race, and they're going to come to the start line right there, and we're on. And Tommy, again, we're flying this 5-mile medium course race. You can see in the graphic here, they make their way around. And look at this. This is our Microsoft Flight Simulator virtual lap. What a great view from the third-person view. There he is coming by the home pylon. And again, this is such an evenly matched class, Tommy. There is competitor pilot airmanship is what it's all about.
Yeah, so much a spec race. Everything's level. And boy, these pilots have got their hands full, though. They are heavy, and they are a handful. That's what they always say about T6. And think of all the heroes of aviation who have done their time in those seats.
Yeah, absolutely. They say this airplane has taught more people to fly than any other type of aircraft. And we'll talk more about that as we get going. But here you have a great over-the-shoulder view from a previous race where we get a great shot of what it looks like to be in one of these World War II warbirds. You see some competitors out front there, just in front of this aircraft. But it is a very evenly matched and a very competitive class, Tommy.
And a long time, one of the institutions here at Reno at the National Championship Air Races for sure. A lot of people come just to see the T6s, and everything else is secondary. It's a real favorite.
Yeah, and here you see some of our competitors taxiing out. They're going to taxi down to the runway, and they'll take off. And again, like we said a minute ago, they're going to do an airborne start. So we've got just a couple minutes for them to get airborne, get grouped up. But we're going to get to hear a little bit about how competitive this class is, I think, Tom.
Yeah, absolutely. One of our racers in this heat coming up here is race 90. Greg McNeely from Port Orange, Florida. He's been a fixture here a lot for the past decade, and he told us how he sizes up the competition and what he expects during the course of this race.
Well, we're watching Big Red. We're watching Chris Rushing and several other airplanes, a few faster planes this year, and it should be a great race. We're looking forward to it. Thanking Honda for letting me come out and fly the plane, and we'll probably win it this year, I hope.
I like that confidence. We'll probably win it this year.
Absolutely.
You got to have that.
That's what it takes, Tommy. This is all about racing, and when basically everybody's in a very similar aircraft, then it's going to be about airmanship, pilot skill, and strategy, right? So unlike our previous classes, this class does have propellers that they can change, you know, so it's not that fixed pitch prop selection. This aircraft is exactly as it was produced. They're flying the 1,340 cubic inch 9-cylinder Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine. The stock aircraft back in the day had about 600 horsepower, but in race configuration, they were able to modify some things, although they're very evenly matched. They can get up to 800, 850 horsepower. Now, they do run regular AF gas. They don't do any exotic fuels, and they don't have any of the funny fuel stuff going on. But one of the really unique things about the T6 class, Tommy, you talked about listening to them go by. They're all flying the production 9-foot-long Hamilton standard metal propeller, and it just creates a unique sound at full throttle and the constant speed prop. When they're at full throttle, those tips of those propellers are going supersonic. Yep. So I want you to listen, Tommy, as they go by here in a little bit. You'll hear that throaty roar of that amazing radial engine, and then you'll hear the tips of those propellers going supersonic, making a crackling sound. There's nothing like it. The fans, the racing fans here, you see them there in the stands, and they're just so excited to see the T6s come out, because this is just history, living history in front of us, but it is amazing competition, and these racers are ready to go, like you heard, the confidence from Greg McNeely.
And we pledge to lay out a little bit as we go around some specific parts there where you can hear that particular sound. We're going to let you hear it. We're going to let it happen.
Yeah, absolutely. And here you see the aircraft kind of waiting for their turn to take the runway. We're continuing to finish landing some of the biplanes from the previous race and getting everything set up, so you can see what a great shot there, Tommy. You see right in front of our T6s, you see with the to the left side, those are some of our jet class competitors, primarily the aerobatic L-29s and L-39s, and to the right of your screen you see 2 F-22s from the United States Air Force and 2 F-18 Super Hornets from the United States Navy. Those are part of the air show acts.
Yeah, they're performing this week.
And there is nothing like Reno, Tommy. I keep saying it, but man, what a diverse mix, and the fans here get to see it all. And best of all, we're bringing it to you live on the live stream all day, and eventually it'll be on Fox Sports 1. If you don't get enough today and tomorrow, we'll be able to see some more later on FS1. So we are so excited to be bringing this to you.
That's coming up in a few months. Check your local listings for that.
So, Tommy, I think we're going to go back to some house audio for just a few minutes while the T6 class continues to do their warm-up and their final checks there, and we're going to be racing here in just a minute.
The aircraft on page number 48, 49, 50, and 51, 52. And then you go to page 53, and it's all of the T6 champions, starting back when we started to race T6s back in 1968. And how the speeds have changed over the years, and that's, Kenny Price, that's a tough thing to do on a T6, is to get that much extra speed on an airplane of that design. The limited things you can do to the engine, to the prop, a little bit legal twist to the wings, you told us before.
That's correct.
Yep. And so the speed, in terms of getting extra speed, you really have to work hard to get 3 or 4 knots of extra speed. It's really a tremendous amount of effort. People say, oh, I can make my airplane go 10 knots faster. Well, it's tough. It's a
tough,
pipe
yeah.
dream, I think. You've got to do a lot of things to get an extra 10 miles per hour.
Yes, and saying that, we do have rules in our AT6 class. There are only so many things that we can do. These are not unlimited AT6s. These are AT6s on the racing side.
And if you're looking for the size of the T6 race, open up your program to page number 15, and you'll see all of the race courses. While we have time, we're still recovering biplanes off of our main runway and the warm-up of the oil on the T6s. Let's thank our sponsors, Kenny Price.
Our sponsor this year for the AT6 racing class is the Row. The hotel's down in downtown Reno. And Danny, if you need to go there because they've got the best casinos, the best restaurants, and the best hotels that we have ever had. And I tell you what, we are so happy to have the Row as our AT6 sponsor this year.
We appreciate our sponsors. We love them to death. And you'll see me down there. It may be Sunday night because every night's a school night for me. But I'll see you. I'll see you great racers down there.
Our AT6 pace pilot at this race is not the one and the only. That's Mr. Rob Hollywood Sandberg. And him and our other AT6 pace pilot, Rick Siegfried, have been doing the chores this week. Not very much, because this is only, honestly, this week we've only gotten 2 races in because of the smoke problem that we've had. So us racing this morning, we are just elated.
All right, just over an 8-mile course for the T6. We have to include SNJ, and we have to include Harvard, 3 different names for the same aircraft. Introduced back in 1935 and produced from about 1938 to 44 or something like that, depending on whose history books you read. 15,000 were said to have been built, perhaps more, perhaps less. You read a lot of different figures, and there were different styles of engine on some of those aircraft as well. Still about 150 around the world that are active that can fly. They are very active, Kenny Price, in air show work, both in solo and dual air show work. And then there's a 4-ship formation that Sparky McNeely, Gene McNeely, the dad, was involved with for decades, called the Aeroshell Aerobatic Team. They're an award-winning 4-ship aerobatic team, much in demand around the country. And then we have the other ones was a group of planes, T6s, that fly line abreast, and they put messages in the sky with smoke. But they don't do it in script. They do it with puffs of smoke, long and short, to put the letters in the air immediately. Until a couple of months ago, they were sponsored by a major insurance company that is not one of our sponsors, so we don't have to mention it. And now they're out freelancing now, doing messages for anybody. There was one group on the East Coast and one group on the West Coast, and they would fly over the beaches and advertise in their typing, sky typing it's called, certain products that are suitable for a beach, like suntan lotion and things of that nature. And very effective method of writing, because once they start, Kenny Price, everybody's trying to imagine what the message is going to be. And they get the message up there real quick. It stays effective and it holds together up at the higher altitudes for a long period of time. And by the way, as we're bragging about the airplane that's going to be racing for you, they are visible as you look at a big circle. The square miles of visibility on an aerial advertising aircraft is absolutely amazing. So you're looking at an audience, perhaps at a stadium, perhaps at a beach, but people out in the other neighborhoods and other towns can even see that as well. Very versatile aircraft, 600 horsepower. And as we're waiting for your airplanes to take off, let's go back to the history of why they were made. First of all, it was a North American aviation product. We learned in World War I that training was absolutely essential. We didn't do it very much in World War I. And it's true that the life of a World War I dogfight pilot was limited to sometimes weeks and a few months. Going into World War II, we knew we had to do a better job of training, so we put it in 3 phases. We took a guy who couldn't fly, never learned how to fly, to see if that guy could solo to become a transport pilot, a bomber pilot, or especially a dogfight pilot. It was in a basic 2-place open cockpit airplane. And if they could solo, they had just left what we call the primary course, which I equate to grade school. Then they would go to high school in the training program and go into a basic training, a little more complex, a bigger engine, flaps, radios, 2-pitch propeller, other things of that nature. Now, Kitty Price, if they graduated from that, the airplane that's going to race for you now would be their next step. It was the advanced trainer or the college education. And once you mastered that aircraft and were released, you would be ready for the dogfight arena and have a great chance of coming back from your first few missions. Towards the end of the war, 168 hours were the average training that we gave an individual to be able to go out and dogfight and come back after the war alive. So that's part of the reason of the airplane's success. The Navy used them, the Army Air Force used them, and the Commonwealth countries used them, hence the 3 different names. AT6 for advanced trainer, as the first one is taking off from our right to our left, and it's back to Kenny Price.
All right, folks out there in front of us from right to left. Off the runway, the gear will be coming up into the wells. That's our pace pilot, Mr. Rob Hull.
Our T6 Silver class, Class 1B. We got 5 airplanes in the air. There's your top qualifier right there, Vitaly Pechersky. Race number 50, Abracadabra, as they take to the air, and they'll be working their way into formation after a little bit, Rob.
You bet. And there's Big Red, race 5, Gordo Sanders, our second qualifier. Beautiful airplane.
Number 2, third place qualifier from Caldwell, Idaho. Chris LaFave, the policeman from Idaho, and Bear Essentials at Harvard NK4.
Look at the gear retract. Just such amazing aircraft. They're so historic. And then here we see race 90. This is Greg McNeely, who we heard from just a little bit ago out of Port Orange, Florida. The aircraft they call Undecided.
Greg says, I probably ought to win this race. So we'll keep our eyes on Greg
we'll
for
see.
Sure. He has done it plenty of times here before. Lee Oman, the air show performer, veteran air show performer in race 69, Aeros.
You bet. The other aircraft we saw just before we came back on, Tommy, was our pace pilot, Rob Sandberg, in that aircraft. And so, again, this here's our other pace plane. We have 2 airplanes that fly place. You see there's 2 folks in that aircraft. They fly observers. They fly high and above the course. They also help get them lined up. So our aircraft are departing. They're going to work their way out to the west of the airfield here for just a few minutes, and they'll get gathered up. Eventually, they'll be line abreast coming back towards us. And let's talk a little bit about the class. They're going to fly our medium length 5-mile course, 5 laps, speeds up around 220, 230 miles an hour. Again, we talked about spec class, very flat and equal. There's very few things that they can really alter. They got the standard Hamilton standard metal prop that you see here on the screen in front of you, and that's what we talked about earlier about it. The tip's going supersonic. It is a constant speed prop, meaning it's adjustable. And there you see a great video from before of the start. And here we're going to look at our graphics. So there's our pace plane in red. The aircraft will be line abreast coming from west to east. They're going to enter the airfield area. The plane will pull away as the pace plane. We've got a race. And as they come to the steel home pylon, that's our start-finish line, the race will be on. And they're going to fly around 7 pylons here on our medium-length 5-mile course, Tommy. We're going to do 5 laps on that. It's going to be an amazing thing. And we really get to see here from the Microsoft Flight Simulator, the T6 class. Here's a good look at the start-finish steel home pylon and the Microsoft Flight Simulator third-person view. Great graphic, just gives you a feel for what those pilots see. And there they're rolling up these historic airplanes over 200 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck here in the desert as they roll around here through pylon number 2. Again, this is slightly bigger than the 2 classes we saw, and here we get to see some actual camera footage from before, Tommy, out of an actual T6 on a previous race. And if you look close, folks, as he comes around and rolls out level here, you'll see some competitors out in front of him. You get to see what the pilots are looking at as what it looks like as they fly around this close, medium-sized course here at the Reno National Championship Air Races.
Typically, these races feature airplanes that are very close together because of the nature of the setups here, the similarity and so forth. And man, oh man, this is not an easy plane to fly. This is some really good pilots in action.
Yeah, absolutely. We heard a lot of the history from the stadium announcer, Danny Hollywood-Clisham, here in just a minute. But as the aircraft go out to get ready to line up here, Tommy, we've got just a few seconds before we're going to be racing.
We're going to let these planes get up in the air. They go around Peavine Mountain, get in formation. When they drop back down, we will soon have a race. We'll step away for just a moment, and then we will be right back.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno Air Races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one, and then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future, and there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air. And that's what the scholarship program's all about.
I just, I've always really liked things involving planes. I used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, all that stuff. And it evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space. And it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you, because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number 1, it's freedom, and number 2, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year. And so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Our coverage of this live racing, Reno Steel National Championship Air Races continues on this Saturday morning. Had some good racing so far. We're getting ready now. Very soon we'll have the beginning of the race in one of the most beloved classifications here for over half a century, the T6 class. This is the B class or silver class, Rob Lowe.
Absolutely. This is the most unique and historic class that we have. Tommy, you see some teasers on the screen there. Match racing between stock aircraft on our medium-length 5-mile course. It is going to be so exciting, and they are just about gathered up. It's going to be just a few minutes here. We're going to have them on the course, Tommy, and it's going to be adrenaline, noise, history, smell of avgas. It is so exciting. There they are up, getting gathered up. Off in the distance. So we got 5 racers in this class. You see 7 airplanes on your screen. There's 2 pace planes there, Tommy, in addition to the 5 racers that we introduced just a few minutes ago. And again, this airplane so historic, Tommy. It's the pilot maker, and like we heard from Danny Clisham earlier, it's the advanced trainer, the last step before you got assigned to a bomber command or a fighter command. And what's interesting, a lot of the pilots, when they moved on, here they come. They're coming down the chute, Tommy, from the left. The pace planes have pulled up. We have a race, and they are headed for the Stihl Holmes pylon start-finish line. Here we go, Tommy. We're underway. T6 racing.
Silver class racing on this Saturday. 5 planes in it.
Tommy, is with all closed course pylon racing, that pole position is really vital. You can see they're bunched up all together. This is match racing between stock aircraft, and you can see them beginning to sort out as they make their way around the first 3 pylons. Again, this is our 5-mile medium course, so they're going to go a little bit farther north before they come around, but you see some great shots here. There's race 50 in Abracadabra, the gray and yellow airplane that's out front. And then right behind him in second place, you can see there in the grouping as they head down the valley is race 5, yep. Joey Gordo Sanders.
Race 50, our leader, Vitaly Pechersky from LA, from Los Angeles, California, in Abracadabra. He was the top qualifier, 223 miles an hour in the previous race.
There you see back on the right of your screen, you see 3 and 4, tight battle there, and also right up front here, Tommy, as they come around pylon number 7. Let's listen to them go by here, the home pylon, and this is going to be something. Listen to the tips of those 9-foot Hamilton standard props going supersonic. Tommy, that is absolutely
nothing like it.
Nothing like it in the world. And man, that first 4 places are right together. They're really jockeying for position as they come around. When you see that many airplanes that close going this kind of speed, over 250 miles an hour, it is absolutely spectacular. But race 50 and Vitaly Pechersky staying out front there in Abracadabra. He's doing a good job of staying in close. And then right behind him is Gordo Sanders. And then Greg McNeely said he was going to win it. He's made his way up to 3rd already in race 90.
Keep our eye on Greg McNeely for sure. Started in the 4th position, qualified in the 4th position to start this race. But our number 1 qualifier still holding the lead now, race 50, Abracadabra.
And there you can see as they're coming around. And what a great shot from our pylon cam as they're coming around pylon 6 and 7.
Race 3, McNeely now up into 3rd place behind Gordo Sanders in race 5. Here's your leader.
Here's our leader coming to the start-finish line as we're completing lap number 2. We're going to start lap number 3, so we're basically halfway, a little over halfway right here. Man, you just got to love that sound, Tommy.
Oh boy, full song. These trainers, these T6s.
And the fans here, just such an aviation savvy group of fans that are here at the National Championship Air Races, and they just love the history. Let's listen to them go by here on the pylon cam. You hear that throaty roar of that big air-cooled radial engine, and you hear that crackling sound of that prop going by. I mean, there's just nothing like a T6 racing here at Reno. It is absolutely something to hear and see, a spectacle. And there you can see our leader, out front as he's coming around pylon number 4, beginning to make his way. But there you can see second and third there behind him. And just out of the camera shot there is 4th position. Still an incredible battle going on, 3rd and 4th back in behind there. There you get to see all first 4 airplanes. They are a lot closer than some of those views look like just because they're a little farther away. But all 4 of those airplanes right in the thick of it here. And there's our leader coming to the start-finish line, Tommy.
Yeah, everything going according to plan for our top qualifier, Vitaly Pechersky, and abracadabra. Running the race he wants to run, and Joey Gordo-Sanders unable to make much ground on him.
Yeah, and there you see a good shot of the battle for 3rd between Greg McNeely and Chris Lefebvre in Bear Essentials, and those two are really battling it back. But here we're back to our top 2 with Gordo-Sanders and Vitaly Pechersky, and they are just doing a great job. Vitaly in race 50. Spectacular shot there as he's coming around pylon number 3, making his way down through the Lemon Valley. You can see how close behind him there was race 5 at Gordo-Sanders. And as they finish that back straightaway, kind of make their way around pylon number 4, you can see there's the battle for 3rd that's really contested. That's Greg McNeely on the high left side there in race 90, and then race 2, Chris Lefebvre down below, and Chris has the inside track. Greg McNeely's doing his best to get around him, but like we see in all pylon racing, he's got to pass around the outside. So Lefebvre has the inside track, and he's able to hold him off. And here you see some great pictures. The 2 of them are coming around pylon 6 and 7, headed for the home pylon. Now watch McNeely. He'll accelerate down this straightaway. He'll able to get just a little bit in front, but he can't quite get all the way by, Tommy. And then we're going to swing around pylons there, and then we're going to jump back to our leader there in race 50.
Yeah, time running out for everyone in this race. It's white flag, final lap. Vitaly Pechersky still fully in control of this one.
Let's listen to him come by our pylon camp here, Tommy. This is going to be something to hear. Wow, there is nothing like that, Tommy. I mean, the adrenaline is just flowing. I don't know about for you, but I can hardly sit still in my seat. This is so exciting. T6 match racing here at Reno. There's our Greg McNeely's got a little bit of a lead right there as we're working through our last lap. And let's jump back to the leader. Tight. Here he is coming around pylons 5, 6, and 7, headed for home. I'm not sure that Joey Gordo-Sanders is going to be able to catch him, Tommy.
No, it's running out of time very, very quickly here. We've almost completed our 25 miles here in the 5 laps.
There you see our pylon cam there around pylon number 6, and here they come for home. Tommy, this is our leader, race 50. Vitaly Pechersky, he's making that final turn, headed for home. This is going to be the checkered flag. Checkered flag right there. Awesome, number 1. There's number 2. Here's the race for 3rd. Tommy, it's going to be close. Oh, man.
I think Lefebvre may have got him there. Lefebvre may be the 3rd place finisher. We'll have to take a look. Nothing's official yet. Everything has to be done, but congratulations. It looks like Vitaly Pechersky, your winner in this silver class T6 race. There's a little peek ahead at what we've got coming up next on our dance card here. Unlimiteds, boy, you gotta get a good deal of excitement going for that.
The bad boys of speed, Tommy, that's what they're called. It's gonna be exciting. We've got Dreadnought, we've got Argonaut. All the Sea Furies are lined up there ready to go in this class. This will be the gold class of Unlimited. And for the traditional air racers here at Reno, this is what they like to see. But let's go back and look at this T6 race, Tommy, as we get started here at the start. You see them grouped up pretty close, all 5 competitors right there. The first 4 especially you see in this shot. But jumping out front right early was pole position, race 50, and Vitaly Pechersky. He was able to hold that line the entire way around. Big Red in race 5, Joey Sanders was just never quite able to get to him. Here you see, actually it's a good example of how evenly matched this entire class was.
Yeah, that meant Vitaly had clean air all the way around, had to not deal with lap traffic, any of that. He was that pole position and maintaining that, the key to victory.
It absolutely was. And you see those first 2 kind of stayed there, and then there you see in the back end of that shot, the race for 3rd and 4th. But here's a great shot of our leader in beautiful yellow and gray aircraft. And then here on the right side of your screen, you see that battle for third that went on virtually the entire race. Greg McNeely told us on going in he's ready to win, but man, he had his hands full trying to get around Chris Lefebvre, and I think at the end it looked like he may not, it looked like Lefebvre probably held him off at the end.
I think he edged him out there. That's all unofficial.
Yeah, the officials will have to
get it all squared away
and make sure nobody had any pylon cuts or anything like that. The officials are watching that all the way around. But our competitors really look like, from our unofficial view, Tommy, they flew a very clean race. And here you see the checkered flag going right there as we come to the finish with our unofficial winner, race 50. And here's the rest of the field.
Yeah, there he is. Vitaly Pechersky, race 50. Abracadabra, your unofficial winner. Joey Gordo Sanders, Big Red, race 5 and 2nd. Chris Lefebvre in Bear Essentials, race 2. Greg McNeely, we think, was 4th in race 90, and Lee Oman, race 69, Arrows in 5th place. Boy, some game competitors right there. They came to race, and it was a good one.
Yeah, it was, Tommy, it was exactly what it was advertised. You know, the smoke continues to clear a little bit. The visibility's getting better. We're going to be able to race all the classes here this morning that are on the docket, and that T6 class did not disappoint. Being a silver class that it was, gosh, that could have been any level. Could have been a gold level, but man, they were out there. The grace that we saw in that race, Tommy, was just something, and the competitive match of that class was just unmatched. And now we're going to get to see some close-up view here, and we're just going to wait for this next class to get ready to go.
Third place silver for the Stihl STOL drag races is Kevin Palmer, your local hometown favorite from Reno Stead in the Red Rocket Kit Fox. In the number 2 silver is Bryant Steck from Mineola, Texas in that blue Legend Cub. And number 1 silver, Ty Perkin in the white Kit Fox from Caldwell, Idaho. In the gold class, we'll name all 6 of them. In 6th place, Hal Stockman, Elko, Nevada. In 5th place, Harry Beaupre from Fallon, Nevada in the yellow Kit Fox. 4th place, gold, Stihl STOL drag, Bo Ellis from Bodad, California in the Legend Cub. 3rd place, gold, Eddie Sanchez in the black Kit Fox, Devil Girl. 2nd place, gold, Tim Shelhorn from Nampa, Idaho in the Carbon Cub. And of course, 1st place gold, Stihl STOL drag champion, Steve Henry from Nampa, Idaho. Now let's listen up as we let these Unlimited's gold aircraft taxi out.
Thank you for that information. And boy, we had a great time with you. You fantastic competitors and great entertainers. Thank you to Juan Brown. Thank you to the whole team. Take it back to the Stihl STOL dragsters, how much we enjoy their great activity. All right, we are, again, landing all the T6 racers, and the Unlimited racers are on their way taxiing out. Now, with me now is the legend, the man who has done it all, the man who started this whole event with his announcing. He knows everything about racing there is to know. And I want to introduce you to the man they call the legend. Sandy Sanders, turn around and say hi to all your great fans. He is back, ladies and gentlemen, and we are so glad. All right, Sandy Sanders, let's go to the airplanes taxiing out in front of us. Give us the names and the aircraft identification, please.
Okay, well, let's start at the slowest of the 6 airplanes. It'd be Dan Vance, old name here. His dad was started almost every race until his death here about 10, 15 years ago. So Dan's in 51, race 31. And then another good friend in an airplane that just suits him, Brant Seghetti in Blondie, race 44. And Robbie Patterson, oh gosh, Robbie and I go way back, and he's flying Wee Willie II, or Wee Willie II, race 81. Now we get up to the Sanders group here, and in 924 Argonaut will be Bernie Vasquez. I'm sorry, 924 is not Argonaut, 924 is 924. And he'll be a good friend of ours that lives in our same area. And then in race 114, Mark Watt, our good Canadian buddy, is back with us and in the cockpit. And of course in Dreadnought, gold winner how many times, Danny?
About 467
oh my
times.
Gosh. Yeah. Well, I'd love to go home and look at those beautiful trophies sitting on our top shelf. Joel Swager will be flying Dreadnought. And so there you have it. You've got the Unlimiteds all lined up and ready to burn some gas.
All right, and for more information, go to page number 24 and 25, 26, 27. And then over on page 29, you'll see the Unlimited champions going back to Myra Slovak, the poor refugee. They called them back in 1964. Racing a Bearcat on the former race site, the wonderful, great conditions of the Sky Ranch.
Our live coverage continues from here at Reno, the Stihl National Championship air races, and coming up, well, we got it here. This is considered by most to be the marquee class here of all our 7 distinct classes. The Unlimited class, this is the gold category here, big race coming up right now. We have 6 planes racing, and they are getting prepared to get into the air. They will take their time getting into position, and we expect a great, great race here. And the sound and the fury, that's what Unlimited is all about.
No kidding, Tommy. This is what some folks, this is what they come for. This is the traditional class. This is the fastest propeller-driven planes in the world. This class here is the gold class, Tommy. And this is Saturday. We talked about it earlier in some of the other classes. There is a chance of rain tomorrow, hopefully not very much. But this race means a lot. It not only means positioning for tomorrow's gold race on Sunday to where you have the chance to win the championship, but this also, if something were to happen, we get winds, we get smoke, we get rain, this could be the determining race here in the gold. So it's all on the line, and you see the strategy coming out. Some of these airplanes haven't flown much earlier in the week, but we've got 6 aircraft. We've got 3 Sea Furies that you see on the screen there. We've got Dreadnought, Argonaut, and 924, race 924, all from the Sanders family. We'll talk about who's in those aircraft. And on this view right here, we're going to bring you an onboard cam from race 44 and Brant Seghetti in a P-51D Mustang. So a field of 6, we have 3 Mustangs and 3 Sea Furies. Tommy, this is going to be adrenaline off the charts.
So much to learn, so much to talk about with this incredible format. These airplanes here, you could go on for 2 days, I know, solo on this, Rob, but I'm so much looking forward to getting sort of the history of everything we're looking at lined up right there in this race we have upcoming.
Absolutely. This class, you know, Unlimited really means something here, and that we'll talk about what that means. But there you see our pace plane right there, the old T-33 trainer jet aircraft. We have to have a jet, Tommy, to stay out in front of these piston-powered airplanes because they're so fast. That's Steve Hinton, the famous, legendary racer here at Reno, piloting our pace plane. That plane comes to us courtesy of the Planes of Flame Museum down in Chino, California. Steve himself is a 7-time national champion. Now here you see the aircraft taxi out in qualifying order. You're behind the pace plane who's departing right now. He's accelerating down the runway. Our top qualifier, Dreadnought, piloted by Joel Swager in race 8, is departing now. There you see him in Dreadnought. Beautiful Sea Fury. That aircraft is a multi-time winner, Tommy, and there we're going to see him go here in just a second. And then coming up behind him.
Yeah, Mark Watt from a second-place qualifier from Ontario, Canada. The Argonaut, the MK-11 Sea Fury in gray and yellow, taking off in second.
Yeah, and our graphic there showed Dennis Sanders, but that actually was Mark Watt in that aircraft. And here's the 3rd Sea Fury. This is race 924, owned by the Sanders family, flown by Bernie Vasquez. Got the Navy markings on it, easy to tell there. Bernie out of Esparto, California in race 924.
Race 81, Rob Patterson, Corona, California. Wee Willie 2, the F-51D Mustang in silver and green. Beautiful.
Absolutely. That airplane, if we get time to talk about it, that's what won the World War II in Europe. But right behind him, another P-51D model. This is Blondie. This is race 44. This is the aircraft you will see the in-camera shot throughout the race. And Blondie, piloted by Brant Seghetti out of Vacaville, California.
You can see right there, we're all going to be in the cockpit with that one. That is going to be a lot of excitement on the way.
And our number 6 competitor today, Dan Vance in Speedball Alice, the P-51D. Dan comes to us courtesy of Bend, Oregon, where he calls home in race 31.
So there you go. 6 planes are in the air, and it's a pretty deliberate set of steps they have to get ready to race.
For sure, Tommy, and we're going to talk a little bit about the format. It is unlimited, but this is our unlimited class. These are the bad boys of speed. They fly our largest, our biggest course here at Reno, the 8-mile course. We're going to fly 6 laps. It's an airborne start. Speeds up near and sometimes exceeding 500 miles an hour. If you can imagine that, propeller-driven aircraft. It is an air start. They're going to depart in qualifying order like we just saw. They're going to circle and form up, which they're doing now, and we're going to get to talk about that more here in just a second. But again, these are propeller-driven aircraft. Any piston-powered aircraft, they can do superchargers, they can blow them, they can put turbos, they do exotic fuels, they can do anti-detonation water injection. These are heavily modified World War II and Korean fighters, and here you see the airborne start. Now they're going to be line abreast. They have to stay in their lane until the guide pylon, Tommy, and here we see the Microsoft Flight Simulator version with the P-51D Miss America on it. And then when they get to that guide pylon, they can turn. So they got to stay in the lane until then, and then we're on the course, and we're racing around, making our way around our largest course here. And the 13 pylons at speeds up to 500 miles an hour at 50 feet. And here you see from a previous race an over-the-shoulder view of what it looks like to be in a World War II fighter, 50 feet off the desert, Tommy, at almost 500 miles an hour.
And many times going wingtip to wingtip with the other competitors. It is a lot to handle, and we've got some very, very talented pilots, to say the least. That's the understatement of the day so far.
It certainly is, and the racing that we're going to see, Tommy, this is what some people come for. This is the unlimited class. This is where all the marbles are on the table. This is where the historic events have occurred here at Reno with Rare Bear and so many other Voodoo. I mean, just you look at the list of pilots that have flown in this class and competed in this class over the many years. Heck, we're in our 58th year of the Stihl National Championship Air Races here at Reno, and the just legends and lore of aviation happen right here, and we're about to see it happen again here in 2022 here in this gold pairing, Tommy.
Yeah, these are the gold racers. They will be racing for the ultimate medal here, the championship, the national championship tomorrow if things run according to plan, as you mentioned, or perhaps today. So just getting everything they can out.
And there you see a live shot. You see our T-33 that we just saw depart just a minute ago. He's got the smoke on to help the aircraft form up with him. Like we talked about a minute ago, Tommy, they're going to circle around Peavine Mountain, which is kind of just west and south of the field here. And as they make that circle, what they're doing is they're lining up. So you see our first 3 Sea Furies there beginning to get lined up. They'll all line abreast, and like we talked about, as they come down the chute, they're going to stay in their lanes. Now they can accelerate, try to get out in front of each other, but they can't turn until they reach that guide pylon out there. Now there was one competitor that we thought we would see here, Tommy, that unfortunately just about a month ago, Sherman Smoot in Checkmate, flying the Yak 11. Had an unfortunate incident in that. We would have expected him to be in this class here as well. But what we've got here today, these 6 competitors, 3 P-51s, 3 Sea Furies, this is going to be some kind of competitive head-to-head racing. Closed course here at shoulder-to-shoulder here at Reno. It's unmatched anywhere in the world, Tommy.
Starter base leg turn here now.
All right, as they go through the process, the step-by-step process of getting lined up, we're going to listen to the race control and listen to the all the talk of getting these airplanes lined up and ready to start this gold class race on Saturday.
excuse me, race control, we're on base leg and we have the race course, so we got good fizz out there.
Unlimited, roger, cleared on course, wind 240 at 11.
All right, here we go.
Roger. All right, guys, going to continue our turn here, and the wings level will start downhill.
Hey, Tommy, here's a live shot from our race 44
got the
Blondie.
clearing inside
You heard on
guys,
the
and then the
radio
road right to
just
the
a
guys
second
going
ago.
like
They're
no
getting
line
lined up, and they're headed downhill. That means they're headed down the chute. Steve Hinton's making sure everything's lined up. We're getting a little bit of, and let's listen to the radio. When they're, you'll hear them talk to each other. You hear Steve Hinton lining these folks up. So let's listen in. And,
barely see the light, but okay, wings level, down we go, guys. Smoke is on.
So what he's talking about there is he's getting them all lined up. He'll move them up and back, and they're getting close, folks. They're just about to. No comments on the radio from Steve Hinton means they're lined up and looking good. Great shot there out the window of Blondie looking left towards the pace plane and the leaders. Top qualifiers. Remember, Blondie's in position 5, so there's 4.
All right, gentlemen, you're looking good. Gentlemen, you got a race.
Tommy, we got a race. I hear him. Thunder's on. We're racing Unlimiteds in Reno 2022.
Coming down just east of our grandstands here. Our 6 competitors here will head for that guide pylon, and then it's on.
Don't forget they got to stay in their lane until the guide pylon, and you can see that live shot out of Blondie there on the screen. It's just absolutely spectacular. And here you see they're coming to the guide pylon. The leaders are just about there, and they are now in the turn. The race is on. They can turn in tight, and here we go, Tommy, our 8-mile largest course, and it looks like our Sea Furies are holding their position out front, 1, 2, and 3. The silver aircraft out front would be Dreadnought. That's our top qualifier. The aircraft itself is also a 3-time defending national champion. And there we get the great split screen with your leader on the right and live out of Blondie from position 5 out of that P-51D model. Look at that, Tommy. The desert, you can see Dreadnought coming low. Look at our pylon cam coming right at you, 50 feet. Oh, that is some kind of spectacular sound. Here he is coming around, making his way towards the home pylon. Look at this, Dreadnought leading it out front.
Defending champion Joel Swager.
Here you see the other 2 Sea Furies right behind him in 2nd and 3rd, and then our 3 Mustangs bringing up 4th, 5th, and 6th. That sound is spectacular.
Still holding 2nd, Mark Watt, race 114, the Argonaut. Bernie Vasquez. 924, the TMK-20 Sea Fury in 3rd place as we have it right now. 6 laps.
Jumping back to our leader out, Tommy, as he head around the north end of the course. He's making that left-hand turn, and he is descending into the valley of speed. Tommy, this is where these aircraft reach their top speed, and we're going to be up close to 500 miles an hour here on the Saturday Gold Pairing. Look at that Dreadnought. Just a, man, that is so much history flying, right? Not only race history here, but just historic aircraft. Listen to it as it comes by. Oh, that is so cool. Oh my goodness, that is so awesome. Here he comes around the final pylons. Pylon number 9 headed for the home start finish line.
Big lead opened up by the defending champion.
With the qualifying speeds, there was a fair amount of difference in the qualifying speeds, and we're seeing that play out here, Tommy, as our leader comes by, and here you see the Sea Furies race 924 coming by right there. And they're holding 2nd and 3rd, so our Sea Furies are staying out in front, and our Mustangs are bringing up the rear right at the moment. And Dreadnought is advertised as kind of pulling away. And there's a great shot from our guide pylon up there in the foothills. And again, back to our leader, Tommy, as he heads down the far north side of the course.
Race number 8, the Dreadnought just stepping out big time here, making short work of these laps.
Argonaut going by the guide pylon, and we're jumping back now into the valley of speed as our leader is going to make his way back to pylon 7, 8, and 9. This is the tightest part of the course. because of these high speeds, Tommy, we're not only limited to a 50-foot minimum, but they have a 250-foot maximum right here. That's all about safety. That's protecting the crowd, and that really makes it really tight right there. And you see right there, Dreadnought just doing it with precision and consistency, Tommy.
Take it back up toward the Valley of Speed right now. Here comes the second place. Starting position number 2 for Mark Watt. Raceable at 1:14, the Argonaut, the Sea Fury. Back to the leader.
There he is coming around the guide pylon. So Tommy, he is a good half a lap ahead of our third place aircraft, and that just shows you how much faster that aircraft is. He's just really pulling away and flying a great race here. And Joel Swagger is just doing a spectacular job. Here he is coming around pylon number 6, headed down into the Valley of Speed. Watch the wings roll level. The nose will come down just a little bit. He's accelerating right on that 50-foot minimum altitude, and we're going to follow him here all the way to the pylon cam. Listen to this come by. Just something there. I'll tell you, there's chills going up and down about 100,000 people right now watching these airplanes. This is spectacular.
Clipping off about a couple of football fields a second. Getting close to that rate here. Fast run by Joel Swagger.
And he's already lapping some traffic here, Tommy. He's passed our last competitor in the field of 6 already, and he's headed back up toward the guide pylon, and he's already put a quarter of a lap on the aircraft. He just passed on the home stretch. Big speed difference. Great shot there. That's our Blondie, P-51D, and then now we're jump back to our leader as he heads around the far north end of our course, Tommy.
Putting the finishing touches on lap number 5. He'll receive the white flag when he gets around. Flies past the Stihl start-finish pylon.
What a great shot there. Descending down into the Valley of Speed right there. Beautiful shot of these historic Sea Furies, Tommy, as they are just this unlimited racing is everything that we've anticipated it would be. The smoke has cleared for the most part, and we have unlimited racing. Let's listen now here at the guide pylon. That was Argonaut going by the, and here's our leader, Tommy, reaching the white flag. 1 lap to go for Dreadnought.
Absolutely flawless race for our defending champion, Joel Swagger, at this point.
Tommy, you can hear on the radio, you heard Dreadnought tell the P-51, I'm coming by you. So we get to hear that. The fans, this is just exciting to hear this on in-cockpit radio conversation.
Yeah, everyone's hearing it here. It's really great.
Here's our leader at the guide pylon. See that little bit of mist coming out from under the wing. Those air coolers that are underneath the wing on these Sea Furies really generate some condensation, and you can see them working full bore as the aircraft circles around. And now here's our leader coming around the top end. He's going to come through the Valley of Speed one more time, Tommy. These speeds, I'm guessing, somewhere up around 440, 450. It looks like, just from these times here on Saturday. It is still a strategy. You don't want to tow your motor up here because you want to fly Sunday to win it all. But here he is. Let's listen to it one last time. It is pylon number 9, and let's just listen to him come by and take the checkered flag here at the home pylon. This is Dreadnought, our leader.
Successful effort here by our defending champion Joel Swagger in Dreadnought. First place in this gold race.
Here he picks up second. This is Argonaut, Mark Watt, race 114, the gray and yellow. Sea Fury, he's held that pretty much all the way around in second place, done a great job. There was some lap traffic coming by there, and here we go. This is Argonaut. There's P-51D. There's Blondie coming by.
Yep.
Look at this down low, Tommy. Look at that coming through the Valley of Speed. That is something. Wow. My airplane DNA is going off the chart right at the moment, Tommy. That is awesome. There comes Argonaut to finish. That is so cool. Look right behind him here. Here comes race 924, Bernie Vasquez. Finishing unofficially in third. And right behind them, There's a look back at the start. You see the pace plane pulling up, Tommy. We've got a race. They're descending into the guide pylon. You remember they had to stay in their lanes. And then right from the get-go, Argonaut had it well in hand and just pulled away from the field. Here you see him continue to circle. This is on lap 3, I believe, when he was up there on the north end of the course. One of the great shots that folks from the Reno Air Race Association bring in is the pylon cam shots here. It was spectacular. The noise and the smell and the sound of these unlimited races, unmatched anywhere in the world, Tommy. This is the fastest motorsport on the planet, and we got to see some very vivid examples of that here in this unlimited gold race. And Argonaut, Dreadnought, the class of the field here. You see him coming through the Valley of Speed and around pylon number 9 here.
It's an absolutely flawless race run by Joel Swager. Started in the pole position and never relinquished. Not even close.
No, never looked back, and nobody really had anything for him here today. But, you know, it is Saturday. It's all about just getting to that Sunday gold race. Everything will be on the line tomorrow with this group. And that's when all the pressure's on, and there's the gold, the gold checkered flag. And Dreadnought, Joel Swager did a great job. Here's our unofficial results.
Yep, race 8 unofficially number 1. Our defending champion, Joel Swager. In Dreadnought, Mark Watt started in the 2nd position, finished in the 2nd position in race 114. Argonaut, ditto for Bernie Vasquez. Race 924, 3rd. Rob Patterson, race 81, and Wee Willie in 4th place. Brant Seghetti, we were in the cockpit with him and Blondie. In 5th place, Dan Vance. And 6th place, Dan Vance, race 31. Speedball, Ellis. Again, those are unofficial results of this Heat 2A of Unlimited. That's enough to get your heart pumping on a Saturday here. This is
but we got more to come, Tommy.
Oh, man, we've got so much more to look forward to. We are making up for a little bit of lost time. Nature has not treated us well so far, but we're getting a good treatment today, and everyone's getting a treat here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say them, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With the Pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
We are loving this. It is a beautiful day in the desert right now. The most beautiful day we have had so far at this iconic event. The Stihl National Air Races from Reno Sparks, Reno, Nevada. Stead Field here, and more than almost 6 decades here. Almost 6 decades. This incredible, incredible event has gone on, and the sport class is coming near the ramp right now. We're getting ready for a gold class sport race here, Rob Lowe. And there's the champion from 2019 and 2018, Andrew Finley. One moment.
Race 30. And this is going to be some kind of excitement. We thought we saw some speed last time in the Unlimiteds, Tommy. It's going to be almost matched here in this 400-mile-an-hour research department, which this class is, and we'll talk more about that. But changes are made all the time, lots of experimentation. You see a lot of sponsor stickers on these aircraft. There's a lot of major aviation companies that are doing research on these race aircraft in cooperation with the pilots and the crews, and there's so much going on. This really is the innovation class here in the National Championship Air Races. Great shot of Andrew there in race 30, sponsored by Stihl and so many others. He has done so much innovation. Like you said, he's a 2-time national champion, but he's matched up with a 7-time national champion in this heat. We'll talk about that in a minute. Lots of competition, lots of competitive nature going, but we're going to get to hear about some of the technology.
Yeah, Andrew Finley, your champion, as we mentioned, in 18 and 19. Of course, we were grounded and didn't win last time. And Andrew Finley getting the science, getting the engineering, everything back together. He is an inveterate tinkerer, and you know he's made some changes for here in 2022.
Another year, excited to be back here at Reno 2022. We have fresh blades from Macaulay on our race propeller there. We did have a turbo failure earlier this week, so we have our older setup right now on the engine. So hopefully we'll get that spare turbo in and get back to the big turbos and make all that boost. But other than that, pretty similar setup to what we had last year. The plane was running really nice, and just kind of try to continue tweaking that and just turn up the boost a little bit more.
2-time sport class champion here at Reno, Andrew Finley, but he's got his hands full. He's going against a 7-time sport class champion in the form of Jeff Lavelle, one of the iconic pilots out here, and what a name he has made for himself in the last decade.
For sure, and we've got another onboard cam you can see on the screen there, Tommy, they bring you those fantastic shots. That is Andrew Finley inside of race 30. And that aircraft we just saw, you can see it on the right side on the split screen there. It's the orange and white aircraft there, the Lancair Legacy. Most of the aircraft in this class are home built. These are the fastest home built aircraft in the world, and that's what this class is all about. The entire class is going to fly somewhere between 370 and 400 miles an hour. Like we talked about, the technology and the innovation that happens here. They do have some relaxed limitations in this class compared to some of the others. It's not totally unlimited like we just saw in the Warbirds, but there are some relaxed limitations, and that's intentful to allow for innovation. It's the opposite of a spec class that we saw in the T6 racing earlier, Tommy.
So much technology, a lot of stuff that we've never heard of gets rolled out here every year in the sport class, and it's always just an education to hear these pilots talk about what they've been doing and the long hours they put in between meets here in Reno, and it's fascinating to watch, and it's a look into the future.
You see on that great shot on the left at Andrew's cockpit, you see that the pace plane from the Unlimited class is still landing, so that's what we're holding for, is just waiting for some of those aircraft to recover, and then we'll be off and running. But we talked about the technology and the innovation. Tommy, a lot of this transfers directly into the general aviation fleet, into the general aviation manufacturers. Lessons learned, improved here in Reno. The aviation industry can advance and benefit from that. You know, there's companies like Whirlwind and Macaulay and Hartzell and Cato Props, just to mention a few, just propeller manufacturers that do a lot of work with these flyers and racers to prove that. They're working on composite propellers, and a lot of times what you see flying here today, in just a matter of months or even a year, those things are going to be available for your family bonanza, your family, home-built aircraft. So this, while it is innovative and it's great to see these go on, this is part of one of the values that the racing here at Reno provides to the aviation industry, is the ability to innovate and create. But here's our 7-time leader, Tommy.
Yeah, the great one himself, Jeff Lavelle, 7-time champion here in sport. He also flies in other classes as well, and he's just a proven he knows how to win. And just a tremendous pilot, and always puts together a great effort for this special week.
Much like what we saw the Unlimiteds do earlier, you see our aircraft taxiing out and lining up, and they're going to line up in qualifying order, which you see Jeff Lavelle that you just talked about, beside him Andrew Finley, and we'll talk about the rest of the field here in just a minute. But they're going to line up, and the pace plane will come by here in just a second, and the pace plane will depart, and then they will depart in qualifying order behind them. Much like we saw in the Unlimited race, they will circle around and get organized airborne. and they fly the same large 8-mile large course that we just saw flown in the Unlimiteds, and they will do an airborne start just like that, where they will start line abreast, and they will all stay in their lane until they reach the guide pylon. So very similar racing format on once they're on course to what we just saw, Tommy.
Yeah, in the Unlimiteds, for sure.
And that has a lot to do with the speed. There are several classes of sport aircraft here, and this being the gold class, they are the fastest, and so they fly the biggest course. And there you see our pace plane. It's Reno-Tahoe L-39 Delphine. And the reason we have to have a jet for a pace plane, just like the Unlimiteds, these aircraft are so fast, we need a jet to be out in front of them to stay in position to be able to maneuver. And the pace plane does more than just line them up, Tommy. The pace plane also provides a safety function. They provide safety oversight throughout the entire race. The pace pilot is on the radio with the race pilots the entire time. If someone were to have some sort of an anomaly or an emergency, the pace pilot would immediately come down and join on them, help them if they need any kind of observation. So again, it's all about safety. We're competitive, we're racing, but it's all about safety here. And you see our competitors. There's our number 2.
Yeah, we just saw Jeff Lavelle take off. There's Andrew Findlay.
And there Findlay's on the roll, and coming in behind him, number 3, should be Vicky Benzing in the white and red Lancer race 15.
Lucky girl. Vicky Benzing flies a lot of categories. She's flying 2 here this week. Here's Peter Balmer in Swiss Thunder 2, race 67 from Interlaken, Switzerland.
All the way from Switzerland. That's amazing. Yeah, this is the fastest motorsport on the planet for sure. And there we have in a Thunder Mustang. That's not a real true production Mustang. That is a home-built kit from Thunder Mustang. Very realistic, and that is race 51, Rolf O from Wiesbaden, Germany.
Vince Walker in Moto Mio, race number 2, was in 6th position in our field of 7.
Beautiful airplane there. We jump to our 7th place competitor here, race 24, Jim Rust out of El Cajon, California, in Gremlins Castle. This is a Glacier 3. Beautiful airplane, bright colors, spectacular markings on the aircraft. You get to see the gear retract there. Fantastic camera work that our folks from JM Productions and the Reno Air Race Association are doing here on covering these Reno Air Races for us here, Tommy, in 2022.
Oh, what a big day this is. What a great week. What an iconic event in all of sports. Our sport class is one of the marquee events for sure.
I'll follow you.
So Tommy, let's talk a little bit about what happens here in the sport class. Again, we're racing the large 8-mile course. We're going to do 6 laps. They're going to do an airborne start like we just talked about. Speeds are going to exceed 370. In fact, our top qualifier qualified at over 400 miles an hour this week. So spectacular speed in this class. Again, that's why we have a jet pace plane. The aircraft are up there circling with the jet plane right now to get lined up. We're going to see a lineup very similar to what we saw in the Unlimiteds. Once they get lined up, line abreast to the right side of the pace plane. There you see our 8-mile course on the graphic here, and they're going to be airborne, and they'll come down the chute. Here you see it lined up, our pace plane in red. They'll be lined up. They have to stay in their lane until the guide pylon. You'll hear the pace pilot say, "Gentlemen and ladies, you have a race." He'll pull up and away. They have to stay in their lane. They can accelerate, but when they get to the guide pylon right there at the start line, that's the first time that they can turn in out of their lane. And here you see an onboard shot from a previous year out of one of the Thunder Mustangs in the sport class as they're racing around at just under 400 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck here in the sport class. And again, this is the 400-mile-an-hour Research and Development Department here at the National Championship Air Races, Tommy.
Boy, it's a lot flying one of these planes, especially with all the gauges they have to watch and all the other competition they have to watch out there on the race course. It is a full-time job and an intense 6 laps for these planes around this course.
Typically on Saturday, you're going to see them positioning. The Saturday race is all about your positioning for Sunday for the gold race. So this is the gold heat. They want to position for the great place. Obviously, being the pole would be the ideal position for any race starting on Sunday. But don't forget, Tommy, we talked about we've got big winds forecast later today, winds for tomorrow, a chance of rain tomorrow. All of those things add additional pressure and additional importance to today's race, because if we should get blown out or rained out tomorrow, this race will be the final. So we want to make sure these competitors are making sure that they're not going to take any chances today. So they're not going to break their equipment, but they're also not going to lay back as much as they might on another year. So this could be the final race.
Absolutely. They don't want to leave much on the table. They do want to be able to race tomorrow if necessary, but I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of holding back today.
Yeah, and I think what's really, folks, what we're going to watch for those first 3 positions in the once we start, when we get started, you'll hear them say, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race. And when they are going down that chute headed for the guide pylon, I think you're going to see everything go against the wall, especially between Jeff Lavelle in number 1 position, Andrew Finley in 2, Vicky Benzing in 3, because they know the importance of what's all on the line for tomorrow. And again, like you said, Tommy, 7-time champion number 1, 2-time champion number 2, and Vicky Benzing is no left out. She is a competitor on all.
Knows how to win as well. Very, very accomplished racer.
Tommy, so here we're going to hear the radio. We're going to come in and out, and let's listen to the pace plane talk to our competitors as we get lined up here. You can see them circling there behind us from the in-camera shot on Andrew Finley. You can watch Andrew continue to look over his left as they're lining up. He's looking to make sure that he's on pace with Jeff Lavelle, who's off his left wing. And you notice he's not looking to the right. It's up to Vicky Benzing to make sure she's spaced off of Jeff's right wing. So just like formation flight in any aircraft, especially military, you're always looking left, and you're flying, you're flying off that other aircraft. In the case of racing, we're looking left. You heard the pace plane tell him to pick it up. What he's trying to do, Tommy, is get them lined up, line abreast. See some of the technology in in Andrew Finley's aircraft there as compared to some of the other in-camera shots. Had some of the more classic steam gauges, if you will. This is all electronic multifunction displays, technology development in the cockpit in addition to the race airplane itself as well. And these racers are helping develop that, and it helps them utilize that technology and be competitive here. See, they're in the turn. Andrew's looking out over to the right front of his nose, looking for where the course is as the group is circling back behind us and getting ready to go.
Good crowd on hand, as always, on the weekend here at the Reno Air Races and Air Show. Big air show going on as well, but all eyes on this particular race right now, gold class sport.
You see the flags waving there at the top of the grandstands, Tommy, and the wind is beginning to pick up a little bit, but certainly not anything that's going to impact our race at the moment. Actually, that wind is very beneficial coming from the south. It's helping to blow the smoke out of here, so we're grateful to have it.
We're loving it.
Racers at the top of the chute. Racers start bringing it up to line abreast.
Sport Gold Racers, cleared on course, wind 230 at 9er, gust 19er.
30 degrees, a turn to go, top of the chute. Sport Gold Racers start bringing it up to line abreast.
Live coverage continuing from the Stihl National Championship Air Races, Reno, Nevada. Big race, almost to the point of being underway here. This is gold class, sport class. Gold sport class race here on Saturday. We've got 6 planes in this one, and this is at the very top of the sport class. We've got multiple national championship winners in here trying to add another one. We've got our planes have just flown around back of the course over Peavine Mountain, getting lined up and getting ready for these 6 laps. It's 41 miles.
And Tommy, we have a race. You heard the pace plane call it right there. You see Andrew bringing the throttle up. They are racing, Tommy. They're coming down the slot. We can see them over our shoulder here now as they're headed for the guide pylon. Great shot out of Andrew's cockpit right there in race 30, second place. And there you can see our first 2 competitors jumping out front. The Jeff Lavelle in race 39 is on the left there, and Andrew Finley in race 30 right behind him as they are headed to the guide pylon. And there they go. They are right now the leader, just turning at the guide pylon, coming at you right into your living room, Tommy.
Moving out, our #1 qualifier there, defending champion Jeff Lavelle, Class Air 3.
Lavelle has an early lead over Finley. You can see Finley there on the right side of your screen trying to catch up with him. Lavelle, again, they're flying our largest 8-mile course. He's coming around the pylon #6 there, headed into the Valley of Speed. Interesting to watch this part, Tommy, and folks at home. Keep your eye on what happens here. Andrew Finley now is going to be pulling out all the stops to catch Lavelle. Lavelle's going to be concentrating on staying tight, staying consistent, don't make any cuts. The competition is really going to get hot here in just a second. Here you see your leader coming towards the home start finish steel pylon.
Lavelle, the 7-time champion, qualified over 400 miles an hour in the previous race.
And here you see a good shot here at the final pylon coming to home with some of the rest of our field as they're coming around. There's Vicky Bensing in the red and white. Jump back to the leader and see how Andrew Finley looks like he's beginning to make a little bit of ground. There's Andrew Finley in second place. He's making a little bit of ground on Jeff Lavelle, who will get him into a camera shot here in just a second. But the great shot of Andrew Finley out there on the far north end of the course, just down low, flying fast, flying low. You know, like they say here at Reno, fly low, fly fast, turn left, and he's doing it.
A little over 7 miles this course right here, and again 6 laps will be going around. He has pulled out of the race. He has gone upward. That is how you leave a race. So some sort of issue with race number 30, Andrew Finley, in 1 moment.
And that leaves Jeff Lavelle out front. You saw him come by the pylon cam right there, and he's making his way around the final pylons 8 and 9, headed back towards the start-finish line. So Finley had some sort of an issue and is pulling up out of it. The pace plane, like we talked about earlier, Tommy's going to help them. Here you see a good race with Vicky Bensing down low, and the Thunder Mustang off to the left side of your screen there with from Germany, race 51.
67 or 61. 51, yes, the Thunder Mustang.
So you see the Mustang on the outside of the course there. We're back to our leader as he comes through the guide pylon up there at making his first turn at pylon #1, headed back down into the valley. And there you can see him headed to far north end of the course, going around pylons 4, 5, and 6 here on our largest course, the 8-mile course. You can see him descending now, making that final turn around pylon #6 and dropping into the Valley of Speed. So he should be right about at 400 miles an hour based on his qualifying speed right there, ladies and gentlemen. That's the fastest that plane's going to go. But with Finley out of the race, I'm sure he's pulled it back just a little bit. So now it's all about being consistent, Tommy, protecting the equipment because he needs to be in place to own that position for tomorrow to win the gold tomorrow.
Yeah, this is just kind of a rehearsal now for him with his closest competition now out of the race. Andrew Finley, again, if you're just picking up with us, started in the 2nd position 1 moment. The Stihl Lance Air Legacy, and he had to go pull out of the race, so obviously an issue there. He said earlier this week they had to replace a turbine, and maybe that's had something to do with it. We'll just have to find out.
Could be. We're watching our leader again as he makes his way around the far north end of the course, beginning to get close to some of the lap traffic here in just a minute. But there you can see, and Tommy, you hear the difference in those motors in these aircraft compared to what we heard in the Unlimiteds and the T6 class. Just very different. Here's a great shot of our race 51 and the Thunder Mustang. Basically a 2/3 scale Mustang home-built kit that you can buy. Beautiful looking airplane, looks just like the real thing, but look at that. What an iconic look right there coming around here at Reno.
That is Ralph O from Wiesbaden, Germany. International field here for sure.
And he's doing a great job as he makes his way around the home pylon. And we're going to jump back to our leader there now as he's coming around. Great shot of Jeff Lavelle. And here you're going to get to see the bottom end as he's coming back. He's passing lap traffic. He's already lapped Vicky Bensing, Tommy. Wow. And she's already in the she's in the 4th place and been lapped by the leader. That gives you just a feel for how much faster he is as the 7-time defending national champion.
Yeah, qualified about 60 miles an hour faster than the remainder of the field, so he started with that advantage in his back pocket. And there we see Andrew Findlay has put the plane down. He is out of the race right now. So race 30, not in this one.
But he's safely on the ground, Tommy, which is good news. And on the left side of your screen, you see our race continuing. We're in lap 5 of 6. This is our leader coming around, headed to the Valley of Speed. Next time by the Stihl home pylon, he should be collecting the white flag for telling us there's 1 lap to go. You see him passing lap traffic out there, continuing as he makes his way down here into the Valley of Speed. You get to see them descending. Look how low he's getting there, Tommy, hitting right on that 50-foot minimum altitude. But that's where it's the fastest, and here he's going to come by the pylon cam. That is so cool. Those shots are so amazing. The folks from the Reno Air Race Association are bringing us.
On your right.
And here he comes.
White flag, white flag.
Taking the white flag here, signaling the final of the 6 laps for our leader, Jeff Lavelle, 7-time champion in sport.
And you see Tommy, he's just about to pass our race 51 in the Thunder Mustang as he's making his way around. Now watch the speed difference here. Look at that, right by him as he's headed toward the guide pylon. But Jeff Lavelle, has clearly been the class of the field today. And there he is coming around the guide pylon up there in the foothills, and now he's dropping into London Valley. Full speed, nose down. The aircraft is just performing flawlessly here, getting ready to be, appears to be that he's got the aircraft in top performance and flying flawlessly here at first place here today, Tommy.
Just going through the motions, hitting all the numbers on his way, cruising through this final lap here, this final last of 6 laps in our Sport Gold class.
Wow, here he comes around pylon 7, 8, and 9. He's bringing it around, headed for home. You're going to get a great shot of him here as he comes to the checkered flag, Tommy. Jeff Lavelle, race 39. Unofficially our winner, Tommy.
Didn't need to send a message, but he sent a pretty strong message anyway, serving notice to the rest of this field that he will definitely be the airplane to beat.
And there's race 51 in the Thunder Mustang coming by. He's still got 1 more to go. He got lapped, so he's got 1 more lap to go. He's just now entering his 6th lap. Look, here's a great shot of race 24. This is Jim Rust in Gremlin's Castle. Tommy, you see him coming around. Here's 2 aircraft coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9. It's Vince Walker in race 2. It's on the shot there with him. So race 2, race 24 coming around, headed for home. You see 24 got by him, and he's going to come by the final Stihl start-finish line there. Taking the checkered flag, and they're going to pull up and circle to land. There comes Vicky Benzing in the red and white.
So unofficially, Jim Roost has gone from the 7th position to finish in 2nd, so good on him.
There you see Andrew Findlay in race 30 back on the ground safely, taxiing back to the pits. Both a great shot in camera and on the side there. He's got the canopy open to try to cool down a little bit. So he makes away, and our first responders providing the escort. Let's go back and look at the race here, Tommy, as we got started.
Sure.
So here's coming down the slot. We get ready to go, and you can see early Jeff Lavelle and Andrew Findlay both jumped out quickly in front of the field, and here you see the first time through the north end of the course. Lavelle's out front, but Findlay's right there with him, and then Lavelle, Tommy, jumped out front, clearly faster, the class of the field. He got out front and stayed there, and there goes Andrew Findlay with whatever the issue was. That's where he pulled out, just straight up out of the course, and then the pace plane comes to join and make sure everything's okay, and as we know, he made it back on the ground safely. But here's Jeff Lavelle, down low, in the weeds, in the junipers, just flying a perfect race all the way around, Tommy.
2 is out of cool down.
It's nothing to hinder, just a perfect run for Jeff Lavelle, who has made literally dozens of perfect runs through the years here. The past decade, the Stihl National Championship air races, just bringing it on home, and such power. What a display he put on today, serving notice.
Yeah, and don't forget, we did have some good competition back in the field behind Jeff. Here he is coming back around again by the Stihl start-finish line. But he just was flawless the whole way. Here he is down low in the sagebrush on the north end of the course. But just everything appeared to be working perfectly for him today, and he flew it expertly. And here he is coming around the final pylons for the last time, making his way here to the checkered flag. And Tommy, our unofficial winner.
By a wide margin, again, yes, unofficial. Jeff Lavelle, race 39, is at number 1. Jim Rust coming in second place, started in the 7th position with Gremlin's Castle, so a good effort for him in race 24. That was actually Matthias Hayde or Rolf Au. We'll have to get that squared away for you. Both of them, the pilots alternating. And Klaus Thunder won, 3rd place, race 51. Vicky Benson, race 15, and Lucky Girl, 4th place. Peter Balmer, Swiss Thunder, race 67 and 5th. Vince Walker, Motomio, race 2. And then Andrew Finlay did not finish, as we saw right there, had to leave the race after a couple of laps. Oh man, we feel blessed this morning here at this incredible event, this special week in the desert. We have been hindered from racing by Mother Nature to some degree over the first 2 days, but here on Saturday, we are enjoying racing at its finest. That's what this event is all about. People come from all over the world for this bucket list destination. For people who love air racing, we'll have more to love when we come back.
Day to dedicate to exploring the region, you can still enjoy the best of Reno-Tahoe. Museum tours, gorgeous hikes, and brewery hopping all awaits you if you're short on time. But still crave a taste of what we have to offer. Thank you to the folks at Reno-Tahoe. Pepsi is proud to support the 2022 National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Make sure you stop by one of our concession stands and treat yourself to an ice-cold Pepsi Cola. DP Air Corporation is an industry leader in critical environment design, construction, power, cooling, maintenance, and service. This includes data centers, MDF and IDF rooms, MRI centers, and many other critical areas. Whether you are building new, expanding, or implementing green solutions at your facility, DP Air is the perfect partner for you and your team. With over 35 years of critical environment experience, DP Air excels in providing their customers with first-class solutions, including UPS, power distribution, computer room air conditioning, power generation, and fire protection. With locations in Arizona, California, and Nevada, DP Air's team of professional architects, mechanical and electrical engineers, and project managers will assist you in all facets of caring for your critical environment. If you want it done once and done right, DP Air is your partner. To learn more, simply visit them at dpair.com. All right, Danny Glisham, back to you for some results.
All right, thank you. We got the unofficial results, and there are some surprises. Rob Monahan.
Okay, folks, as we saw, Jeff Lavelle took first place, but because Andrew Finley pulled out, Jim Rust gets second in that cool glass air with the green wings. Now, here's where it gets interesting. The Thunder Mustang was moving up pretty good, but apparently something was, like maybe a pylon, so he got DQ'd. So now Peter Balmer in that Lancer Legacy, Peter Balmer, also known as Spray Bar, came in third. And then we have Vicky Benzing in fourth and Vince Walker in fifth. So unfortunately, 2 aircraft that started did not finish or did not qualify to finish, and we only had 5 planes in that race. But I want to invite all you folks, come down to the west end of the field, see these planes, see these pilots, talk to the crew chiefs. You get to see a whole bunch of innovation. And I'll see you guys soon. I hope for the silver.
All right, Rob, turn around, take a round of applause from your favorite fans here. Thank you, Rob Monahan. That was the gold with some surprises.
At least we got a gold race in. I'm happy. This has been real tough this week, folks, and those guys got smiles on their face.
All right, thank you for that. Back to Roy Haffley for some important messages.
Well, if you entered into the contest to go for a ride in a T6, I have some names here for you. For the T6 raffle, the results, the winner, Spencer Dixon. Spencer Dixon, you are the winner. You get to go for a flight in a T6 during the race later on today. And if Spencer doesn't show up, Amber Radke, R-A-D-K-E. You're the first alternate. And second alternate is Mike Moyers. So the three of you head on over to the booth where you got your tickets for the T6 raffle, and one of you, whoever shows up, will be going flying. Congratulations. And you know what? It's not just the T6 guys then and gals that are doing the raffles. The biplane race people are doing a raffle as well. This is brand new. And it's a chance for you to ride in a racer, and you'll be orbiting 2,000 feet above the race in the back seat of a Peitz S2A. Tickets are $20, and because they are a 501c3, $20 is tax deductible. One entry gets you eligible for all three drawings to be held today. It's taking place at noon. What time is it here? Yeah, you got just under an hour, so you better get at it. You could be flying. Now, there's one caveat. You can't be more than 200 pounds because of weight and balance issues on such a small airplane like that. So that knocks me out, Danny. So I'll just stay here and, keep doing what I do. But there you go. Look for the folks that are wandering around with the biplane raffle shirts. And they also have the booth in the biplane hangar area. Yes. And thank you very much to friends at Peppermill, Reno's premier AAA four-diamond resort, has been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today's 10 Best. Tickle your taste buds in 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge at the 3-story Spa Toscana, featuring an indoor caldarium and a sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktail. Enjoy live music or party until the sun comes up at 15 bars and lounges. So much to do at Peppermill Resort Spa Casino. Oris, the official timepiece sponsor for the 58th annual Stihl National Championship Air Races and one of the few Swiss watch companies to remain independently owned, is proud to introduce the 58th Reno Air Races limited edition watch in celebration of 58 years of air racing in Reno. The limited edition piece, as well as their full line, is on display and available for purchase at the Oris Airstream trailer in the pits. Be one of 100 individuals in the world to own this very unique timepiece. The Alberta International Air Show is excited to be back here at Reno, continuing our partnership with RARA and bringing air racing to Canada. Currently working with Sport Class, we are looking to expand classes in 2023. 2023 will see the event adding the international trade, career, and investment attraction called Ville Aero. Combining the name of our home airport, Villeneuve, along with our desire to bring the future of aerospace to reality, Ville Aero is an international event at the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, as well as the Pacific Northwest Aerospace Alliance, to showcase investment opportunities for all 5 states, 2 territories, and 3 provinces in our economic region. Villeneuve is also a proud name in racing, with such icons as Gilles Villeneuve and his son Jacques Villeneuve as they dominated Formula One, Indy, and other forms of motorsport. We're also continuing our memorandum of understanding between the great state of Nevada and the province of Alberta in developing and promoting artificial intelligence and beyond line-of-sight drone testing. Alberta is also a great place to vacation. Come to Edmonton or to Calgary and stay for the races and trade fair, and then book some time to enjoy the best backyard in North America. Alberta is a great province to explore, from the majestic Rockies and national parks in Banff and Jasper to one of the world's largest dinosaur collections in Drumheller, endless areas for fishing, hunting, and exploration. An unspoiled wilderness spanning the entire province and our family in British Columbia and Saskatchewan. The Alberta International Air Show runs from August 4th through 6th in 2023. And we'd love to see you there and show off the best backyard in the world. All right, it's time to make some noise as the fire truck is coming around the corner. Make some noise for your Formula One silver winner with a time of 2:03.363. Trent Woodworth, race 52, and Feisty. There they are coming along our grandstands. Come on, Reno, make some noise for these people riding that 1979 Japanese fire truck. I'll tell you more about that machine in a little while. Install Concorde batteries to spend more time flying. Dependable service and proven performance crafted for quality in the USA. Concorde, the official battery of the Reno Air Races. Red Bloom Asian Kitchen at Atlantis, a modern twist on authentic Asian dishes inspired by the Far East. Expect the unexpected, from dim sum served family style, rice bowls and bao buns, to handcrafted specialty cocktails and hand-selected Asian beers. Now featuring delicious daily lunch specials. Red Bloom Asian Kitchen, an experience to share. Visit atlantiscasino.com/redbloom for information and reservation. And here they come in the opposite direction once again. Make some noise for Trent Woodworth and the whole crew from Feisty, your Formula One silver winner. And Danny Clishan, what do you have for us?
All right, we're ready to race the jets. They are low and to your right. They've been cleared onto the runway. And joining me on the announcer stand is Joe Swindell.
You look on the screen, you see some jets on the move here. What does that tell us? Yes, we've gone through all of our classes of racing today except for one, and we have a jet heat on the way. Just about to get started with a gold class heat. This is jet class heat 1A. On Saturday, we'll have 6 jets racing in this one right now. And Rob, this is the fastest motorsports gets in this world we live in.
Absolutely, this is the fastest class of all of them. They're going to fly on our biggest course, Tommy, and you get to see them lining up here. We have a good mix of Aerobatic jets that dominate this class. We have 4 L29s in this class, and we have 2 L39s in a class, a field of 6 plus a pace plane that you'll see here in just a minute. So there's a good shot of our 2 L39s and our 4 29s, and then taxiing there the red, white, and blue L39. That's piloted by Mike Steiger. That's our pace plane. And the aircraft are going to taxi out in there and take off in their qualifying order. And so there you see our top qualifier in the L29, Aaron Hogue from Henderson, Nevada. Aircraft he calls Ballista.
Race 29, fast qualifying, 512 miles an hour. That's fast.
Yeah, absolutely. And right behind him in the black and gold L29, Peter Stavridis out of Virginia Beach, Virginia, race 77.
Our defending champ. From 2021, that red plane is Red Thunder 2, Alex Ekman from Rio de Janeiro, Brazil, race 777.
Beautiful example of the L39 there. And here we're back to an L29 in the white, blue, and gray camo at race 24. Pete Zaccagnino, just lucky out of Park City, Utah.
Beat our champion in 2013, 15, and 2019.
And in race 129, Mark Davis, go ahead.
Yeah, Mark Davis, race 29. L29 from Pearland, Texas. In the 5th position.
139's a no-go.
And right behind him as he pulls the gear into the well and turns off the runway, just now rolling. Diana Stanger is in race 139. That's an L39. She calls an L139, the Dark Star. So the aircraft is sitting there. So for some reason she didn't pull out to go. So I don't know if the aircraft had a problem or if she just, we'll keep an eye on her here and see what she does. Could add one last thing she need to run through a checklist. They'll give her a second here to take off and catch up with the field if she chooses. We'll keep our eye on her. But again, Diana Stanger out of Washington, Texas, in race 139. Beautiful paint scheme on that black, gold, and red L39.
And race 4-3, runway 26, line up and wait.
Race 4-3, line up and wait, runway 26.
And actually, race 4-3, hold short. We're just changing the jet's going to take off now.
139 would like to depart from 26.
Jet 3,
sounds like she's going to be going.
139.
So she worked out whatever the issue was there, Tommy. It's amazing we get to hear that on the frequency for the folks at home. And there you see the throttles coming up. Jet blast coming out the back of that L39. And we saw both types of the aircraft that dominate this class, Tommy. These are Czechoslovakian-made Aero-Tahoe aircraft. The 39 that you see departing there, those are designed in the 1960s as a replacement for the L29, which we saw 4 of in this class. Principal training aircraft. They were the first Czech trainer aircraft to be equipped with turbofan power plants. So let's talk a little bit about the class overall here, Tommy, in the jet class. Speeds over 500 miles an hour. They fly production aircraft, no swept wings, no afterburners. The ejection seats are disarmed while they're here for this week. Up to about 200 gallons of fuel are expended throughout the race. They fly our large 8-mile course for 6 laps. Speeds exceeding 500 miles an hour. And they do an air start like we've seen in the last 2 classes in Sport and Unlimited. So we'll see that line abreast coming down the chute like you see in the shot here on the screen at the moment. And those aircraft will then stay in that lane all the way to the guide pylon, which is the first place they can make that turn. Again, they've got to pass on the outside like every other class here in multiple airplanes on the course together, shoulder to shoulder, closed course pylon racing. Now here we're going to see a great graphic, Tommy, of again, the lineup where they're line abreast with the pace plane. We'll see the pace plane in red here on the top of your screen. The competitors lined up, and again, they'll hear, ladies and gentlemen, you have a race. The pace plane pulls out. The competitors can accelerate, make their way to the guide pylon where they can make that first left turn, and then the race is on. And here again, we see a great depiction from our Microsoft Flight Simulator depiction of the jet class on the course here at Reno around pylon number 1, pylon number 2, and making its way around the course. And the great graphic up in the top right corner of your screen on this virtual lap brought to us for the folks here at the Reno Air Race Association and Microsoft Flight Simulator. And here's a great shot from a previous race of one of our jet classes looking over the shoulder, looking at the competitors as they're headed down through the sagebrush, coming out of the guide pylon in the foothills, descending into the north end of the Lemon Valley. It's going to be an exciting thing. Now, there are a couple safety rules in this class. Maximum speed of 525 miles an hour, minimum altitude of 50 feet with a maximum altitude of 250 feet on those last few pylons as they come back home. Again, that's all about safety, Tommy, protecting our crowd. That protects the energy of where the aircraft go if something adverse were to happen. But we're expecting none of that. We're expecting nothing but competition here.
Take a look at that guide pylon that Rob was referring to right there, and that's what they'll be aiming for as they descend onto the race course. And once they pass that, the race is on.
Tommy, a lot of the week this week we haven't been able to see that guide pylon from here.
No,
so we are so excited.
Oh.
The wind has picked up and we can see that. You saw the bright lights that are there. That not just for the smoke, that's there all the time. You can see the relationship to the Stihl start-finish line. Notice the altitude difference, Tommy, that
Okay, we're coming up around the corner. Let's start bringing
guide
it up on
pylon
the
is
line.
significantly
Here comes
higher.
the power. Here comes
Now
the
we're
nose
listening
down.
to the radio. We listen to the airplanes getting lined up with the pace plane.
Good crowd in place today. About 100,000 people through the turnstiles this week. Most of them in the stands waiting for something to happen to their right. That would be 6 jets descending onto the course.
You see the flag showing a little bit of wind picking up at just as projected. Tommy, the radio traffic, pace plane just lining them up, getting them ready to race.
Keep holding that line. Looking good, jet racers.
Like we saw in the graphic, Tommy, the pace plane
Up through 300 knots.
getting them lined up.
Jet racers, you have a race.
And we're off. Tommy, here we go. It should be coming over our shoulder right now.
We'll hear the roar in a second.
And there they are, Tommy. We're down the chute. We're headed for the guide pylon. We are racing jets in Reno.
6 laps, 47 miles total. Aaron Hogan Ballista has the starting position #1. It will be the first one past the guide pylon.
And look how close that is here, Tommy, from our pylon cam. There are 4 jets. But you could put a quarter over the top of them. But it looks like Aaron Hogue is holding that pole position, which is so vital, Tommy. And there you see right beside him another L29, race 77 in Viper, Peitz. Now it looks like he's getting out in front, but that's really a little bit of an optical illusion as they're coming around the corners. But they're descending down into the valley of speed, side by side.
Very, very close, those two. Stavridis, of course, the defending champion for 2021. Hogue is in that red airplane, race 29.
1, 2, 3, and 4, Tommy, are right there together. You see a great shot of our top 2 leaders right there with 3rd place right behind them. And Hogue is holding him off so far, but Stavridis is beginning to do some maneuvering, I noticed on that first lap, so I think he's setting him up. Let's watch here as they come by the guide pylon. Great shot there as they're on the far north end of our course. And like we said a minute ago, the smoke has cleared out, which has been a great improvement for us. We've been looking for that. Now look, here we go as the Stavridis is beginning to change his altitude. He's trying to change some of that altitude for speed, see if he can gain on him. This is truly the valley of speed, ladies and gentlemen. 500 miles an hour coming right into your living room.
129.
Hogue able to hold him off so far.
129 up and out.
Tommy, I'm hearing race 139 is pulling up and out.
It's going to be Diana Stanger. Started in the 6th position. We saw her get a little bit of a late start. Some sort of issue going on.
But here's our 2 leaders, Tommy. This is neck and neck as they come back around pylon #1. And I think, Tommy, we misheard race 139 is still on the course. So that's another aircraft that did pull out. But we still have our leaders right here in Hogue and Stavridis. This is the battle for the lead. And not far behind them in the Alex Ekman in race 777 out of Brazil is right there stalking them too. But Stavridis is trying to find a way around Hogue. And it's just at this point they're fairly evenly matched as they're coming down the valley of speed again, Tommy.
Stavridis got the gold medal last year and certainly like that. He would like to see that happen again. He is on the tail of our #1 qualifier, Hogue and Ballista.
And remember, folks, this is the gold pairing, so this race will set up the positioning and who has what position for tomorrow. So winning this race here today is all important about tomorrow's positioning and the chance to win a national championship. And Tommy, I'm telling you, these guys are flying some of the lowest lines we've seen all day, and we've seen Unlimiteds, we've seen Sport, we've seen T6s. These guys are on the deck in these jets. Look how close that is. Shoulder to shoulder, Tommy. Nowhere else in the world, but here at Reno will you see this kind of racing. This is absolutely amazing.
Probably both of them going over 500 miles an hour at this point right now. And as you say, Rob, so low, kind of blows your hair back when they come by the grandstands.
For sure. And there you see Stavridis is just outside of Hogue as they're coming down. And now what he's trying to do is just find a way to get that jet to get just a few more knots. You can hear them talking to each other on the radio. And here they come, and as they pull out of the turn, that shorter course keeps Hogue out in front, but not by much, Tommy.
Oh, it's so close.
Stavridis is really making ground on him, and not far behind is Ekman in the 777, race 777. But my goodness, is Stavridis on the deck out there as they head back into guide pylon. Whoa. What a great shot. Now he's let Hogue get out in front of him just a little bit, but my guess is what he's going to do is take some of that altitude and now dive into the north end of Lemon Valley and then turn around pylons 5 and 6 and head into the Valley of Speed. Try to convert that into make another run on him. He made a gallant effort at it last time, and he's going to make another effort at making that pass here this time, I believe, Tommy. Coming at you.
Meanwhile, the clock ticks away. We're in lap 5 of 6 laps. They're going to get the white flag momentarily here with just 1 lap to go.
Just like last time, he's making that pass here around pylon 8 and 9. They're trying to make the pass, excuse me. But Hogue's doing a good job of flying a very tight line and holding him off. But my goodness, Tommy, they are both, they are on the deck coming by.
Gosh.
Oh, this is exciting.
Super low.
Wow, now I saw going into pylon number 1, I saw Hogue come back on the throttle for a second and then go back into it coming out of the back. So a little bit of an adjustment there. I think maybe he was a little worried about cutting the pylon, and you see him pull up a little bit. And that's giving Stavridis a chance. And they're going around lap traffic there. You look at that, Tommy. You got lap traffic down below. We got a fight for the lead happening up top. And then they're also in the hunt is also 777. But there's our 2 leaders fighting for it this last time around. One more chance for Stavridis to try and get him. This is some kind of racing, Tommy.
Stavridis in the black plane. He's the defending champion. Hogue in the red plane. That's Ballista, #1 qualifier. What a race.
Well, Tommy, here they're going to come right at you with our pylon cam around pylon 7, 8, and 9. They're going to come right at you. This is coming toward the checkered flag, Tommy. Here we go.
Checkered flag.
Last second.
Oh, man.
You call that one for me, Rob.
That was close. I don't know. I would have told you Hogue had it right up to the end, and then Stavridis was right there beside him. That was some kind of close race. We're going to have to go back to the video. The officials got their work cut out for us. But here, look, Tommy, still on the course. We got race 139 finishing there. But here's slow-mo on the finish. Let's look closely. Stavridis in the black. Oh, I don't know, Tommy. We're going to have to wait for the official call because he was moving and accelerating in that last frame right at the finish line. It looks like he was right there. Now here is Diana Stanger out of Washington, Texas, race 139. She's just finishing the course here, coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9 as she wraps up her race. She's done a great job. Remember, she had a little bit of an issue on departure. She got it worked out, but she's been on course the entire time, able to finish the race, and there she takes the checkered flag. Congratulations to her completing here in the gold race here on Saturday.
One more. This looks like Pete Zaccanino.
Yeah, and he's in that beautiful camouflage gray, blue, and white airplane, the L-29. Out of Park City, Utah, and here he's finishing his race, done a great job. Little off the pace, but he's done a good job of flying the course all day, got past a little bit.
Have one more look at that finish. Let you take a look at home and see if you can identify the winner here. I think we're a little afraid to do so right now. It was just too close to call.
Look at that, Tommy. Oh, look at that frame right there. I don't know how the officials are going to call that because, you know, our angle is a little bit off.
Just a bit, yeah.
So their official, boy, that is, you talk
how
about.
Can you get any closer than that?
A photo finish. That is a photo finish, ladies and gentlemen. Nowhere else in the world but here at Reno will you see the fastest motorsport on the planet at 500 miles an hour, 50 feet off the deck, and they are side by side, a photo finish. Too tight to call, Tommy. Yeah. Too tight to call.
Fastest jet race, I mean the closest jet race I've ever seen out here, by far.
Let's go back and look at it here, Tommy, see how we got there. Here's our 2 leaders as we start out. We got Hogue and Stavridis the whole time out front, but initially the field was all packed up. You see right behind him, Alex Exman in 777 was right behind him, but this was the battle of the race was right here, Tommy, these 2. Here you see both Ekman Hogue and Stavridis. Here, Hogue had the lead. Again, he got the pole position on that initial turn. He held it the entire race. And frankly, he never really relinquished it, although Stavridis was in his back pocket the entire 6 laps. It wasn't until we saw that frozen frame at the finish that Stavridis really never got beside him. But kudos to Stavridis for getting it up there. Here we see some of the maneuvering mid-race where Stavridis is stalking and he's trying to find a place. We talked about how low a line that he flew in race 77. And there were a couple times that, like here, he was so far below him, but he's having to be outside of him because you got to pass on the outside. He was looking for any way to get just another knot or two to try to make it work. And kudos to him. He finally found a way to tweak it out. Here we are as we get the white flag for the last lap of these two come around. Their last time by the guide pylon here in the foothills, and you see Stavridis is a little bit lower, and Hogue was trying to convert some of that altitude for speed as they passed Zaccanino, but there's the finish again, Tommy, at the checkered flag. Too close to call.
Oh, my goodness.
Stavridis is moving up, and it's just a dead heat, Tommy.
Still waiting on the official. It may be a while before we get an official determination on a winner here, but what a race. Pete Stavridis, of course, the defending champ from last year, dueled it out with Pete Zaccanino all through last season's jet competition, but now it looks like Hogue versus Stavridis is the marquee matchup.
And here you see the aircraft recovering now here on runway 26. The wind shifted a little bit, so they're landing to the west, and there you see race 77. And that is Stavridis, who may or may not have been the winner. You know, we'll see. But watch this, Tommy. He's got the flaps down. He's holding the nose up, using that aerodynamic braking to help slow the aircraft. And then here, right behind him, the red and white 777.
Alex Ekman, yeah.
Alex Ekman. And then there we see
Pete Zaccanino.
Zaccanino in race 24, already rolling out on the runway there. Beautiful, beautiful aircraft. And right behind him, race 139, Diana Stanger, as she's recovering as well. So, man, what an exciting, golly, Tommy. This morning has been an adrenaline junkies, just hog heaven, right? I don't know how else to describe it.
That was it. 129, Mark Davis bringing her in.
Well, Tommy, we've seen every class fly today. We've the smoke's cleared out. Things have improved from what we've dealt with all week. And here you see race 129 landing Mark Davis, as you were just mentioning. And we're just wrapping up the jet class here, and we've seen them all. But Tommy, it's not over yet. We've got more classes coming this afternoon. For sure. We've got opening ceremonies coming. We've got some of the air show acts are going to perform this afternoon. So it is going to be an exciting day, and we are just getting started here at the 58th Stihl National Championship Air Races, Tommy.
It's an incredible day so far, and as you say, there's a lot more to come, Rob. And oh man, we've got a lot more to show you. The weather is cooperating. Everything is looking good. This great crowd is in place. These fans, these partisans, there's nothing like them in the world. They are living the dream. We're living the dream. Getting to watch this air racing at the highest level right here. And of course, we've got more streaming coverage coming your way throughout the afternoon here. The second to last day of racing. Of course, tomorrow we're scheduled to hand out all the medals, all those national championships. So check back with us as often as you possibly can. Hopefully we'll have plenty more great racing on the way from here at Reno at the Stihl National Championship Air Races.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local Stihl dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say them, but we can. Made in America. Real Stihl. Find yours.
Ever since I was a little kid, I've been going to the Reno Air Races with my uncle, my grandpa, and my dad, and it was just an instant hook for me.
It really just stemmed from the first time I was on an airplane, and I was like, wow, because I was like looking out the window, I was like, this is so cool, like imagine if I could fly one. And then I kind of just got that idea in my head. I was like, you know what, that would be so cool.
Here at the National Championship Air Races, our tagline for 2022 is Racing for the Future. And there's no better way to race for the future than to get more young people up in the air. And that's what this scholarship program's all about.
I've always really liked things involving planes. Used to be a car kid. I loved cars, toy cars, and all that stuff. And then evolved into planes, and playing with planes, and then movies with planes. It was always just something that fascinated me. I always loved the idea of being able to fly, even to space. And it's always something I really wanted to do because I feel like it's a really cool experience to be able to go up and then look at the world below you because that's pretty much the only way you can get that view.
We are racing for the future, there's no question about it. We're racing to assure that we can raise the money to support education, support our traditional racing in all 7 classes, grow the education community more broadly, and provide ongoing honor and respect to the military.
Oh, I want to learn to fly because I took inspiration from my grandpa way back when he flew in World War II, and from my great-grandpa that also did the same thing. So my inspiration for flight was always been there since I was like 8 years old. I have a poster up on my room that says, little kid always wanted to learn how to fly, and so this is one step towards my monumental, life career. And
I want to learn how to fly because number one, it's freedom, and number two, I'd love to make a career out of it. Yeah, flying lets you go where not too many people else have been, see a world from a different view.
The view's way better than when you're just a passenger. Flying, I liked it even more than I thought I would, so it was a little magical, I guess.
I've always thought that it was something that fascinated me. I've always loved having my feet off the ground, whether that was like doing gymnastics or flying commercial airplanes, traveling, and it's something I really want to make a career out of.
We want to keep doing this year after year. And so we're reaching out and we're asking people to come in and help as we get ready to fund next year's campaign. Please help us continue this and grow this and inspire even more kids in the future.
On the return trip, Sam Swift and crew, give them another big warm round of applause. Race number 3, the Biplane 2A. Smoking hot, 198.569. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to draw your attention out to the ramp microphone as I present my colleague, the Royal Canadian, Roy Haffley.
Hello, everybody. How are you doing today? You're doing great? Look, mountains, mountains. I was able to see Peavine. I haven't seen that all. I haven't seen since last year. This is great. Thank you. Keep the S word away from here for the rest of the weekend, please. Are you ready for great opening ceremonies? Look at section 3. Look at these guys. Aren't they amazing? Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, at this time, we ask you to please stand, if able, and face the Stihl home pylon flag for the singing of the national anthem by Miss Ashley Melendez.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets' red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Thank you, Ashley. Well done indeed. I'd like to now introduce to you the Chief Operating Officer for the Reno Air Racing Association, Mr. Tony Logateta.
Thank you very much, Roy, and welcome everybody. Boy, we're sure glad to have some of this smoke blown out and we can get some gold heat racers up in the air. What do y'all say? All right, we have a very special program for you this morning. We're going to honor some people who have given so much, not only to the races, but to the aviation community and to our country in general. So we're going to start with one that's close to home. Every year we honor individuals who have gone above and beyond to contribute to the air races. And so right now I'd like to call up Bob Cole and Beth Cohn-Cole, as well as our chairman, Fred Telly. Bob and Beth have been volunteering at the air races for over 30 years. And when called upon to start the Chairman's Club, they answered the call. Former Executive Director Thornton Audrain asked them to do it, and they did it. And they've run it every year up through last year. Their welcoming style just created one of the most beloved events within our event, and it's just grown so much over the years. So for their 30 years of volunteering and the incredible contributions to the Stihl National Championship Air Races, I present to you Bob Cole and Beth Cohn-Cole, our 2022 Chairman's Award winners. And we're presenting them with their Chairman's Award jackets here. And I believe Beth was going to say a few words.
I'd just like to say it's been our pleasure to volunteer over these years. And I want to give a shout out to all the volunteers in the chairman's tent. They're amazing, and we really appreciate all of you and all of you customers that come into the tent, and have a great race. Thanks.
Thank you so much, Bob and Beth. One more round for them, please. All right, next we're going to move to a group who has been involved with the air races for the last 23 events. The National Aviation Heritage Invitational annually brings back historic aircraft restored to present to our fans, to our crowd, and they have been amazing over the years. And this group standing over here, wait for me real quick. This group is going to be retiring this year, and we thought we need to bring them out here so you all can meet them and just recognize them for what they've done for us over the years. So their mission is to preserve our historical aircraft and the history of aviation in the United States. So I'm going to list their names here really quick, and then I just want to give them a big round of applause as they wrap up another wonderful year here at the Stihl National Championship Air Races, and then retire and fly off into the sunset, as they say. So first, Executive Director Ken Parrish. Deputy Director Ron Kaplan. Participant Director June Powers. Chief Judge Colin Powers. And Director of Operations Susie Ranke. Thank you all so much for your contribution to aviation in general and to the Stihl National Championship Air Races. One more round, please. As part of what NAHI has done over the years, each year they bring out members of the Aviation Hall of Fame to judge and take part in the NAHI area every year. So this year we have 4 members of the Aviation Hall of Fame, and these folks have given immensely to the air races, to aviation in general, and to our country. So we want to bring them out here, introduce them to you. I'll give you a little bit about them. It is by no means all-encompassing. These are amazing individuals, and we want to give them recognition. First, do we have 5? First, we have Bud Anderson. Bud Anderson is a test pilot and a World War II triple ace. Next, we have Dick Rattan. Dick Rattan was the first to fly nonstop, non-refueled flight around the world. He's a test pilot, an incredible aviator. Major General Patrick Brady. He's a Medal of Honor recipient for valor. We could go on and on about the things he did and the people that he rescued in Vietnam. And I would encourage you to go talk to him in the NAHI area. I believe he's signing books. An incredible individual. Let's give him a round of applause. We have Christina Olds, daughter of, help me, Robin Olds, World War II fighter ace. She's here representing him today. Let's hear it for her. Last but not least, legendary aviator, and of course, National Championship Air Race 1970, Gold Unlimited champion, Clay Lacey. Let's hear one more round for these incredible aviators. Before we move over to Stihl here, I just wanted to share a little story. As a kid, I remember one day my dad came home and he was so proud. He came home and he had his chainsaw. It was a Stihl chainsaw. I had no idea what that was. So I asked him and he said, "This is the best chainsaw made." He'd been saving up and he bought it. Well, back in 2015-16, when Stihl came on board, I was mildly starstruck because this was this brand that I had heard about as a kid, and here they were, coming in to be our title sponsor. Well, I can tell you that over the last 7 years, getting to know them better, I am even more impressed by the brand. They're an incredible group, an incredible company, and we have been absolutely blessed to have them as our title sponsor for the last 7 years. So, Scott Tilley, General Counsel. And Corporate Communications Manager, you all know him well, Roger Phelps.
Thank you, Tony. Good morning, Reno. How you guys doing? No. You can do better than that. Good morning, Reno! All right. You know, as Tony so politely said, about 7 years ago, we were approached, and yes, we decided to become the title sponsor. I remember people said, what is an outdoor power equipment company doing sponsoring the air races? Well, think about it. When you think about our two brands, all those fast planes out there and our power equipment, they have some things in common, don't they? Speed, power, and precision. It's all about that, and it was such a good fit. We felt like it was terrific, and we really enjoyed doing it. Those three characteristics have been in the heart of the company since 1926, when Andreas Stihl, a young German engineer, saw the guys in the Black Forests of Germany using hand saws and axes, and he said there has to be a better way. So he went out and invented the world's first electric chainsaw. Well, in the last almost 100 years, a lot of things have changed, but we are still family owned. There still is a Mr. Stihl, and we are still committed to building and selling the best outdoor power equipment there is in the industry. But you know, when you think about it, all of this equipment, it's great, but it just sits there if it's not for the people. Behind each one of those planes is the team behind the machine, the men and women who service it, who repair it, who build it, who fly it. It's all about the people, and it's the same thing for Stihl. The real people who use our equipment, like the brave men and women on the other side of that mountain right now fighting the mosquito fire. The men and women of landscaping, the construction workers. And then it's the real people who sell our equipment. Those local Stihl dealers in your communities, because we don't sell in the big box stores, only through your local servicing Stihl dealer, because we know that those small businesses are the very heart of our United States economy. And finally, the real people who build our equipment. That's right. Right now, back in Virginia Beach, there are 3,000 men and women of the Stihl equipment that you can buy here in the United States is actually made right here in the United States, because we build in America, because we believe in America. So on behalf of the men and women of making our Stihl equipment, selling our Stihl equipment, and using our Stihl equipment, I think we have just one more thing to say. Are you ready for some racing? All right, let's go racing.
Thank you, Roger. And of course, Prospect Equipment on London Avenue in Mission, British Columbia is where I get my Stihl equipment. And I know Danny has his store. I know you guys have your store, and they are absolutely fantastic. Let's give a big round of applause to all our folks from Stihl and our very, very, very special guests that we have here today. I invite you to go down to Nahi, located down there, and look at the fantastic, fantastic aircraft that we have down there. And of course, all the military displays. I see a C-17, a C-130. There's a bunch of other stuff down there too. So make sure you wander down and take a look at that as well. I forgot somebody earlier when the anthem was done. Section 3. Does anybody not know what Section 3 is? They're the crazy people down there in orange with the big Section 3 flag. Some are right in front of my broadcast location right here as well. I invite you at some point today to wander down there. They're like the Borg from Star Trek. You go in there and you will be assimilated. You will end up buying an orange shirt, and people will sign the orange shirt for you. They're total strangers until they sign that shirt, and you are assimilated. And there's, of course, another group of folks that we have to say hello to and thank you. They're a huge force. A lot of them are right behind me here. They are the volunteers that make this event happen. Make a lot of noise for them, please. Thank you, I just heard that. Roy, stretch it for 2 minutes, they said. So did you ever hear the one about? No, we're not going to do that. All right, the boss is going to save me here right now, sir.
Welcome, everybody, and thank you. It's sort of a special day for me, not only with our honorees from Clay, General Brady, Dick, Christina Oles, thank you for being with us, but long-term person I've had a chance to get to know, and although many people know him even better than me, Bud Anderson. You know, Colonel Anderson, not only did he survive the war and all the years thereafter, but if I'm not mistaken, in January of this year, you turned 100 years old, right? Please give him a shout out. Besides that, you know, he's got some great stories if you go down and talk to him about he and Chuck Yeager. Although if you put them in the same room, you wonder whether it's the same story. But it happened in the same place, so you can be assured of that. Bud Anderson is an extraordinary gentleman. He's been very generous to aviation with his time, and I'm just delighted. And I'm very more delighted to say, there's the Bardol Racers. I'll turn it over to Danny, but one of those planes is mine, and I'm very proud of it. Take good care. Back to you.
And here he is, Danny Hollywood Clisham.
All right, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. And get your cameras ready, because through our leadership, we are going back in time to what I call the RRR, Reno Racing Remembers. We are putting racing aircraft, including the one owned by our CEO, Fred Telling, race number 49, known as the Lady Barbara. We put it back in some symbolic colors of yellow and black checkerboard. It was the airplane that flew here as Bardol Miss, not Miss Bardol, but Bardol Miss for many years, a very colorful aircraft. It also wore zebra stripes when it was known as High Flight. A gentleman by the name of E.D. Wiener owned it back then. It is the very same airplane that Fred Telling owns now and allows us to fly in the races. It is joined by the Bardol Special. In a race that was number 8 back in the day, we had to do some cosmetics and make that airplane number 3 by using some electrical tape. But this is the way it was with civilian paint jobs on a lot of our unlimited aircraft. And we're going to enhance that program and pay tribute to those early days as they do our nostalgic flight, our Reno Remembers Racing. I will direct your attention to a book that's available on eBay. It is called Gentlemen, You Have a Race. And for many years, Bob Hoover was the Peitz plane pilot of the unlimited class in his yellow P-51 Mustang. That's the name of the book. It's available on eBay. It's hardcover. And it was a job done by John Tegler. He detailed in great detail the first 20 years of racing here. So we're remembering those days. That's what we're doing. We'd hope to have the former Clay Lacy 1970 Unlimited winner here in the Clay Lacy purple paint scheme in race number 64, now owned by Vicki Benzing. It wasn't ready to be here yet. Next year we'll join this parade of nostalgia. We had hoped to have Bob Hoover's former airplane, the yellow P-51 Old Yeller, but again, complications with those very temperamental aircraft did not allow it to be here. But we will expand on that throughout the course of the future years. As they come by, please get them in your cameras. These were so significant when we had major sponsors and major imagination and a variety of colors and great award-winning and goal-winning pilots. There is a photo opportunity to end all photo opportunities. The white airplane, the Bardol Special, flown by a legendary pilot, Chuck Leifert. And also the alternate pilot was a remarkable pilot, a very gifted race pilot, the legendary Bob Love. They are in the pit area. They are available for close-up photos, and you can learn more about their great heritage. And we thank the people responsible for allowing us to take a step back in time and show you what it was like and putting the aircraft in the air at the same time as well. As we were in fact welcoming all of our dignitaries, I want to go back for Roy. In the past 20 years or so, I have met General Brady as an MC. He was inducted into the National Aviation Hall of Fame in Dayton, Ohio. I got a chance to meet him. He's a very personable guy with a great sense of humor. I believe he had 7 or 8 children. And he wrote a book called Dead Men Flying. Folks, remember that. Buy that book, Dead Men Flying. He had a motto in Vietnam. When the weather was bad, day or night, nobody else would go on a rescue mission. He would go. He had special tactics. His personal motto was anytime, any day, in any place. And when you read that book by General Patrick Brady and his daughter Megan, I believe, you'll see how many rescues he facilitated. People that are alive today because they didn't get captured and because he went in the most hostile conditions using his technique to bring them back home, and many are alive today because of General Pat Brady. Give him a big round of applause and buy that book. Dead Men Flying. It's an awesome tale. You'll probably finish it in one reading. All right, I can hear a fire truck coming by. Roy, oh, that's right, from the right this time because it's a jet class. Yeah, STOL class. STOL.
Yeah, they take up the same amount of space down there. There they got, look how many people are on board that 1979 Toyota fire truck, because we've got the first run gold winners, Steve Henry, Jim Shelhorn, and Eddie Sanchez on board there. But wait, there's more. Had to turn the page here. Your silver winners are on board there. Ty Perkin, Brian Steck, and Kevin Palmer. And bronze, not sure if it's David Curley or Brent Womack, and Tony Sanchez on board. They're all on board the fire truck, so you got to make extra noise for these people as they go by. They are your STOL class winners for today. Hey folks, make sure you check out the Checkered Flag Club. There's all sorts of cool things if you become a member of the Checkered Flag Club, as our beautiful civilian-coated Mustangs come in for landing. Oh, Danny, you're absolutely right. They look amazing in these paint schemes. You get admission, up-close parking with shuttle service, access to general admission events in the areas. Pit Packer, you get the keynote presentation tonight. And it goes more here. Hats, pins, programs, posters, windbreaker. The list goes on. So check it out. It is the Reno Air Race Association's Checkered Flag Club right by the entrance to the pit area. All right, Danny Clishan, what have we got coming up?
All right, low and to the right now. First airplane out on the sport course is a jet. That's because the sport boys are so fast.
That's
and here's
right.
Rob Monahan back with you with his tapes and ready to introduce the racers to you.
That's right, folks. Look to your right. We've got 2 6 hops going on. And we have our lineup of racers. And then we have our Pace Jet, an L-39 flown by Malte Bruckmann. And he is slowly passing by the front of each aircraft. And if he gets the thumbs up from each one of them, then he'll go ahead and depart and lead them up into the back of P-Vine. So now look to your right. You can see all the aircraft sitting there in that black, dark-colored L-39 getting ready to launch. So today, this is our silver race. We already had our gold race because the last few days, the weather has deteriorated so much as the day went on, neither the gold or the silver got to run. So here we go, folks. The Pace Jet is hitting the coals, and right behind him, we'll see our lineup. So about probably 10 years ago, we started to have to use the jet for the pace because our aircraft just got too fast. Coming down to shoot, they were walking away from our pace planes, and that wasn't a good thing. So here we go. First off is Sean Van Hatten in race 28 from Redmond, Oregon. That's a twin turbocharged Lancer Legacy, followed by George Catalano. George Catalano is flying Bad Dingo. Now that's a supercharged Lancer Legacy. Then we got John Flanagan flying White Lightning. That's a normally aspirated IO580. And he wants me to specify that very distinctly. Normally aspirated. He's followed by Joe Corriggio, who's also a normally aspirated Lancer Legacy. Then Mike Rinker in a kind of famous Glasair 3 called the Cruise Missile. Then we have Mark Magic Johnson in Sport 40. It's a beautiful, beautiful Lancer Legacy. And followed up in the rear by Bob Mills, our sports class president. He's flying a Lancer Legacy called Blackjack. And you can expect some good racing today, folks. These might not be the fastest movers of our class, but they're the second batch. And these aircraft are all capable of right around 300 miles an hour. So Van Hatten is flying a plane that's owned by Pete Saganino, who's one of our jet jocks, and we'll see if he can stay in first. So right now they're forming up at about our 10 o'clock position. Now it's not going to be easy to see him because of the smoke, and I'm going to switch it over. Here comes that Bonanza.
Indeed, up in the sky he goes, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to introduce to you a man whose life has been totally immersed in aviation. From Pierce, South Dakota, gentleman Jim Peitz and the aerobatic Bonanza. Jim is the owner of Mustang Aviation, a full-service FBO located in his hometown of Pierce, South Dakota. Mustang Aviation provides charter, air freight, flight instruction, maintenance, and aircraft sales. Since his first solo flight 47 years ago, Jim has amassed more than 18,000 hours of accident-free flight in more than 151 different models of general aviation aircraft, as he does a great big barnstormers loop right at show center, just above the Stihl start-finish line. 2022 marks Jim's 30th year of performing aerobatics, and during that time, he has entertained millions of spectators throughout North America. Jim flew a Kristen Eagle and an Extra 300L for many years. Now he enjoys performing in a 450 Stearman, a Harvard Mark IV, a P-51 Mustang, and of course the ever-popular aerobatic Bonanza. Jim continues to be amazed at the crowd response that he gets from flying the aerobatic Bonanza. People don't expect to see a four-place family airplane known for its cross-country capabilities flying inverted, doing rolls, or going vertical. You know, Jim is happiest when he's flying and is a true advocate for general aviation. Jim believes that general aviation is one of the greatest freedoms that we enjoy in America, and that controlling an aircraft through an aerobatic sequence with precision and energy management, as he's doing here today, is the pinnacle of his aviation career. There's 6 to inverted. Keep going. Oh, beautiful 8-point hesitation roll. Jim is heavily involved in the airshow industry and served for 6 years on the board of directors of the International Council of Airshows, serving 2 years as its chairman. He currently serves on the ACE committee and as an aerobatic competency examiner. Jim also mentors many new aerobatic pilots. And Jim is proud to have received the highest honor given in the airshow industry, the ICAS Sword of Excellence. And there's a beautiful, precise 4-point hesitation roll. Now, while watching Jim perform for you here today, keep in mind that this is not your ordinary Bonanza. It's in fact a very rare 1986 F-33C that is built and certified for aerobatics. The Beech Bonanza has been in continuous production longer than any other aircraft in history. Since initial production in 1947, more than 17,000 Bonanzas have been built. Of those 17,000, only 179 were certified for aerobatics. As a matter of fact, November 14 Juliet Papa, the aircraft that Jim is flying here today, is serial number CJ177, making it one of the last aerobatic Bonanzas ever built. Where'd he go? Did you see him, Danny? Which way did he go? He was off to the right there. Now, there he is, gone. I don't know, maybe got blown away here by the wind or something. I'm not sure. I can't quite see where the heck he went off to. Hey, kids, in Section 3, if you see Jim, make a lot of noise and wave your arms and flags so I know all is well. He just kind of disappeared from my view here. Kind of disconcerting. Oh, there he is. You know, just like his friend and mentor used to do in the P-51 Mustang called Old Yeller, Jim Peitz pops out of Hoover Gulch in salute to the great Robert A. Bob Hoover. Now, I want you to watch closely what happens here. He pulls back on the yoke, rolls the airplane upside down, and up pops the landing gear. It's because he's upside down, Danny. The gear goes up when you're upside down. And the opposite way. There we go. We're going to let him come around, get ready for a landing here. And again, Jim is a highly experienced aerobatic pilot and is definitely not your typical stock Bonanza. So all you Bonanza pilots in the audience, please do not try this with your aircraft. I'd like to thank Jim's sponsors. Hartzell Propellers, the leader in aircraft propeller systems, built on honor in Piqua, Ohio since 1917. SiriusXM. From wheels up to wheels down, Jim has superior graphical weather and entertainment at his fingertips to maximize his situational awareness and comfort. Aspen Avionics. Avionics able to withstand the punishment imposed by an aerobatic routine and then still allow Jim to safely make it back home. Danny Klitschen, we have racers coming in. Back to you, sir.
Thank you for that. And we're going to look over the cockpit now as they come down the chute. And Roy, we'll get Jimmy's sponsors later on.
Listen closely, folks. This will be the pace plane talking to our racers.
Sports over. You race.
Okay, folks. We have a race. There goes that black jet pulling up, and there on the pole is Sean Van Hatten, twizzling up that twin turbo. He's chased down by George Catalano, John Flanagan, and Joe Coraggio. Looks like they're holding a good line down to that guide pylon, and as they go around the backside of the course, you can see who's in first, who's in second, and who's in third. Unfortunately, all three of the first three planes are all white. So we'll just see 3 little white planes, that's for sure. Okay, folks, look on the back side of the course. We see, looks like Sean Van Hatten is holding off George Catalano, who's holding off John Flanagan, and then there's a gaggle behind them of 3 or 4, but John Flanagan is putting the moves on George Catalano. Let's see if he can catch him. Jim, yeah, give him a wave here. He's coming taxiing by the crowd. Give him a wave. Great job there in that Bonanza F-33. Okay, down on the left, folks. They're down in the Valley of Speed now. This race does the first lap on the large course. The large course is 8.4 miles long, while the sport course is 6.9 miles long. So as they come past the home pylon, you'll see them transition onto the sports course, and then they'll do the remaining that'll be another 6 laps, 5 more laps on that course. Okay, folks, looks like George Catalano has pulled out in front, and he's followed then by George Coraggio. So here we go. I got to do a little sorting out here. I think Van Hatten's in third. I think George Catalano's in first, and we'll see as they go around the backside.
And Jim Peitz has the aircraft stop. He's going to step out, and when you see him, Reno, make a lot of noise. Show you how much you appreciate Jim Peitz and the aerobatic Bonanza.
All right, folks, on the backside of the course, you can see they're a lot closer, but I still can't tell you for sure who's in first. I think it's George Catalano, but I'll have to tell you when they come by. He's number 56. Let's see if we can see it on the bottom of his wing. If not, someone else. Give Jim Peitz. Give him a good.
Great job, Jim. Lots of noise, everybody. There he is.
Okay, from your left, here come our sports class racers. Let's see if we got number 56 in first, which I think it is, but we'll be able to tell just in a second. Here we go. Looks like George Catalano. He's followed now by Mark Magic Johnson, and then we got, looks like Sean Van Hatten in third. So we have a little shake up here, folks, but that's all right. We got John Flanagan in third. Fourth place goes to Joe Coraggio. Mike Rinker in 2, Joe Coraggio, Mike Rinker in 5th, and Bob Mills is coming up behind in 6th. Boy, they shook it up this time, I'll tell you. So we have a lot of movement out there. And maybe as they come around the small course, we'll be able to sort it out. But unfortunately, since they all look like little small white planes, it can be difficult. So it looks to me, uh-oh, we got someone pulling up. I think it may be number 28, but you know what? He is one great pilot, and if there's any doubt, he's going to air to the safe. Sean Van Hatten, but we'll verify in a minute. Okay, from your left, here come our racers. Looks to me like George Catalano's holding a solid first place, followed by Mark Magic Johnson in his Lancer Legacy. Here we go, George, good job. Okay, and there's Mark Johnson in second place. Now we'll have to see who's in third. Looks to me like it's John Flanagan in his glass air. Beautiful. All right, my buddy John. Then we got Joe Coraggio in fourth. And we got Mike Rinker in fifth. And Bob Mills should be sixth place. Here he comes. Okay, so there we go. We lost one racer, but that helped a couple other guys. So John Flanagan has moved up into third place, and he keeps wanting me to mention that he is normally aspirated, no boost, no nitrous. He's doing it with the engine only. But anyway, here they go around the backside, coming down the Valley of Speed. Looks to me like George Catalano's got all the bugs worked out of his plane. He's got a supercharger in there, and he was having some cooling problems last year. But this year, it looks like he's running real strong, and he must be running cool because he's way out in front. From our left, George Catalano in Bad Dingo, his very fast Lancer Legacy. And right behind him, we got Mark Magic Johnson in that very pretty sport. And then we have John Flanagan in number 34 at Glass Air 3. And then we have Joe Coraggio, 4th place in his Lancer Legacy. And from the left, you can see Mike Rinker in the Cruise Missile, very famous Glass Air 3 that flew here for years. And then we have Bob Mills holding up 6th place in his Blackjack. Okay, the leader's gonna see that white flag coming up. That means 1 lap less. Here he comes. Going down the backside, you see him at about our, let's say 10 o'clock position, and you'll see him go down into our abbreviated valley of speed, because on that sport course, it's a bit shorter than the unlimited course. Okay, from our left, here he comes, coming around 7, 8, 9. George Catalano. He should take that white flag. Let's see. Here he comes from the left. George Catalano running very, very strong, and he sounds great. There's that white flag. All he's got to do is stay together 1 more lap, and it's going to be a win. He's followed pretty close by Mark Johnson, though. No chance for any pylon cut or anything, or that will put him in 2nd place. Here we go. John Flanagan in that gorgeous Glass Air 3 called White Lightning. Then we got Joe Coraggio, number 6 in his Lancer Legacy, followed by Mike Rinker. Mike Rinker is flying a Vicky Cruz's old Glass Air 3 called the Cruise Missile. Then we got Bob Mills coming around in Blackjack, that Lancer Legacy. Okay, on the backside of the course, you can see George making it onto our abbreviated valley of speed for the last time. And all he's got to do is take it slow, take it easy, and not make any mistakes. And he should take that checkered flag. From the left, folks, coming around pylon 7, 8, and 9, George Catalano in that Bad Dingo. Looks like he's going to take the checkered flag. Here he comes. Solid race, George. Looking good. Yeah. Woo. Here we got Magic Johnson in 2nd. Racing Sport 40. It's got a wild paint job on that. It takes the checkered for 2nd place. All right. John Flanagan. Okay, normally aspirated. You did it, buddy. No nitrous, no boost. Good job. 3rd place. Here we got Joe Coraggio, Ramp Rats Ride. He came in 4th, and this should be Mike Rinker from the left in that Glass Air 3, the Cruise Missile. Got a solid 5th place, and then from the left, it's kind of hard to see because of the paint job. Here comes Bob Mills. He's our class president, flying a Lancer Legacy called Blackjack. Good job, Bob. Well, we'll find out if we have a clean race. But in the meantime, I want to invite everybody down the west end of the airport here. And that's where the sports class ramp is and our tents. And you can come by and see the planes, talk to the pilots, talk to the crew chiefs. They'll tell you everything. If there's any secrets, they'll let you know. But it's a good time. The planes are great, very friendly. And I just want you to come down and see these very fast planes, most of which were built in a garage.
All right, Rob Monahan, and we'll wait for the results, official and unofficial, as they're compiling them now. Talking about things to do, Rob invited you down to the pits that are to our left behind the bleacher seating area as we face the steel checker pylon. I want to acknowledge that off to the right are the military airplanes, the aircraft that are being judged, the Nahi judges, and the STOL aircraft and the jets. Right in the middle of the military aircraft is a FA-18 cockpit painted up in the colors of Tom Cruise's FA-18 in the movie Top Gun Maverick. Dewey Larson is there. You'll get into the cockpit. You'll have your picture taken. It's high quality, and you'll prove that you are a Top Gun. Roy Heffley.
I just wanted to say, of course, it takes sponsorship to keep aerobatic airplanes up in the sky, and I need to finish off Jim Peitz's sponsor so he can keep flying. Wheelan Aerospace Technologies, producing the best high-performance lighting solutions for certified and experimental aircraft made in America since 1952. Phillips 66 aviation products at home or on the road. It's always Jim's choice of fuel. And of course, Mustang Aviation, Jim's state-of-the-art full-service FBO, located in his hometown up here in the great state of South Dakota. Stop and visit Jim and his amazing staff at Mustang Aviation. There we go.
All right, thank you for that. Let's see, recovering aircraft, that gives you a little bit of time. We can still have some airplanes high and to the right. So if you have to go visit the facilities, now would be a good time. Dash over there. If you're hungry or thirsty, you know where it's all at. We have every food item you can imagine. We have Budweiser products, and we have Pepsi or soft drinks and all of their associated products as well. Shopping, it is here. Graduation, birthday, an anniversary, or something that would look good on yourself. And remember, Christmas just around the corner. You can load up on the items here that are not sold in department stores. I saw everything this morning. I saw kids' toys, I saw tags, I saw jewelry, hats, pins, pennants, everything you might want, every size, every style, to suit your needs or to suit the occasion is being sold behind the bleacher seating area. All right, Linda Law and her great staff who have been doing a stellar job of timing down here on the ground level, working with our timing group, professional timing group up the top of the bleachers, and quite often coming up with the exact same times and speeds as our professional group upstairs and behind us. Great dedication. Contest hold, Linda says. Linda Law and her team says contest hold. So we'll see how that works in. We're getting all of our aircraft down and landed. The aircraft that has situation is safe and secure on the ground. Thank you to all of our response individuals out on the race course, ready to go in full, by the way, full fire or catastrophe gear, ready to go. Even though it is hot, they're ready for the job. They're in the cab with the engine running, and that is the professional group that we need and admire so much. So Roy, while we're waiting, you can tell us about a couple of great people. As soon as we get information, we'll come back with the results.
All right, that sounds good. You know, you shouldn't have to worry about rising prices when you're grocery shopping for your family. Visit Grocery Outlet in Lemon Valley or Spanish Springs, and you'll find all the ingredients to cook a complete healthy meal. They have fresh meat, produce, and sides at savings of 40 to 70% versus traditional grocery stores. So make sure you stop by your local grocery outlet today and enjoy a one-stop shopping experience all within your budget. Full plate, full wallet, you can't lose. Liberty Military Housing is here to serve those who serve our country by providing military families with comfortable, well-maintained homes in communities right across the United States. We take pride in our highly trained team of professionals and strive to bring out the best in each so we can do outstanding work to positively impact the lives of our military families. At LMH, we are an employee-owned company that offers excellent benefits, training, development, and opportunities for advancement. If you're ready to grow your career, visit joinlmh.com to check out our amazing job opportunities. Okay, folks, if you happen to have a radio with you, which is fine, but please check your radio. We have a stuck mic that's transmitting right now. And we ask you, please, if you do have a radio with you, best is just to turn it off because it is causing interference right now. So if you have an airband radio, we ask you, please turn the radio off, and we'll keep you informed as to what's going on. Thank you.
Got it.
Yeah, all that in the interest of safety if we can't communicate with our aircraft and our emergency responders. That is not good. So turn the radio off. If you have one, just turn it off for now, will you? Let us clear the frequency. You may be...
You found the Stihl National Championship Air Races, presented by Reno-Tahoe.
Big day, biggest weekend in air racing in these here United States. Stihl National Championship Air Races, and boy, we are racing one after the other today, making up for some lost time over the first 2 days. Mother Nature wasn't kind, but we are getting a good break today. We have seen so much racing in all 7 of our different classes so far, and we've got more to come. Much more to come, Rob Lowe.
Absolutely, Tommy, and we've had, look on the screen right now, we've had some close racing. This was a photo finish that I'm still not sure who they called as the winner of that jet heat, but it has been excitement all day long. We've got 14 races on the docket today, 5 air show events, and we are just in the midst of adrenaline-fueled racing, Tommy. It's awesome today.
Great crowd on hand here. Everyone kind of waiting all year. People coming from around the world. This is a destination for people who love aviation, who love air racing, who love air shows. All of that's here from all the eras, the legacy era, the modern era, and a look into the future as well. We're going back to the legacy of a trainer that certainly made history during the World War II years and beyond. And this is T6. We got a good T6 race coming up. This is Gold Class.
Gold Class, Tommy, you're absolutely right. And this is the most unique and historic class that we have. You can see our competitors taxiing out here, the Pace plane out front with the red and white striped tail on it. And then our 6 competitors following behind that. Tommy, this was an advanced trainer. You'd go through some of the very initial trainers, but then you'd make your way into the T6. They call it the pilot maker. And it really was a very heavy, complex airplane to fly. We've talked about some of our other classes that weigh, less than the weight of a Harley-Davidson motorcycle. This airplane, minimum weight, pilot and fuel, 4,000 pounds, Tommy. This is a big, heavy metal airplane. It's a tail dragger. It's got a high center of gravity when it taxis. The pilots used to say you weren't done flying a T6 until it was in the chocks and the engine was off. Oftentimes harder to taxi than it was to fly in the air. But part of what it did is it made our airmen such stellar aviators that really was a large part of turning the tide in World War II and into Korea. We learned that through World War I. This very airplane played a huge role in that. The types you're going to see in front of you today are all built by the North American Corporation, but some were used in the Army Air Corps. Those were the AT-6 Texans. The SNJs were the Navy version. There's the Harvard, which was licensed, built in Canada. Basically all the same airplane. Here in this class, it's basically a spec race, Tommy. They can't do a lot of modifications. They're stock airplanes. They can do some engine modifications, get a little bit more horsepower out of them. They're going to carry a minimum of 50 gallons of gas. Stock, this airplane would have about 185 horsepower racing configurations here, especially here in the Gold Class. You're going to see about 180 250 miles an hour, and it's going to be all about pilot skill and performance, especially here in the gold class. Very evenly matched spec racing, if you will, on a closed course. Pylon racing, multiple airplanes on the course at the same time. This is the only place on the planet this happens, Tommy, and right here in Reno at the National Championship Air Races. This is going to be awesome, and these airplanes, the fans that are really airplane savvy, history savvy, just love to see these A6s go around the course.
Yeah, more than half a century as a featured class here at these National Championship Air Races, and owing to the similar specs here, it's going to usually be a tight bunch among our 6 today. So expect something like that, some very, very tight racing.
Yeah, and these aircraft all have the stock Pratt & Whitney air-cooled radial engine, 1,340 cubic inch, 9-cylinder engine, stock about 600 horsepower, race configuration up to upwards of 800 to 850 horsepower. Now, they burn regular aviation gas. There you see an onboard shot that we'll be showing you throughout the race from John Lomar on race 88, radial velocity. Great shot there. And no funny fuels, no exotic fuels. Yeah, pretty much straight up. The other thing to note, Tommy, is you see those propellers turning out front. They all still have what the airplane was manufactured with. That's a 9-foot-long Hamilton standard metal propeller. One thing to listen for in this class, and that the fans here in person love so much, you hear the throaty rumble of this 9-cylinder radial engine, but then the propeller, those tips, go supersonic, and you hear this crackling sound. It's a constant speed prop, which means the pitch changes depending on throttle and some other settings. And what that creates is this super unique sound to the T6 that's unmatched anywhere, and the fans just love it. It's so iconic. And Tommy, I know we'll lay out some here during the race so our fans at home and online can hear that as well.
Call in and complain if we don't, because that's what we've been charged with doing, and it's the thing we should do.
Absolutely. It is, you know, more people have learned to fly in the T6 than any other aircraft, it's been said. It's made more pilots. And like we said, the original configuration, you can see the canopy there on race 43. There's one pilot in it. The airplane was built to have 2 because it had an instructor and a student. That was its purpose, was an advanced trainer. Obviously, here in the race configuration, those back seats are removed, and they're trying to get them, you know, into a race light as they can configuration. Now, they're going to depart here in a minute. You see our pace plane out front. There's a silver pace plane. Then you'll see our 6 competitors, and then there's one more pace plane in the back. They're all T6s. So you got a total of 8 airplanes that are going to take off here. And what they do is they take off, Tommy, and they get airborne, and we'll talk about how the race starts here in a minute. But there's a great shot of our pace airplane. Just a beautiful example of a T6. There's John Lomar, storied racer out of Nokomis, Florida. That's gracious enough to allow the camera to be placed in his airplane, and courtesy of our friends at Airshow 360 along with the Reno Air Race Association, we're able to bring you these onboard shots.
Hold in position. Holding in position, T6 Peitz, flight cancel, takeoff clearance. Baffles on.
Gonna get everyone ready before they begin to take off. Hold in position for right now. As soon as they start going, we'll introduce all of our six planes for you and their pilots.
And you could hear race control talking to the pace plane there, Tommy, and the communications go between the race control and the pace plane, who's like the lead of the formation, if you will. But typically what you'll see here in a second when they do get clearance to take off is the pace plane will go first, and then they'll depart in qualifying order in behind, and that helps them line up faster. Once they get airborne, they've got to maneuver around as they circle back for the start of the race, and they will be line abreast from left to right in qualifying order, and that puts the fastest qualifying aircraft, if you will, on the pole.
As could be expected, those qualifying times are pretty close, all within about 12, 13 miles per hour for all 6.
I'll get back with you then. That's fine, but we just want to make sure everybody's communicating. Yes, sir, thank you.
So while race control works through some of the final issues here, we talked a little bit about these being basically spec airplanes, Tommy, and the 3 different branches of service that they fly in. Some of the modifications that our racers can do in this class is they're allowed to modify the engine to get some higher compression, get a little more horsepower that we talked about a few minutes ago. They can also do things like the airplane was built with a tread. If you're familiar with tread tape or a sanded area on the wing right next to the cockpit, that believe it or not, those little grains of sand that provide great traction for the pilot to get in and out, especially on a dew or a wet wing, those little bumps cause drag, and so they're allowed to sand that off. They can take foil and cover up the seams between the panels, which helps reduce drag, let the airplane go a little bit faster. But those are really the extent of the limitations of that they can modify in this class. It really is match racing between stock aircraft, which really brings it back to the pilots. And like you said, Tommy, we see that in the qualifying times of these top 6 racers here in the gold pairing, that really they are very evenly matched. And it's going to come down to, quite frankly, strategy and pilot performance that's going to make the difference here in this race today.
A lot of very experienced T6 racing pilots here in this heat right now coming up, and we'll meet them in just a minute here. A lot of history out there from the past decade and a half, as a matter of fact.
You know, Tommy, one of the things that's really unique about this year in 2022, and for this aircraft in particular, it played such a huge part in training our pilots in World War II as we recovered from the unprecedented and unexpected attack at Pearl Harbor, and we got thrust into the war.
Just a heads up, there is an operational issue, and we will get back with you as soon as we are able to resolve this issue, and hopefully it won't be much longer.
So there you hear race control, Tommy telling the racers we've got an operational issue in the airspace or somewhere here. So it's all about safety here at the National Championship Air Races, and so we're going to resolve that first, and our racers will continue to stay poised on the runway, ready to go, and we'll get back to that. But let's slide back to what we were talking about the Air Force, Tommy, about as we spooled up after Pearl Harbor and the attack there, America had to transition into a war footing, and we had to build airplanes. We didn't have the number of airplanes. We certainly didn't have the capability to train the number of pilots we would eventually need in World War II. This aircraft really played a huge role of that. And then at the end of World War II, the United States Air Force was established, pulled out of the U.S. Army Air Corps in 1947. The Air Force is celebrating their 75th year this year, and this very airframe, the T6, plays such a historic role in the United States Air Force, not just in World War II before they separated, but long after that, the aircraft played a large role. And then this aircraft has played a huge role just throughout our history, and now in air shows and racing and something like that. When you think about it, Tommy, it's very interesting. We built approximately 15,000 of these T6s in various formats throughout the World War II years, and shortly after, up into almost into the 50s, they were still building some variants of it. Today, there's about 150, or give or take, depending where you read, flying versions of the T6. So they're not totally uncommon, but when you think about 15,000 of them built, there's only about 150 that are still flying, a lot of them in museums and stuff. So a lot of great history here with this airplane. It's so much fun to see just the flying examples of being able to bring our country's history and our aviation history to people in person, whether you're online or here with us in Reno. Being able to see it live is amazing.
And we salute these owners and crews, because as you know, a plane that old, it takes a lot of work, a lot of dedication of resources in order to keep these things flying here, and that initiative they take, we appreciate here, especially this week.
Absolutely, and we get to see the plane with the pilot out here, but like any racing effort or like any operational effort, there's a huge crew of people that are in the pits that are helping prepare these airplanes. They're keeping them race ready. They're making sure everything is safe and configured and ready to go, and the pilot gets to fly it, but there's a whole team on every one of these teams that's making this happen to get them out here today ready to go.
And all these pilots will acknowledge that crew and be the first to tell you, every victory belongs to the whole crew, not just the pilot.
Yeah, and one of the great traditions here at Reno, Tommy, that I really appreciate is the 1940s era Japanese-made Jeep, if you will, that's a fire truck or an old fire truck, and they put the winning crew and the pilot in there, and they run the siren, and they go up and down in front of the crowd, and they get to wave, and it's just such a great opportunity for the fans to see the winning crew right after the race come by and wave at them. But just an awesome acknowledgement of the entire crew rides that truck, not just the pilot, and that is an acknowledgement of exactly what you said, Tommy.
They love that ride too. They look so happy going across and waving at all the fans who cheer them on.
Yeah, when we walk through the pits, Tommy, you know, talk to the crews, you know, one of the things they talk about is obviously everybody wants to win the gold and be the big winner for sure, so not to lessen that, but one of the truly treasured things, like you said, is to ride that truck, win a heat race and get to ride that truck in front of the crowd and wave. That is one of the most valued things here.
Puts a face on these great efforts for all the fans to see, and show their appreciation to real people who are out there doing this job.
And Tommy, just to pass on, if I might, one of the requests that was made on the local PA here, in case we have somebody here locally listening to the live stream with us, one of the operational issues we're dealing with is someone has appears to be a handheld transceiver radio on one of the operational frequencies, and the mic is keyed, creating a hot mic, and that's possibly what's keeping us from racing here.
Yeah.
So if you're listening to us and you're in the local area and you have an aviation radio, please turn it off. We're just asking that you turn that off and let us go racing. So if you could do that, we would greatly appreciate it.
Again, if you're just picking up with us, getting ready for a gold class T6 race here. 6 planes ready to go, but in a hold right now for an operational issue, that via the race management and the traffic that we're here.
Runway 26, clear for takeoff.
All right, now we're out of it. We just got to go. So our planes will get into the air starting right now.
Yeah, and you heard it straight from race control there, Tommy. We resolved the issue, and Pace Plane has acknowledged the takeoff clearance for runway 26. We've got the wind. Got a little bit of a crosswind. Wind appears to be gusting about 15 knots to me in my untrained eye, and a little bit off of 26, but plenty within the operational envelope of these amazing T6 airplanes. And here you see Chris rushing in Barron's Revenge in race 14 as we get started, and he's our top qualifier at about 237-ish knots. And
there he goes. He's our defending champion as well. How about 6 championships in T6 for this man from Tule Lake, California, Nick Macy, the 6 cat, probably the winningest of all time in the recent years of Reno.
And here's the aircraft we had the in-cockpit cam on. That's just John Lomar, race 88, airplane he calls Radio Velocity out of Nokomis, Florida.
Champion in 2017 and 2018. Back to try to grab the gold one more time and allowing us to ride along with him in the cockpit.
And here's Joel Stinnett from Midnight Miss 3, race 43. He's out of Tulsa, Oklahoma. Tommy, watch the gear go up. They don't always go up exactly together. The left one often closes a little bit quicker.
Here's Vic McMahon, Blaine Washington, gunslinger, AT-6A. His are not going up the same time either.
No, and that is exactly how the system was designed, Tommy. It's the way the mechanics work and the hydraulics work in that airplane, and those are performing exactly as expected.
Vitaly Pechersky, who moved up from the B class based on his victory earlier today, so he's in the gold class right now, and he's going to get a chance to grab the national championship if he can make it through tomorrow as well.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw him earlier in that silver race, Tommy, like you said, that he dominated that, and that's what happens as we go through these heat races. You can bump up or bump down, and we're going to see them take off and gather up here in a minute, and they're going to come back and race our medium 5-mile course. We're going to do 5 laps, speeds ranging in the 235, 230 mile an hour range. For this class, this is the gold class, and there you get a good look at those 9-foot-long Hamilton standard propellers. Constant speed props. You can see the mechanism that allows them to turn. They are going to start airborne. You can see them side by side here in some of the previous footage. And here's our graphic. Tommy, you see the Pace plane on the right of your screen that's red. They're going to be line abreast, and as they come from west to east and approach our home pylon, the Stihl start-finish line, that's where the race will start. They have to stay in their lane until that point, and then right there the race is on. You can see them begin to maneuver, and they head their way around all 7 pylons of our medium-sized 5-mile course. Now here's the Microsoft Flight Simulator. Third-person view of a T6 down on the course, down low, passing the Stihl home pylon right there. Headed for pylon number 1. You can see the airport and the runways passing by underneath the simulation here. And our folks at Microsoft have done just a fantastic job, and the folks at JM Productions in producing this and make this realistic view available for us.
Bear in mind that one of the most oft-told stories about this craft is back in the training days when the pilots would eventually land in their assigned aircraft for their position, they would say it was much easier to fly. So this was the challenge. A challenge is what makes a great pilot, as you've mentioned many times.
Yeah, absolutely. There's some very famous pilots that when they got to P-51s or P-40s went back to their old instructors and said, why didn't you let me fly this first? It's way easier than the T6. Well, and like we talked earlier, Tommy, the T6 is historic aircraft you're looking at the windshield of right here. It was so vital in the development of our airmen, and frankly, us being able to win the greatest generation, winning World War II and producing the freedoms that we enjoy in America that allow us to be in Reno for the 58th National Championship Air Races and do fun stuff like this on a Saturday afternoon.
This is a salty group of pilots right here. I can tell you, these guys are the pros. We've got so many national championships represented among these pilots, including our last year's winner, Chris Rushing, who's got the #1 position, starting position.
Yeah, and in closed course pylon racing, Tommy, in this class, as in all classes, that pole position is really key because you'll be able to be in tight and to pass. You have to pass on the outside as you do in all of our classes. So this class is particularly a little bit harder to pass in some cases because the airplanes are so evenly matched. So it comes down to strategy and it comes down to performance of the aircraft. And here we've got a great live view out of John Lomar's T6 there. The radial velocity, that's a Navy version, Tommy. I know you can't tell from here in the cockpit, but that is an S&J, and we'll listen in occasionally as they get lined up here, get ready to come racing to the radio. The pace plane will be lining them up here. So you can see as they're circling around, you can see the lakes off to the left wing of John Lomar there, and you can see some of the competitors. John Lomar is the #3 qualifier, so to his left would be positions 1 and 2, and then the pace plane out front. There's a good shot farther back.
These guys are good at getting lined up. They're all out there, as I heard a fellow say one time, side by each.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're looking for them here locally, Tommy. They're going to be circling around to the west, and they will come at us from the west, straight up runway 8, if you will, headed for the home pylon, just like we saw in the graphic here in just a minute. So they're finishing some of those final maneuvers to get lined up, but looks like they're looking good on camera here, Tommy.
Yeah, they look ready to go, and as soon as they get the right distance away, we'll have a race on.
Racers turning southbound. Starting descent.
So what we heard there, Tommy, is pace plane advising race control that they're starting their descent. They're headed southbound, which means they're basically on a base leg if you think about an air traffic pattern into a runway. So they're sort of on the left base to head into the final straightway to start this race, and they're looking good. You can see the turn there on the camera on the left side of our screen. You can see from John Lomar's view in cockpit, he's got the left wing low as he's making a turn. So the formation line abreast is making a bit of a left turn, and Tommy, we can see them straight west of us there.
Yep.
And they're just about the point where they're going to turn and head straight at us. So we're getting very close now, and the pilot at the pace plane will be continuing to line them up as they finish this last 90-degree turn. Basically turn to final, head for the straightaway, and we are getting close to racing now. It's going to be very exciting here, Tommy.
You're going to hear some sounds that you don't get to hear very often. This is a rare opportunity, a once-in-a-year opportunity for most air race fans, and we're certainly looking forward to hearing these planes as they roar by.
So here's the final turn, ladies and gentlemen. You can see that on your screen now. The aircraft are all in that left-hand turn from southbound to eastbound, and they're going to be turned and headed right back at us here at Stead Field. We're going to listen in here in a minute when they get told they have a race, and we're just going to listen to them come by for the first time. All 6 of them together with those supersonic tips of those props going by and those big old 9-cylinder radial engines. Those are just small adjustments the pace plane's making to get them lined up. Smoke's on the pace plane.
2022 T6 racers are inbound for the course. Bringing down 43.
That's just air show smoke on our pace plane.
Good shot, 66.
And again, you hear those small adjustments. He's moving them up, moving them back, getting them lined up for a fair start. Great shot out of the in-cockpit cam. There goes our pace plane, Tommy. We got a race. Let's listen to them come by here in the first race. 6 competitors. Here we go. Wow, that is awesome.
Oh,
but Tommy, we've only got 5 airplanes up there at the moment, and we'll figure out who is pulled up out of the race here in just a second. But we'll watch, and Chris Rushing and Barron's Revenge looks to be out front there in the just as expected.
Yeah, Nick Macy, race number 6, and John Lomar, 2nd and 3rd as it stands right now.
And in the red and white, Joel Stinnett looks to be in 4th. And looks like McMahon in the black and white race 66 at the back. So it looks like we might have Vitaly
Pachersky.
Pachersky
From Pachersky, possibly.
Yep, possibly.
Yeah, we'll learn about that.
So we continue to watch our leader coming around pylons 4 and now 5 as he heads down the far west end of the course for this very first lap.
This is the gold race. This is the top of the class in T6.
Tommy, here comes that sound headed back to our folks in the stands. We're going to get to see and listen to these aircraft come by here by the Stihl start-finish line pylon. Well, they look to be fairly evenly matched, Tommy, in 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. And there we see our leader headed up to the far northeast portion of the course, and he's dropping down to just about the 50-foot minimum altitude.
That is Chris Rushing from Thousand Oaks, California, stepping out just a little bit. Got a little bit of separation from the other 4 at this point.
Tommy, where else in the world can you see a split screen shot where you see a live view out of John Lomar's plane and a view of the live leader up there? I mean, the coverage and the folks at the Reno Air Race Association and JM Productions are just doing fantastic work for us here online today.
Doing everything we can to put you in the cockpit, let you experience it. A lot of people would prefer to be here, and I sure understand that.
Let's listen to our leader come by our pylon. Here he comes around pylon 6 and 7. Again, they're flying our medium length 5-mile course. They're going to do 5 laps. We're on lap 2, just about to complete that here with our leader as you see him on the left side of your screen.
Race 14, Chris Rushing. There's Nick Macy in second place, the veteran from Tule Lake, California.
Again, you continue to see John Lomar in the in-cockpit cam there. He's holding down 3rd place for us, and we watch our leader headed as he heads around the far north parson. Going to start that back straightaway on the far north end of the course here. But these speeds are around 235 miles an hour, Tommy, right now in this gold class. So this is about kind of the max speed for this class. And they all look to be fairly evenly matched, just as we thought. They've actually spread out a little bit more than I thought they might. But they all seem to be fairly evenly matched. Nobody really is gaining on anybody at this point. But we're only about halfway through the race, Tommy. So there may be some strategy yet to come.
Yeah, there's inside and outside the cockpit with John Lomar right there. That's pretty cool.
Yeah, what a beautiful airplane against this desert backdrop. And Tommy, we're so grateful the smoke has cleared out. We get a great shot. Oh. And we're going to get to listen in here as John comes towards our pylon cam out here by pylon number 6. Let's listen in, listen to that fantastic Pratt & Whitney engine. Is so cool, Tommy. That is so cool. Man, you got to like that. Tips of those Hamilton 9-foot standard metal props going supersonic, and the rumble of that Pratt & Whitney 9-cylinder engine is just uncomparable to anything else you'll experience in the aviation world.
We're full field now into the 4th lap of 5.
There's John Lomar again. You get the inside and outside version there. We're going to jump back to our leader. That Chris Rushing in Barron's Revenge has jumped out front. Tommy, he had the pole. He was the start, and he's just held it the entire time. He appears to be flying a very fluid, very solid race here.
Absolutely. That is a big elite, as you will see in a T6 race right there. That is remarkable.
He really has. And part of that is not just the performance of his airplane, Tommy, but he is flying a very static and very consistent flight around these pylons. Very well done by Chris Rushing here this afternoon.
Owing to the weather, this is the first chance this gold class has had to race here this week. So as we go for the white flag for our leader there, Chris Rushing.
Final lap, Tommy. There's another good look at John Lomar as he brings his way home to the start-finish line, and for his one-lap indication with the white flag continuing to fly. Comes our leader headed around the far northeast part of the course. We'll listen to him on that pylon cam. There you go. You hear that? Wow. What a historic thing. I mean, this is just history, ladies and gentlemen. Again, you think about there's only a little over 150 of these aircraft flying in the world, and we're seeing 5 of them at the moment. Shoulder to shoulder, closed course pylon racing. This doesn't happen anywhere in the world but here, where the fastest motorsport on the planet exists, in Reno National Championship air races.
And 5 of the most decorated ones as far as air racing goes, for sure.
Well, for the last time, there comes our leader, Barron's Revenge, in the AT6 B model. He comes out of Thousand Oaks, California. That's Mr. Chris Rushing. Great look at him flying right into your living room here, Tommy, as he makes that final turn, heads for home.
In control all the way, Chris Rushing. Race 14, Barron's Revenge is your winner.
And here comes third place, John Lomar on the screen, both inside and outside as he comes to the finish line.
He wraps it up at third.
Job.
Good stuff.
And here in fourth, red and white Joel Stinnett out of Tulsa, Oklahoma, race 43. And behind him, race 66, Gunslinger, Mr. Vic McMahon finishing the race. Tommy, that's it.
That's it. Yeah, Nick Macy finished in second place. We didn't get to see him cross the start-finish line, but he was starting second, finished in second for the 6-time champ here.
There's a great look at what happens. You can see the airport off to the left there out of John Lomar's cockpit. They pop up off the course, begin to circle back. You can see the throttles coming back a little bit. They're going to cool those engines down a little, make their way back into the landing pattern, and come back to the airport to land. But let's go back and take a look, Tommy, at what we saw during the race.
Here was the start. Descended onto the airplane. As you see the pace plane going up into the deep blue, and we had our race underway. Chris Rushing, the top qualifier, wasted no time getting out front. Well, he was out front, but getting further out front.
Here's one of the first times by our desert pylon cams, Tommy, that we got to hear these beautiful airplanes come by and see how fast they are down low over the desert. Some fantastic shots here, and this is our leader, Chris Rushing, who had the pole. He was our top qualifier, as you said, Tommy. He got out in front, he stayed there, and eventually our unofficial winner in race 14. We talked earlier about the consistent line that he flew, the turns near the pylons, not taking the chance of cutting, but he also wasn't giving anybody any extra room. He stayed in tight. And there was John Lomar in the beautiful blue and yellow airplane. We got to see that both inside and outside all day, which was a fantastic opportunity. And there you see the pylon. You see that go right by the wingtip. That's how close it is. And our judges stand out there and look up through those to make sure we don't cut. And then there goes by our leader by the home pylon one more time. Here's another great look at it.
Just never veered from the perfect line all the way around this course 5 times in a row, and that's how you do it. Want any inefficiencies, any unnecessary air travel during the course of one of these winning efforts.
And there he is there taking the checkered flag in the unofficial first stop. And you can see the crowds that are out here on Saturday, Tommy, as we go over our unofficial results.
Chris Rushing, defending champ, race 14. In first, unofficially, with Barron's Revenge. Nick Macy, 6-time winner in 6 cat. Race number 6 in second. John Lomar, race 88, Radial Velocity. Joel Stinnett in fourth. Race 43, Midnight Miss 3. The Gunslinger, race 66 with Vic McMahon in fifth. And we'll have to see what happened to Vitaly Pechersky, apparently scratched. Before we got underway, Vitaly had moved up from Class B just today.
And Tommy, we saw exactly what we thought we would. Closely matched aircraft. They kind of lined up. And then we rolled into a very consistent race that really was exciting to see these historic and very unique aircraft run around the race course here. But it's not over yet, Tommy. We got more to come.
Absolutely. We got the very fastest of the fast coming up next. There they are. Our jet class, for 2 decades now, a part of our 7 classes that we have now at the Reno National Championship air races. So we'll have some jet A, some gold class jet racing, as a matter of fact, for you. That is coming up just moments away. We're just going to get these guys all ready, guys and gals all ready to go, and we will be right back with you.
Well, we land all of our T6 SNJ Harvard racers, and we'll turn it over to Roy.
Thank you very much. The Alberta International Air Show is excited to be back at Reno, continuing our partnership with RARA and bringing air racing to Canada. Currently working with Sports Class, we're looking to expand classes in 2023. 2023 will also see the event adding the International Trade, Career, and Investment Attraction section called Ville Aero. Combining the name of our home airport, Villeneuve, along with our desire to bring the future of aerospace to reality, Vil Aero is an international event for the Pacific Northwest Economic Region, as well as the Pacific Northwest Aerospace Alliance to showcase investment opportunities from all 5 states, 2 territories, and 3 provinces in our economic region. Villeneuve is also a proud name in racing with such icons as Gilles Villeneuve and his son Jacques Villeneuve as they dominated Formula 1, Indy, and other forms of motorsports. Alberta is also a great place to vacation. Come to Edmonton or Calgary, stay for the races and the trade fair, and then book some time to enjoy the best backyard in North America. Alberta is a great province to explore, from the majestic Rockies and national parks like Banff and Jasper to one of the world's largest dinosaur collections in Drumheller. Endless areas for fishing, hunting, and exploration. An unspoiled wilderness spanning the entire province and our families in BC and Saskatchewan. The Alberta International Air Show runs from August 4th through 6th in 2023. We'd love to see you there and show off the best backyard in the world. Operators worldwide trust Concord batteries for superior starting and reliable performance. Shouldn't you? Concord, the official battery of the National Championship Air Races. Spa Atlantis offers you the most relaxing, rejuvenating, revitalizing, recharge your body, mind, and soul spa day imaginable. As Reno's only Forbes 4-star spa for 7 consecutive years, Spa Atlantis is a one-of-a-kind spa experience. Every detail has been thoughtfully designed to inspire wellness and leaving you feeling more incredible than you've ever had been before. Book your Spa Atlantis experience today at atlantiscasino.com/spa. Amador Stage Lines is a proud sponsor of the Reno Air Races, founded over 170 years ago as a stagecoach line carrying passengers from the paddle wheelers in Sacramento to the Gold Country. The family business has been serving Nevada and California ever since. From military to school groups, casino trips, sport outings, lake tours, dinner parties, and much, much more, we are there for whatever your group may need. Our travel experts are at 775-324-4444. Amador Stage Lines, we're going places. Danny, I hear a fire truck. That's got to be the 1979 fire truck from Japan by way of New Zealand. That thing has been all over the place. It's Sports Class 3B with their speed of 301.926. That's blistering. It's George Catalano and Bad Dingo, race number 56. Give them a wave as they pass in front of us right across from the Stihl. Start, finish, pylon, home pylon. There they go. Oh, wow, they're throwing out swag.
No event like it in the world, the Stihl National Championship air races. And right now we're about to get a chance to ride along and watch the world's fastest motorsport in action. This is the fastest of our 7 classes here. This is the jet class. This is jet bronze action right now. 6 laps, 47 miles. Some great competitors on display this time around, and we are getting very near race time. We'll have all our planes. We'll introduce them for you and the pilots, and we'll get them up in the air, lined up, and descend upon the course for another great jet race today, our second of the day.
Tommy, this is going to be exciting. We've got 5 L29s in this class and 1 L39. We've talked about those earlier today, but this class is dominated by the Reno-Tahoe training aircraft. The L39 you see there next to the end on the right of your screen, it was a trainer designed to replace the L29, which the other 5 are. And you can see that is one of our pace planes that's departing there. That is the Phenom jet that is flown by actually a California congressman.
What?
And serves as a pace plane for us. So
how about that?
Yeah, it's a very great setup. We have lots of coordination and communication, and the congressman, California Congressman Jay Obernolte on there, and then there you see Rob McCormick in the number 6. I think that's not quite who that is, Tommy. So we'll look. So the Phenom jet is departed as our pace plane, and then the L39 is Cyril Whitfley out of Zug, Switzerland in race 73. That's on your screen now, Tommy. He's our number 2 qualifier.
The black and white camouflage qualified at 391 miles an hour.
That first one we saw a second ago was Matt Conklin, who's our number 1 qualifier, just ahead of this one. There's our number 3.
Yeah, Nathan Harnagel from Friendswood, Texas, a veteran of these jet races here at Reno. The Spirit of Freedom, race 55.
Then coming up behind him will be another silver L29, look a lot like that. There it is there, race 1. Bob McCormick out of Sacramento in the jet he calls Athena. And then that's,
there we go, yeah.
That's Vertigo, race 23.
Joe Swindle.
Another L29 silver one. So lastly, the blue one, race 61, Tommy.
Yeah, Tammy Camilleri, international entry, all the way from Bathurst, New South Wales in Australia, Miss Independence, race 61.
Well, there's our field of 6 plus a place plane, Tommy. So we'll talk a little bit about jet class. Again, you mentioned these are the fastest racers we have. They fly our largest 8-mile course. They're going to fly 6 laps. Speeds up near 500 miles an hour in the A class. Here in the bronze, we're going to be closer to 400, maybe just a little under 400 miles an hour at these aircraft. They're going to take off that you just saw. They're going to form up on that pace plane. They're going to circle behind Mount Peavine here behind us, and then line abreast and head back down the chute and head into our course that we see on the screen here now, Tommy. That is our largest 8-mile course. You can see the pylons popping in there, and as we get close to the start, the aircraft form up line abreast on the pace plane, as you see here on the screen. Pace plane in red, the other aircraft are wingtip to wingtip. They have to stay in those lanes straight ahead till they get to the guide pylon. Now they can accelerate out ahead of each other, but they can't turn in front of each other until they get to that guide pylon. And now here we get another great look at the Microsoft Flight Simulator for the Reno Air Races expansion pack. Courtesy of that, you see the virtual lap up there in the corner. What a great look here from race 8 with a third-person view of what it looks like to fly a jet at 500 knots, 500 miles an hour, right around 50 feet over the desert, Tommy.
Look inside of one of our jet racers at a previous race here to give you an idea of how fast the sand and the rocks and the sagebrush flies by your face as you're 50 feet off the deck out there going speeds approaching 500 miles an hour.
And we see the class dominated by these L29s and L39s. You know, these in the Cold War, in the Warsaw Pact, they were in need of an entry jet level trainer, and that's where the L29 came from. And then eventually in the 60s, the Czech based company Reno-Tahoe produced the L39 to replace the L29. These are somewhat readily available on the free market now, and that's where a lot of these racers have it. And you see so many of them civilian-owned and race, just like you see on the screen here at 50 feet over the desert here in Reno. They have incredible safety records, Tommy. They're very reliable. And the L29s, even though they're older, a lot of times are even faster than the L39s. The aircraft was not designed to go super fast in itself. It was designed to be a trainer, a jet trainer. And the L29s still have a very safe record and can be a little bit faster than the 39s.
Spacing looks good.
I think take this opportunity to take a look at some earlier jet racing going on here at Reno. You can tell this was a different day. A lot of smoke on the racetrack yesterday. This is our race from yesterday.
Yeah, we got to see some fantastic competition in this class yesterday, Tommy. With you can see here they were grouped together up front. We saw a lot of competitive flying, and here's going to be a great shot of our leader coming right at you above the foothills. That's Vicky Bensing in race 54, who just got out front and dominated this race yesterday, Tommy, as I recall.
Absolutely did. Had the great starting position, and as often happens, made great use of it in order to fly the perfect course and to do it 6 times in a row.
And we saw her again earlier this morning in a sport class. So Vicky's getting her money's worth here at Reno this weekend. Here's where back in the pack, we talked about Vicky being out front there in the yellow and purple airplane, but back in the pack, race for second was really contested the entire race. The 2 red and white airplanes back and forth, and again, like most closed course pylon racing, you got to pass on the outside. So it took a lot of effort for those 2 to sort it out throughout the race, but Vicky stayed out front, Tommy, throughout most of the race.
Yeah, she was untouchable, just absolutely a perfect race. And we'll watch her put the finishing touches on this one. Lap number 6. After the race, we had a chance to catch up with his longtime veteran and great pilot here at Reno. The winner in this jet heat, Vicky Bensing.
Actually, the course was in really good shape. Surprising for how much smoke there is out there, but it was easy to see the pylons, except for maybe number 7, which has a nice light on it, so we could find that one. And being the leader, I had really nice air. It was really nice and smooth. I'm sharing the plane with Rick Vandam, so tomorrow Rick will be flying it. He'll probably be starting at the back of the gold. And we'll see how he finishes there and where we end up on Sunday's race, because that's the big day. And that determines the trophies. So it's been really tough. The smoke has closed the course for us. We require 6 miles of visibility, and when it drops below that, flying at the speeds we do, it's just not safe. So today we were lucky we had the visibility to go, and even though it's not that great going around on the start off of Peavine, our pace plane did a great job and led us right onto the course, and the visibility was just fine for us to race, and I hope it stays that way for the next couple days.
Great pilot with a passion for racing and has done very well here through the years. Vicky Bensing, I was sad to hear that, well, not sad to hear, but just surprised to hear that she's going to yield a plane to a great champion here many times over, Rick Vandam.
Absolutely, and here we go, Tommy. They're formed up and they're coming at us from over our right shoulders here. They're coming down the slot. We talked earlier about they got to stay in the lane until they get to the guide pylon, and here they come. Race is on. The pace plane is pulled up. We have jet racing in Reno, Tommy.
Again, this is bronze class racing. Matt Conklin, the #1 qualifier, starting position #1, out in front as we watch it right now, early on.
He had the pole position because of that qualifying, as you said, Tommy, and there he is, right up front, moving on the way around the course, and you see the L39 of Cyril Whitfley out of Switzerland right there in second. He's beginning, looks like he's trying to track him down. Looks like Cyril's getting some speed built up as he descends down out of the foothills into the north end of the Lemon Valley, and now they're making that left turn coming around pylon number 6, headed southbound in the Valley of Speed, and the Jets truly do bring the speed to the Valley of Speed here in Reno, Tommy.
Those first 2 planes qualified within 2 miles an hour of one another. Should be a great matchup.
Yeah, and it looks like Whitley, race 73, is beginning to make a little bit of ground on our leader. They're definitely close here as they're making their way around the final pylons, headed back for home to the Stihl start-finish line. The two of them are going to be jockeying back and forth. It looks like Whitley is just watching and stalking right now behind Conklin.
Not yielding at all, staying right on the tail of Matt Conklin and Sluggo, the L29 Delphin.
And I think he had a good run on him coming around those first couple pylons, and then you saw him had to pull up. I think he had a little bit more overtake than he thought. You got to pass on the outside, and he had to pull up and pull out, and he lost a little bit of momentum on that as they go now around the guide pylon. But he'll probably get that momentum built back up again as they come around, headed through the far north end of the course. And you can see he's dropped back a little bit. It may take some time to get that momentum built up back again, Tommy.
We're in the second of 6 laps that all of our 6 racers will be going through. Third place now is Harnagel, race 55. Nathan Harnagel from Texas.
Don't forget, Tommy, we talked about the minimum altitude is 50 feet. And as they come through these final pylons here, headed for the home stretch, they have a maximum altitude of 250 feet. And that's all about containing the energy if something were to go awry to protect our fans. There you can hear some of our race radio communication where the pilots are talking to each other, telling each other, I'm coming around on your right or above you or whatever, and you'll hear that off and on throughout the race as we get to listen into the fantastic communication going on.
There's 1 and 2. So Whitley considerably higher right now than Matt Conklin.
Yeah, I think one of the strategies I've seen him do the last couple laps, Tommy, is he comes up high on that far east end of the course, and then he's trying to trade that altitude for energy as he descends over the home pylon and then continues to descend into the north end of the Lemon Valley as he goes around the far north pylons of 4, 5, and 6. And he's trying to convert that energy to speed.
Has not yet successfully done that. It's been about that same margin for the majority of the race so far. He just can't make any significant headway into Matt Conklin's line there.
Yeah, Conklin and Sluggo did qualify at 2 miles an hour faster and seems to be holding that here pretty steady. But now as they're going down the valley of speed, the angle's a little deceptive. It looks like he might be closer than he really is, but he did gain a little bit of ground on those last few turns. What a great shot right there as they make the turn back to the Stihl home pylon start-finish area.
And they are halfway through their race at this point right now, 1 and 2. Race 6 and race 73 Sluggos and a Subito, 2 L29s, Whitley and Conklin.
So there's a good comparison of the one aircraft that relieved the other in operational training. The L39 on the right side of your screen was the later model built in the 60s, built to relieve the aging L29, but here at Reno in racing, the L29s have a little bit of an advantage. What a great paint scheme on that L39 though. But here you see the red and white of race 6, Matt Conklin out first. Race 73 from Subito is stalking him. And then here we see some of our other competitors coming through the guide pylon, and now back to our leaders. It looks again like Whitley is really trying to make some hay. That's about the only place he's gaining on him is as they drop into the valley of speed, Tommy.
Looks very close right now, but once they get turned around, we'll get to see get a better picture once they get wings level.
Yeah, don't forget that the leader has the pole position or the inside track, and he's going to have to pass him on the outside. That's the longer way around. But he's getting closer.
Yes, he is.
Each time he comes by us, he's just a little bit closer, and he sees the laps counting down now. We're in lap 5. This next time by, they'll get the white flag for the last lap, Tommy, and I'm sure now it's now or never.
Right, less than 2 laps to get the job done.
And being here in the bronze class, winning here today could possibly get you going fast enough to move up to the silver race tomorrow. What a great shot as they fly through the foothills and the sagebrush.
Still got Harnagel, McCormick, and Swindle, 3rd, 4th, and 5th.
Our leaders are definitely tightening up, Tommy, now as they head around the north part of the course, the farthest north of our large 8-mile course. And this is where Whitley in race 73 has been able to make some ground as he makes those last turns around pylon 6 and heads south into the valley of speed. Here we got a good race back in the pack there coming by the guide pylon. And now back to our leaders. Look at that, Tommy. It looks like they are neck and neck. See what he can do around this last pylon heading for home.
White flag, white flag.
There you hear the white flag, Tommy. They are neck and neck. We'll see if Whiffley and race 73 can make some final moves on this last lap. It has been a cat and mouse game with these two all the way around this afternoon, and it looks like some of that momentum might have slowed just a little bit there on the far eastern part of the course as they head back into the foothills.
Yeah, he had it very, very tight there as they passed the Stihl start-finish pylon just moments ago, but this is the last lap. And if Whiffley's got anything left, any sort of ploy that he can take, this is the time to put it into action.
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's got left, because he certainly gave it all that last lap as they went through the north part. You watch him here now, he's kind of settled back. I don't know if he's just lost the momentum or if he's just decided to protect his equipment for tomorrow, but definitely seems to be kind of pacing the leader now, Matt Conklin, in race 6. Now Conklin gives him a little bit of an edge there. Did you see that? Conklin kind of flew up high as he came around pylon number 6. But Conklin may be trying to just trade some altitude for speed just to hold him off. But here comes race 73. Whiffley's making one more run at it. One last turn, Tommy.
Oh boy.
Here they come. One more pylon. This is pylon number 9. They're coming around right there. They're going to roll wings level. Checkered flag. There we are, Tommy, of unofficial 1 and 2.
Matt Conklin, Boise, Idaho, race number 6, your unofficial winner right there.
And there we see race 61, Tammy Camilleri in that shot. And then now we're back to coming across, I believe that's Vertigo. Swindell.
Arnagel and McCormick have finished at this point. Here comes Camilleri.
There comes Camilleri. Race 61, finishing 5th. And then behind her in 6th. That's race 23. That's Swindell, I believe.
Yeah, Vertigo.
Yeah, sorry about that. Got those two mixed up coming around the corner, but that's because they're going so fast, so low, Tommy.
That's the fastest motorsport in the world.
That's right. Let's look back at our start. We get to see from the beginning we had a 2-aircraft race up front, and there you see Whiffley and Conklin. Conklin had the pole position. He held that, and like is often the case with closed course pylon racing, to pass them, you got to go on the outside. So the shortest, quicker route is obviously that place to be on the inside. And that's what Matt Conklin enjoyed. And now he didn't really make any mistakes all day to give Whiffley any chance to get by.
Absolutely. That's sometimes what all the competitors behind the starting position number 1 are hoping for. Just get a little window open. And he did not leave any window open for them.
Yeah, he never did. Flew a very tight, very consistent race, which is what it takes to do that. And then the whole day, Cyril Whiffley in race 73 in Subito was just stalking him all the way around, and it got close a couple times, but those aircraft are both very evenly matched. They qualified within a couple knots of each other, and we saw that play out throughout the entire race. And here they are on the white flag lap. We're going to watch this one last lap where he tries one last time, especially up north there, to make his way around and make one last run at him, but he just didn't have the momentum. Here you see him coming by our pylon cam as they go by pylons 8 and 9 back to home. And here's the finish, Tommy. There we go. That was the checkered flag and the winner. And guess what? Look what's taxiing out, Tommy. We're going to go back to Unlimiteds.
We are getting ready for an unlimited race, and it is coming up moments away here. We got a rookie in the race. His name is Stephen Couches. An interesting story. He is flying the Mustang that belonged to his father.
I'm Stephen Couches, and I kind of grew up around Mustangs. My dad, Michael Couches, has been very instrumental in warbirds back in the 50s, buying them surplus. I'm kind of fortunate to be flying one of my dad's first Mustangs, and he sold it to Chuck Lyford, and then it was sold to the Driscolls after that, and they owned it for 20 plus years, maybe 30. And then the new owner just bought it about a year ago, and he wanted to put it back to how it was in '64. It was here in '64, the first air races, just as a Bartle special, and we wrapped it to make it look like that, and hopefully we'll keep it that way. And I'm hoping to put myself back up into the gold, if not winning the silver.
Well, Tommy, here we are seeing some of those Mustangs taxi out that we just heard about, talked about there, and you see what is historic aircraft, again, and historic, just a class here at Reno in the Unlimiteds. We're going to look at the silver pairing here in this class, and you see the Bartle Race 3 up there, the all-white aircraft that you just heard talked about on the special right there, Tommy. So the aircraft are making their way out. We're going to have a mix of P-51s and a P-63 King Cobra, who you can see taxiing behind the tails of our F-18 Super Hornets that are here. You see the noses of a couple Air Force F-22s. Those are all part of the air show, the amazing variety and diversity that happens here at Reno. But you can see our unlimited competitors. There's the Bartle white P-51 that's up there up front. And behind him, a couple more P-51D models with the bubble canopy, the P-63 King Cobra, mid-airplane engine. And then behind that, we also have a P-51A model. So a lot of diversity, even though they're all P-51s, all mixed up in this class, Tommy. You can see the A model there to the far left of your screen, the silver next to the Bartle.
Yeah, number 1 qualifier is going to be a race number 6, John Dusty Dowd Jr. from Syracuse, Kansas. And his aircraft name, another one of these great names, the Shanty Irish. Had a chance to catch up with him and his outlook on this race.
Yeah, it was good. That's the first time really the throttle's ever been all the way forward on that airplane. And if it had a good pilot in it, it probably would have gone faster. But I think we did 335 or something like that. And I think the airplane, if we did some more homework on it, I think it probably should be up around 370. So something to work on this winter, which is, that's always, I get it home, tear it apart, make it go faster, come back, and it's always this great challenge to see what I did and the results. You know, that's the fun. It's not winning first place. I don't care. I want to go by what the clock says, you know. And I did the same thing in Formula. Worked all winter on it, came back, just excited to get out on the course in qualifying and just see really what it would do. And if I did any good, all that work in the wintertime. So.
Very motivated pilot there. Loving all the work he puts in on that. John Dowd, just Dusty Dowd Jr., Shanty Irish, the name of the P-51A Mustang that is in starting position number 1 in the silver race in the unlimited class.
You know, Tommy, such great history in the P-51, and you look at that A model, you can see the canopy is shaped different. They call them birdcage canopies. And you think about the history of how that aircraft was built. It originally came to be, the British came to the U.S. They went to North American Aviation in California, and they said, hey, build P-40s for us. We need P-40s. They said, well, we can do that, but take a look at this airplane we've been drawn up. And they looked at the paper, they made a deal, and within 120 days, North American had a P-51A model in the air for a test flight. Unheard of. I mean, just think about that today. That couldn't happen today. Originally powered by the Allison V-12, and then eventually when we gave them to the British under the Lend-Lease program, one of their pilots said, hey, what if we put our Merlin engine in this? And that is what gave the P-51 Mustang the legs. And the later models that you see with the D models and C models and on, and there's a great version there. The Merlin V-12 engines that are in these aircraft were licensed built by the Packard Company here in the United States. So it's an all-American airplane, all built, but it took that Merlin engine to give us the legs to escort our bombers, and that actually turned the tide of the air war in Europe and allowed us to win the air war in Europe. And this airplane, the P-51, played the most significant role in that. And what a beautiful example here from Dusty Dowd Jr. that we just heard about in this A model. Beautiful, beautiful airplane. But you can see the difference. For those of you airplane nuts like me, notice the air scoop above the propeller spinner on the A model. And when you get to see the D model in a minute, the scoop's underneath the spinner, and just a little bit different shape of the airplane. So improvements that they made on how the engines work and how the airplane flies.
You do not miss a detail, do you? We haven't got one past you yet, I don't think.
It's a disease, Tommy, and I'm very sorry. But for those airplane nuts like me out there, we are just in hog heaven today. There is nothing like getting to watch unlimited air racing here at Reno, the fastest motorsport on the planet.
Getting all the preparations in order, all the steps that we take to get these planes up in the air in the proper order and lined up side abreast, or side by each, as I heard it called one time, in order to descend on this this race course and have ourselves a race.
So Tommy,
silver class.
One other inside baseball for you.
Okay.
For our fans at home, the P-63 King Cobra, the green airplane with the red spinner that is 5 over from left to right. That aircraft is powered. It's a mid-engine airplane. The engine actually sits behind the pilot. The drive shaft goes between his feet, underneath his legs, up to that propeller up front. That's powered by an Allison V12. I want you to listen as they go by, fans. The Allison sounds significantly different than these P-51s. So we'll listen in. We'll lay out occasionally during the race so you can hear these majestic P-51s and P-63 goes by, and you can hear, Tommy, the difference in those engines.
Can't wait. I'm going to be listening all the way through. I have a toast to propose here. How about a toast to blue skies? I never thought I'd be so happy to see blue skies. We have raced through the smoke as best we could for a couple of days, and these pilots have been dealing with it, starting with Tom Nightingale.
The smoke has definitely been a factor in the afternoons, like at around, 3 o'clock or so it rolls in. It goes below, our minimums are 6 nautical miles to be able to race. When they go under 6 and certainly under 3, the whole race kind of grinds to a halt. So we're really hoping for some wind from the east to kind of keep this thing blowing out and let us do what we want to do.
We've never had visibility reductions like this year. There's been, like I was on the Rare Bear crew, I think in like 13 or 14, and there were afternoons where it got pretty stinky. But these, early morning, and then in the afternoon, that fire, the smoke is going to roll over the hill again, and it'll bring visibilities down to, half mile or mile by sundown.
And there we heard Dusty Dowd, Tommy, in P-51. We'd heard from him earlier in that A model. And there you see what a great lineup of our competitors here in this silver pairing of the unlimited class. Again, like we saw earlier today, you see the T-33 Shooting Star jet trainer. Played another vital role in the history of the United States, but it's flown today by Mr. Steve Hinton, multi-time unlimited winner here at Reno, and he is our pace plane and our safety pilot, and he's departing now, and that plane comes courtesy with him from the Planes of Fame Museum out in Chino, California. Now, the aircraft will depart in qualifying order once the pace plane departs. We see the pace plane rolling and departing out in front now, and you can see some of the competitors there. We saw Dusty Dowd, who we've heard so much from. Here's a great shot of that air scoop in the nose of that beautiful A model P-51 in race 6, the Shanty Irish with John Dowd.
Number 1 qualifying position. Right behind him, Stephen Couches, whom we heard from just a few minutes ago in the Bardall Special, the P-51D Mustang, race number 3.
Turn to the north. And then we'll be back westbound.
Beautiful picture of these airplanes. There's another good shot. This is Jeff Lavelle in the race 4 P-51D model, Sweet and Lovely, out of Kenmore, Washington. You can see the difference in the nose on what we saw. We'll talk about that scoop here in a minute, Tommy. We'll tell you some history on the scoop underneath that airplane as well.
That's Martin Moody. Starting position number 4, race number 0, the Spam Can. Another P-51D Mustang.
And here's the P-63 with the Allison in it. This is pretty Polly. Race 63, Patrick Nightingale out of Lakewood, California.
They start to turn back westbound now. Here we go.
Silver and blue, Lady B, P-51D Mustang, piloted by Mike Fledger of Scottsdale, Arizona. That's going to be race 49 to watch.
And then here the red-tailed P-51D model Mustang race 62, Tom Nightingale, aircraft he affectionately calls Bunny.
Starting position number 8, from Ventura, California, Ken Gottschall. It's P-51D Mustang, known as the Man of War, the silver and black.
Beautiful airplane, historic airplane too, Tom. If you Google the Man of War, look at the history on that particular airframe. Is really spectacular in and of itself. Of course, great to watch the gear come up on these airplanes, watch and listen to it. And this is, like we said earlier, it's unlimited class. We are in the Silver B pairing, and we're going to fly our largest course here, the 8-mile course. We're going to fly 6 laps. Good look at Pretty Polly here on the screen while we talk about the speeds. Upwards of just under 400 miles an hour in this class, Tommy, in the silver course, and we're going to fly that largest course all the way around. Again, these are the bad boys of speed, and the fastest that we've got for propeller-driven aircraft. Now, they're going to do an air start like we've seen in some of the other classes. Tommy, here's our pace plane in red. They're going to line abreast. They have to stay in their lane as they come down the chute, make their way to the guide pylon. That's the first chance they have to make the left turn and make their way around the course. We're going to fly that 8-mile course all the way around, and here is the Microsoft Flight Simulator Unlimited class map. You can see the small virtual map in the top right corner, and on screen the third-person view of Miss America P-51, who's unfortunately not here this year. But what a historic airplane as well, but what it looks like to fly these unlimited airplanes down low over the desert. Tommy?
Exciting. There's a look inside an actual racer from another race here. What it looks like to see that desert floor go by you. The noise is going to be unbelievable here. It's the sound that all these hardcore air race fans crave, and we're going to hear plenty of it over these next 6 laps we got coming up. Once our airplanes, who are going around back of the course right now and getting in position to do once they descend.
And Tommy, they're down low. You can see how close they are to the desert. Minimum altitude of 50 feet, approaching 400 miles an hour. That's almost 2 football fields per second, Tommy, which is incredible as they zip around these 13 pylons on our 8-mile course.
Watching their altitude, watching the pylons, watching all the gauges, all the things they have to keep track of to fly, and also watching the competition. That's a big part of it.
You know, in this particular heat race, Tommy, we have 8 racers out there today, and mostly P-51s and 1 P-63. But overall, we've got 17 unlimited racers this year with 11 P-51s, 3 Hawker Sea Furies, Yak 3U, and then the 1 P-63 King Cobra that we talked about with the Allison engine in it.
The weekends are huge here. Look at the huge crowd. There in the grandstands, there's just as many people out on the Midway. I mean, the Midway is all food and great places where you can buy memorabilia, apparel, things to remember the races by. Get yourself a hat, all the official items here that you can buy, official for the Reno National Championship air races.
Tommy, the Reno Air Race Association does such a great job of putting on a phenomenal event here. Not only what we get to see flying, but everything else that goes on here. Our title sponsor, Stihl, has some competitions going on.
Absolutely.
Mixed in here where their timber sports is
yeah.
going on as well. We've got all this stuff going on the ground. And like air shows around the country after the pandemic, people are just flogging to aviation events, and it's no difference here. But it happens here because of the folks in the Reno Air Race Association doing such a great job in preparation all year long to put this on. They tell us well over 100,000 people here likely today, Tommy.
Absolutely. 1 million people over the last 10 years. It's just phenomenal to think about. And of course, it was very hot at the start of the week before this event started. Now it's cool, room temperature basically, or a little bit cooler with a perfect breeze blowing out here. Actually, a pretty strong little breeze as it whips through the area right now. But we have got these racers just about ready to go.
We're going to attribute that to Mr. Fred Telling, the CEO of
Pulled a few strings, did he?
I think he did. He ordered up the weather for this afternoon, and it's absolutely perfect.
Left turn here, just big old turn to base leg.
So you hear that on the radio, Tommy, making a left turn on the base leg. Our racers are circling Peavine Mountain back behind us, and they're getting lined up. And you heard the pace plane, Steve Hinton, tell them we're in basically the base leg. So that's the finish, starting that left-hand turn. They're going to be coming down the chute shortly like we saw in the graphic, and then we're going to be racing unlimited airplanes here in Reno. It's going to be exciting. We got to see those airplanes up close and personal on departure, and then here in a minute, folks, you're going to see them doing just under 400 miles an hour around this 13 pylon course.
Racer starting in the number 3 position. Jeff Lavelle has already notched a big victory in a sport class earlier today in Sport Gold. I mean, not just a victory, but a very overwhelming victory there. So he's got a bit of momentum started today. Let's see what he can do here in the unlimited class.
Now, Tommy, one of the things that that happens in this unlimited class that I had the opportunity to visit with Hoot Gibson, the former astronaut, and he was describing what's it like to fly, what's it smell like in this cockpit, and so now the tension's building as they're getting ready. So you hear them about ready to make that final turn on the radio, and Hoot was telling me that once you come down the chute, in these airplanes, it's not just jam the throttle forward. They're really looking at, there's a lot to do in these airplanes. They're watching manifold pressure. They're watching RPM. They're looking at hydraulic pressure. They're listening to the airplane because really they're pushing these engines to their vital limit. They were not designed to fly with the high manifold pressures and the high things that they do. They've gone in and modified these engines. This is the unlimited class, so they can turbocharge them, they can water inject them, they can run funny fuels, all kinds of crazy stuff. So these things are on the ragged edge of what they can do, and you'll be able to see that in just a few minutes here when they come down the pipe. But Hoot was talking about there is a lot going on in that cockpit. In addition to the adrenaline of racing, there's a lot of mental energy required to not just fly the course. But let's listen in now as they are getting close, and we hear Steve Hinton and the pace plane lining them up. You see the fans there in the stands, Tommy, getting ready. The aircraft are circling back behind them to the south of the field.
They'll come into the right for the right-hand side of all these spectators right now. That's where they'll see them drop into the race course.
Yep, they'll come right over their right shoulder, if you will, and they'll be headed straight north, headed for the guide pylon like we saw in the graphic.
And they will be riding the wind, apparently, because you look at the flags in the wind. It's picked up considerably.
It has, and that'll be a nice tailwind for them.
You're looking good, gentlemen. You've got a race.
And there we have a race, Tommy. We're coming down the slot. Coming down the chute, excuse me. And here they come over the stands. And there they go. So don't forget, we had Dusty Dowd in the P51A model. You see the white Bardall Special in race 3 with Stephen Couches, and you can see he's able to jump out in front, but don't forget he can't turn in front until he gets to that guide pylon, which is right here. Let's listen to him go by, Tommy.
Oh, that's the money sound right there, isn't it?
That is so awesome. Now the all 7 competitors, in 8 we've got, they're all spreading out just a little bit as they head through that far north end of the course, 4, 5, and 6, and they descend into the Valley of Speed. And as our late friend Steve Stavrakakis used to say, these are the bad boys of speed, and here you're going to see why right here. And here's the race 3 Bardall Special demonstrating it coming right down the Valley of Speed here, Tommy. So 1, 2, and 3, we've got race 3 out front, as you saw, followed by Dusty Dowd Jr. in race 6, and third is race 4, Jeff Lavelle. There we're watching our leaders. He heads back to the guide pylon. We're finishing up lap 1. Tommy, we talked about the elevation up here. There you can hear Stephen Couches coming by, and you can see in this shot how the valley is definitely lower, and they get to descend and trade some of that altitude for speed as they make that turn across the north end of the course and then head down.
Stephen Couches, the rookie, good time there. There's race 63.
Yeah, did you hear how that engine sounded different?
Pretty poly. The mid-plane engine.
Yeah, that mid-engine airplane, and it has the Allison engine in it. We'll continue to look out for that as it comes around, but definitely sounds different than these license-built Packard Merlins and the rest of these aircraft.
Our leader again right there, Stephen Couches, State Line, Nevada, the rookie here in the Bardall Special.
And how cool is that? Here he is leading the silver pairing race in an aircraft that his dad owned.
Yeah.
And then there's the A model right behind it, the P51A model, Shanty Irish, race 6.
There goes Jeff Lavelle and Sweet and Lovely.
We see our leaders now turning over, headed back up north towards the guide pylon, back into the foothills, and you see our leader in that definitely recognized white Bardall Special. The Bardall has such a history here at Reno over the years, over the 58, nearly 6 decades of racing. And here he is coming through the sagebrush. It looks to me like Stephen Couches has found something in this class, Tommy, even though he qualified a couple of miles an hour slower than the competition. He's got something tuned up today.
Yeah, he's dialed in, that is for sure. There's no problem staying ahead of the pack here.
He has a good probably 20 plane lengths or more on second place, and seems to be stretched, not running away, but definitely holding his own. And here you get to see him coming down low through the desert. Just now coming down through the Valley of Speed, Tommy, you see a couple of our competitors here. Again, you have to pass on the outside. The airplane with the yellow tail, you can see we've actually got 3 aircraft fairly close together here.
Yeah, the one in front is Mark Moody in the Spam can. Silver and yellow there.
Here they come, right at you, straight into your living room here, Tommy. And we watch these 3 aircraft as they're coming around. And back to our leader, you can see how far those 3 we were just watching coming across the start finish line, and our leader's already back up with the guide pylon up in the foothills. So that gives you a good half a lap lead almost that the leader has over the group in the back that we see on screen now.
Stephen Couches out front as he has been through this entire race. He still has John Dusty Dow Jr. starting the #1 position. Hanging with him as best he can right now, but unable to really get up close.
Here's our grouping right in the middle of the pack. This is 4, 5, and 6, I think, believe, right here together. Here's race 4, Jeff Lavelle, kind of leading that pack of 4. And then there we are.
1 and 2.
Back to our leader. He's coming back to the start-finish line right here in race 3. And he's followed by race 6 here in second place. Those 2 are kind of separating themselves from the rest of the pack, but 6 really is pulling away to some degree. I don't think, I'm sorry, race 3. Race 6, Dusty Dow Jr. just really catch the Bardall Special this afternoon.
Those 2 have less than 2 laps to go. 3 behind them now making a turn.
Those 3 right together, Tommy, with the silver and yellow Mark Moody.
There's Joe Lavelle right there.
Mike Flager's in the mix. Tom Nightingale bringing up the back here. And then there we are back to our leader. You see him on the far north end of the course, turning southbound into the Valley of Speed, just flying a great race. I mean, he's flying a very tight line. He's been very consistent. He jumped out on the initial start coming down the chute. He was the first one to make the turn, and he has not relinquished anything, Tommy, at all.
Great freshman effort. The rookie here, Stephen Couches, right here in Nevada.
One of the things that he's really pushing for is he may be able to jump up into the gold race tomorrow.
Right, absolutely.
You know, so this heat race could determine that depending on his pay. And you heard it on the radio right there. White flag for him as he comes by the start-finish line here. The Steelholm pylon. Great shot of the back of that P-51, Tommy. You see that scoop that's open in the back there? The engineers, it has, it's a liquid-cooled engine. Oh. That engine, the scoop underneath that faces forward, and then out the back, that ramp is adjustable. And the engineers at North American figured out by shaping that ramp to create thrust. So P-51, especially the CNT models with the modification. People don't think about it doing much for forcing air through a radiator, but it really does help the top speed of the airplane. And here you see it used to by specialist flown by Stephen Couch. Here as he descends into the
Stephen Couch is an area wobble, not a misstep at all. He has seemingly flown the perfect race here.
You see him drop down right down to that 50-foot minimum altitude, trying to make the most that he's got. He's got to make those last few 7, 8, 9 on turns and head home and head for the checkered flag. This is our Valley of Speed for one last time. Beautiful camera shots racing being here in Reno. It's on the planet. That's why they say it's the fastest motorsport in the world.
That's right.
Here we are, unlimited racing in Reno.
Aren't we? We are.
We're going to watch these two aircraft make their way back to the checkered flag. The flag is still waving.
It's going to be race 63. Ledger. Racing.
And in race 4, Jeff. This is a little bit tighter. Makes the pass. That's race 49. Mike Flieger in late. He gets the pass right there. So the racing never stops, even far back in the pack. There goes Pretty Polly, our P63, just finishing there. You see some of the around. We still have a couple. Start here. That's where we started, Tommy. You see him grouped up, and right out front on the left side of your screen, you see Stephen Couches in race 3. Gets an early jump, and he never relinquished it, Tommy.
Second position. Quickly to the top spot. Never gave it back throughout the.
Yeah, he got what's known as the hole shot. You know, in drag racing, you call that the hole shot. He sort of got that coming down the chute. Just never ever look back.
If Stephen Couches can make it into the gold class, coming out strength of 3B race, the silver race.
There's our winner, Tommy, our unofficial. Yeah, Stephen Couch, all special. There's the checkered flag as he completes the race there in this unlimited. The fact of getting to see unlimited craft at
Shanty Irish, Undowed, Spam in 4th place in Sweet and Lovely. Mike Fledger, Lady B in 5th place. Patrick Nightingale, 63, Pretty Polly in 6th. Bunny with Tom Nightingale, 7th place. In 8th spot here in Unlimited. As Heat. On the strength of this great performance here, can make it into the gold championship tomorrow in the coveted limited class. Had such a great time today, and still more racing, plenty of entertainment. All of the fans, and encourage you to stick around because there is entertainment. The race. And I guarantee you will be entertained if you can stick around for a while. Racing some great additions at last. Very, very thankful for all of that. Thankful for all the great racing we have seen so far today. Hats off to the champions. We'll be right back after a break.
Just 3 words tell you everything you need to know. They tell you why we employ more than 2,000 workers at our factory in Virginia Beach, and why over 10,000 local steel dealers are putting battery power in the hands of Americans. Not everyone can say that, but we can. Made in America. Real steel. Find yours.
Play your favorite games at JJ's and qualify for a square on the Thursday night football game board. Don't forget to check out JJ's Locker Room. Book your very own private football party. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun. Play at JJ's Sports and Spirits and you can win cash and free play. JJ's Sports and Spirits. Make your bets at the William Hill Sportsbook. JJ's Sports and Spirits, where friends come for fun.
As a new era dawns, how do you see your future? Where will you feel fully alive? How will you find the best version of yourself and lose yourself in service to others? With a pack 100,000 strong supporting you, we'll help you find your way. The Wolfpack way. So come explore, dream, discover, create, innovate, and make the world healthy, prosperous, and just for everyone in it. That's the Wolfpack way. Seize it today.
And you saw that 1979 Toyota fire truck that was originally used in Japan, then was bought by a collector in New Zealand, and then it was brought here to Reno as they're coming back down. This is your T6 winner with the speed of 229.616. Race 14, Chris Rushing and Baron's Revenge. Give them some love, everybody. Oh, you know, this is almost as good as winning a Stihl chainsaw, is getting to ride on that truck. Almost. Hey everybody, get your vote in. Today is your last chance to view the beautiful aircraft at the Invitational exhibit and cast a vote for your favorite. We are counting on you to select the winner of the 2022 National Aviation Heritage Invitational People's Choice Award. Voting ends today at 5 o'clock. Stihl is proud to be the title sponsor of the Stihl National Championship Air Races and the number 30 Stihl plane. Stihl is known for its long history of technological innovation and now offers one of the largest selections of battery-powered equipment. With a single battery, you can power a chainsaw, a blower, a trimmer, a hedge trimmer, lawnmower, cut-off machine, and more. Stihl products are sold through servicing dealers from coast to coast, not big box stores. Visit them at www.stihlusa.com to find a Stihl dealer near you.
Jet Pace, brake at your discretion, clear to land.
Ready to relax and unwind? Well, discover an unrivaled spa experience in Reno-Tahoe with world-class luxury spa resorts and hotels nearby. Anytime is pamper time. Plan a spa day at visitrenotahoe.com. As Steve Hinton flies by in that beautiful Canadair, CT-133, shooting star. Oh, look at the smoke just trailing and how graceful that machine is. Of course, part of the Planes of Fame Museum in Chino, California, just over the hill. I urge you to go see that incredible museum. The exhibits that they have there are unimaginable, truly is. So if you get a chance, who knows, you might even get to meet the Hintons and all the whole Chino kid crew that they have there. Pepsi is proud to support the 2022 National Championship Air Races and Air Show. Stop by one of our concession stands and treat yourself to an ice-cold Pepsi Cola. DP Air Corporation, an industry leader in critical environment design, construction, power, cooling, maintenance, and service. This includes data centers, MDF and IDF rooms, MRI centers, and many other critical areas. Whether you are building new, expanding, or implementing green solutions at your facility, DP Air is the perfect partner for you and your team. To learn more, visit them at dpair.com.
96 is up. 96 is up.
Well, who turned on the big fan? All of a sudden, the wind really kicked up. Once again, hang on to your hats. If you see any paper or plastic or anything floating across the spectator area, if you could pick it up and put it in a proper receptacle, that would be most appreciated. If it goes beyond the show line, the fence line in front of you, don't worry about it. Please do not cross the line to go pick up that piece of paper. And line, as usual, is there for your safety and safety of the racers and performers, so please do not cross that line. Maury Distributing, Bud Light, and Stella Artois are proud to be sponsors of the National Championship Air Races. Enjoy the show and remember to designate a driver. Remember, responsible drinking is a smart commitment. Peppermill, Reno's premier AAA four-diamond resort, has been named one of the top 10 best casinos in the nation by USA Today's 10 Best. Tickle your taste buds at 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge at the 3-story Spa Toscana, featuring an indoor caldarium and sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktail. Enjoy live music or party until the sun comes up at 15 bars and lounges. So much to do at the Peppermill Resort Spa Casino.
First race of the year, we had kind of had some weather delays, but came around Peavine down the chute, seemed pretty good. It started out good. I had a little stumble coming down the last part of the chute there, but got it going. Then I'm ready to go tomorrow.
as he just pointed the nose down. Now, right by the Stihl home pylon. He pulls the airplane up once again, holds it, and rocks around the sky. Of course, this is an unlimited aerobatic aircraft. Competition aerobatics up to unlimited level. It'll do freestyle aerobatics, formation training and aerobatics, upset recovery training, sport aerobatics, precise and predictable slow speed characteristics and behavior combined with the available power provides unique ability for immediate recovery out of nearly every situation with minimal, if any, altitude loss. The Game Bird's viceless spin and spin recovery characteristics instill confidence in every pilot. Crisp aileron handling over the entire speed range. Great positive centering makes stops precise and clean. Hanging from the straps as he rolls the airplane around and around. Look how quick this thing rolls. And again, look how much control he has as he heads off to our left, pulls back on the stick. Let's go back up into the sky. Gain some altitude. Looks like we're going to do a half Cuban reversal. Nope, he's going to stop it right there and flip the airplane around one way and the other. There's the top side as he slides down sideways towards the ground. You can see superior rudder authority offers comfortable and safe spins and crosswind landings. 25-gallon fuel capacity when you're doing aerobatics, and 600-pound useful load. That'll give you 10 positive and 10 negative G's aerobatics. That'll make you rock.
And we'd like to make another announcement. We are jamming the radio frequencies, perhaps with the radio that you have in your pocket, your handheld, perhaps it's pressing against your chair. Please, folks, it's safety. Turn them off. Do us a favor, will you? Don't compromise anybody's safety. If you have a handheld radio, turn it off now. Clear our frequency in case we have any problems. We thank you. Sorry about that, Roy. Thank you so much.
No problem. In the interest of safety, I will stop anytime. All right, let's watch as Phil Steinbeck just kicks the airplane around, snaps, rolls it on the way down, gets some airspeed on the indicator, pulls back on the stick, forcing him down into that seat. And look at those crisp stops as he rolls the airplane one way and the other. Something that's really cool about this machine, one machine, you can either have a single place or two-seat canopy that can be swapped within 20 minutes. And did you notice the roll rate? 380 degrees per second roll rate. Absolutely crazy. There he goes back up in the sky, tearing up the blue skies. I've been able to say that all week. Blue skies here at Reno. Oh my gosh, back down he starts coming. You know, most unlimited aerobatic airplanes are fantastic for aerobatics, but absolutely terrible for cross-country flying because they are so unstable that you got to be on the stick the entire time. Well, the GB1 Game Bird is not like that. It has the freedom of composite structure design, allowing for optimized ergonomics and aerodynamics. Tell you how good of a cross-country machine it is. It has a baggage compartment. That's right, a baggage compartment. Large UV absorbing canopy also allows unrestricted visibility from either seat in the cockpit. The seats, they recline 30 degrees so you can absorb more G-forces. 10 inches of pedal adjustment range, ergonomic flight control position, safety seats and safety belts, electric trim for the ailerons and the elevator, dual flight and engine controls, comm, transponder, and nav usable from both seats. And you never would think about it, but pouches to put those little extra things into so they don't fall out when you decide to fly upside down. Look at that, he's holding it. It was not moving. The airspeed indicator showing 0. Snap rolls on the way down. And let's watch what he does next. Aircraft comes with Garmin G3X avionics, includes an engine monitor with range and endurance calculations, weather, traffic, flight planning, maps, and much, much more. It has a 900-pound useful load, 81 gallons of fuel for great cross-country range. It'll cruise at 200 knots, and that range, 1,000 nautical miles. The aircraft flown here today is the prototype. First flight, 2015, has got just over 1,000 hours on the airframe. Over at the booth, we have serial number 2, which is owned by the late Joe Clark, and serial number 28, owned by Phil's friend and business partner, Stuart Walton. Sliding up through the sky, again, rolling the airplane, shows you what it can do when it goes up. Look at that, kicks in some rudder. He's just gonna let it float there again, hanging from the prop as the temperature starts going up. He's gonna bring it down so we get some airflow over those cylinders. Rolls the airplane around. Look how quick he snaps that thing. Oh my gosh, yeah, I'd be looking at my lunch I had a little while ago. Oh, what fun. The Game Bird is completely built in our facility in Bentonville, Arkansas. We have a current team of 65 people completing one Game Bird about every 3 weeks or so. Current lead time for a new airplane is 6 to 8 months. And if you'd like to find out more, simply go to gamecomposites.com, and lots of videos and information there. All right, coming in from our left, just above the ground, rolling that airplane 380 degrees a second. Look how fast that thing's rolling around. Absolutely amazing. Oh, you want unwinds just a little bit. That's okay. Coming around, looks like we're going to have I thought he was going to do a half Cuban. Maybe he is. He's going to slide down, and this is how you get rid of a lot of altitude in a short amount of time. Do a big side slip, come on down. Let's see how he does, as he has a little bit of a crosswind to land here, but shows you the full authority this aircraft has from takeoff to landing. There he goes, absolutely perfect. Philip Steinbeck and the GB1 Game Bird.
All right, thank you for that, Roy Haffley, and Robbie Monahan's back with us again. We're looking low and to the right. We're seeing some sport aircraft getting ready to go out again. And Rob is going to explain the course to you and introduce you to all of our competitors.
Thank you, Danny. Got a little frog in my throat with all this smoke in the air. But anyway, this is our silver race. This is our bronze race because we already did our gold and silver today. We kind of inversed the order, but these poor guys have been towed out 3 days in a row and then towed back in. So they are very ready to fly today, and this should be a great race.
By the way, Rob, I had cars like that in the past.
Oh, I know that, but these were actually operational aircraft.
Oh, okay.
It was that stuff out there, and look right now, it's coming back. Uh-oh, we're missing something.
Well, it's he's stepping out of the aircraft is what he's doing. Phil Steinbeck. Awesome. And see, these people are on the ball. Give us some more noise there, my friends.
Woo-hoo. Okay, from the right, folks, here comes Chris Scheich in his Harmon rocket, the pace plane, taking off. And he probably has our guy from UK in the back seat again. He has a good English accent. He assumes that this will be a proper tear-up. That's what he calls a good competitive race. But anyway, first off is Jason Rovey, number 76. That's a very fast RV-8. Then behind him is Paul Downing in his Lancer 360. He's done some things over the last year to make it faster. And then here's Rick Vandam in number 22 Green Street. Glass Air 2S with a 540. Then we got Olivier Langard. He's got an Epsilon. And that airplane is big relative to everything else, but he added some things in the back seat called nitrous oxide, and he will probably go real fast today. Then we have D. Child in Miss Tuesday, a Glass Air 3. Then we have Skylar Piper in his very fast RV8, followed by Chris McMillan in his F1 Rocket. Chris McMillan's been working on it a lot lately, and he's expecting a lot more speed out of it. He was our last year's Rookie of the Year. Then last off is Dan West. Dan West has an RV8 with a supercharger in, and he actually uses the nitrous oxide to cool it down. Now, Dan's been flying here for a few years, and every year that airplane goes significantly faster, so I don't expect anything less today. So right now you can see they're forming up at about our 10 o'clock position, but because of the smoke, it's probably going to be tough to see him make that left turn around the backside of Peavine. But I will tell you, it's probably very, very smoky back there, so I'm hoping that they can get through pretty well.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the premiere at the Reno Air Races 2022. This coming aircraft has never been shown before at the Reno Air Races. This German company, Scale Wings Aircraft SW51 Mustang, is a full carbon replica of the legendary P-51 Mustang and is sold as an amateur-built kit with more than 100,000 simulated rivets and its true-to-scale proportions. This SW51 is arguably the most accurate and advanced replica ever built. The company's first presented this aircraft in the United States at this year's AirVenture at Oshkosh, Wisconsin. With 15 units sold since the turn of the year, this kit plane is set to disrupt the experimental aircraft space. Today, the aircraft is flown by a former Thunderbird II and scale wing demonstration pilot Major Trevor Aldridge, call sign Dozen. Major Trevor Aldridge served as the left wing pilot for the United States Air Force Demonstration Squadron, the Thunderbirds. And representing the company here with me is Scale Wing CEO Christian von Kessel to tell us more about this amazing aircraft. Christian, welcome to Reno.
Well, Rory, thank you very much. Thank you very much for having us.
Now tell me, where are you guys based?
We're a German company based in Munich, but we have a manufacturing facility in the Aviation Valley in Poland, having a 24,000 square foot facility there. Aviation Valley is also where Sikorsky and Pratt & Whitney, Lockheed Martin, they have big manufacturing facilities, so that's where we are based.
Now, the idea behind the SW51, I mean, real Mustangs are expensive to fly, they're expensive to fuel, expensive to buy.
Yeah, that's right. The idea behind this aircraft was that the original P-51 is extremely expensive to operate, and we wanted to create a true-to-scale replica using the most advanced carbon fiber technologies available today, and yet giving it a classic aluminum look. And we've mastered it through embedding more than 100,000 rivets and details into all surfaces of this aircraft. So you will find every detail that you have on the original Mustang on the aircraft. I'm inviting everyone to check it out in detail in the pit lane later.
Absolutely. You saw the slow speed dirty pass there, and he brought the gear up and everything. What scale is this aircraft?
This is a 70% scale P-51 Mustang.
Thought it looked a little smaller. Now you're talking about all these simulated rivets. What's that all about?
Well, we handcrafted every single rivet by hand into the lamination molds. So it leaves these 3D imprints in all the surface skins of the aircraft. We finish it off with a chromish aluminum look, and you cannot tell the difference from the original Mustang. So that's the unique appeal of this.
Okay, looks like we're getting a high-speed pass here. What kind of speeds we're looking at with this Mustang?
Well, the VNE is 220 knots, and this aircraft is equipped with a Rotax 915 turbocharged engine that allows a top speed of up to 180 knots true airspeed at 15,000 feet.
And what kind of load factors are we looking at? Fully aerobatic?
Oh yes, we've tested the wings to more than 12 G. This is the beauty of carbon fiber. And this aircraft is rated for +6 and -4 G.
Now this is a kit plane. First of all, how much does it cost to get one, and how long does it take for the average person to build it?
You're right, Roy. This is a kit plane. We've sold 15 this year. It's a quick build kit starting at $225,000 US. That's the kit price, and if you add an engine, avionics, and a propeller, you're talking about just short of 300.
That's still a heck of a lot less than a full-size Mustang. And I got a feeling we're going to see some of these airplanes race here maybe one day.
Oh, we'd love to do this one day. We're already dreaming about it.
And I can tell you're excited to be here at the National Championship Air Races. As he's coming in from the left, looks like a high-speed pass. You say it's got a Rotax engine. Any other engines you could put in there? Or is it basically whatever you desire?
Exactly. It's a kit plane, so it's basically the customer's choice what engine he puts in there. We recommend the Rotax. It's a nice blend of reliability, performance, and fuel burn. But yeah, you can basically put any engine that fits under that cowling, given the structural integrity is not affected.
Okay, it looks like the landing gear is coming down. I have a feeling they may be bringing them in because the next class of racers are coming up. It's composite, it's a kit build. I mean, I don't have ovens and things like that to build composite things, so how the heck do you put it together?
Well, the kit as it's delivered is highly prefabricated, so all the lamination parts are already done. What you do is you basically just put it together. It's an assembly process, and we have very good builder manuals that show you in explosion drawings how to do it. We welcome you all to check out our website, scalewings.com, for more information. And again, we are here in the pit lane. We'll be here until tomorrow night, probably flying again, and yeah, we'd be excited to talk to you.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Christian, and welcome to the National Championship Air Races. So good to have you here and showing us the full carbon SW51 Mustang kit plane.
Thank you so much again, Roy.
There you go. Well done. Yeah, I don't have communications. Oh, I'll hang up to this.
All right, folks, look to your right. Here comes our formation, and Chris Scheich, our pace plane, has just pulled up. He's circling overhead like the guardian angel. And here we go, all 6 planes heading right for that guide pylon. And it looks to me like Jason Rovey on the pole is probably going to hold everybody off, but we'll finally be able to tell on the backside of the course, because right now they're going to kind of disappear into the hill. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 aircraft today. This is a good thing. Nobody's scratched. The only problem is this particular race has scratched 3 days in a row, and I can tell you right now, these guys are very excited to get going. Okay, looks like we already got a move here. Looks like Paul Downing has taken over first place, and Rick Vanham has taken over second place. So Jason Rovey's kind of flying high. I think he's going to make a dive here, but we'll have to see how it all shakes out when they come around the front here and go past that Stihl home pylon. So you can barely see them right now, but they're getting onto the Valley of Speed over at about our 10:30 o'clock. But anyway, once they come around here in the front, they're going to transition onto the shorter course, the sport course, which should make it easier for us to see. So from our left, I can see them down low in the Valley of Speed, and it looks to me right at the moment to be Paul Downing and Rick Vandam. But hang tight, folks, because here they come from the left. And it looks like 3 little dots. But anyway, we'll see them in a second. From our left, here comes our first place aircraft, and it is Jason Rovey, number 76, followed by Paul Downing, followed by Rick Vandam, and Olivier Langard is right on his tail. Then we got D. Child, followed by Skylar Piper, Chris McMillan, and Dan West is starting to already move up the front. He looks like he's already picked off Chris McMillan, but we'll see after they come back around. Okay, on the back side, you can see that they're transitioning on to the shorter course now. So we'll hopefully be able to get a better view. Now, Jason Rovey has a dark gray airplane. So he is very tough to see, except when he comes back around. So we'll see if he's still able to hold on to first. But as of a few minutes ago, he was definitely hanging on. So right at the moment, we got Jason Rovey, Paul Downing, Rick Vandam, Olivier Langard, and D. Child in the first 5. Now, Olivier put nitrous in last night.
No talk.
So I got a hunch he might be making a move on 3rd place. So we'll be able to tell when they come back around if any changes have happened to the lead. Now, the last 3, I really lost track of because they were moving around like crazy after they came by. So hopefully it'll all settle in and we'll be able to tell. So from our left, here comes our leader, Jason Rovey. He seems like he's holding everybody at bay, and he's got that dark colored RV8, very pretty. And here he comes going around pylons 7 and 8. So here's Jason Rovey, first place, followed by Paul Downing, second place, Rick Vandam in third, Olivier Vanguard in fourth, D. Child in fifth, and he's being challenged by Chris McMillan. We'll have to see how that goes. Then it's Dan West, and it looks to me like Skylar Piper is in 8th place right now. So he has moved back a little bit, but we still got a lot of racing to go, folks, so keep your eyes out there. So the first 5, actually the first 6, have held the same position since the pole. So we'll see what's going to happen as this progresses. Looks to me like Olivier is really pushing hard from 4th on number 3rd. The only interesting thing is, you know, the first place guy, 4th place guy, the 7th place guy, they're all running nitrous. And every once in a while, you'll see that their bottle runs out and they slow down dramatically. So we'll find out if they brought enough on board when they come back around. Well, I'm glad they got off the ground because this weather is starting to deteriorate a bit, and these guys are going to be very happy they got this race under their belt. Okay, from our left, folks. Jason Rovey's going around 7, 8, and 9 again, and he's got a pretty comfortable lead over Paul Downing. And then it looks to me like Olivier is pushing very hard on Rick Vandam, so we'll see if he's gotten around him yet. Okay, from our left, Jason Rovey, first place, followed by Steve Downing, followed by Rick Vandam, and then Olivier Langard. Looks to me like D. Child has now been passed by Dan West, and also he's being passed by Chris McMillan. So D. Child has now moved back into 7th place. So it looks like we got a little bit of shaking up going on. So right now, Dan West has moved into 5th, and Chris McMillan is in 6th. But maybe those two have swapped. I'll let you know in a minute. Coming around the backside of the course right now, they're going around 4 and 5. Looks like Jason Rovey is holding them at bay. And we've got, whoa, got a little bump going on back there. Paul Downing is still in 2nd. Rick Vandam appears to still be in 3rd, holding off that big old Epsilon flown by Olivier. Okay, down into our abbreviated Valley of Speed now. Jason Roby is going down low. And you can kind of see him if you look right about our 10 o'clock right at the moment. You can see one dark plane followed by 2 white planes. So here they come from the left, folks. Jason Roby, looking like he's got a solid first place here. Jason Roby in first. And we've got Paul Downing in second, Rick Vanham in third, Olivier Vanguard in fourth, and here we got some guys neck and neck. It looks like Chris McMillan's holding off Dan West, and then here we got Skylar Piper coming up in the back. That is D-Child and then Skylar Piper. So I got to tell you, there's been a little shakeup again. So Chris McMillan has taken 5th place, and Dan West is in 6th. The first 4 have been holding solid, but the last 3 have really been moving around. You know, these little RVs with nitrous, they can really accelerate. And I think D-Child with that glass air 3 was kind of surprised to see Dan West pass him on the right. Okay, on the backside of the course, here they come. Got a feeling that it's bumpy out there. With wind like this, they can be banging around 3-4 Gs, positive and negative, as they bump around this course. So here we go. Okay, here comes a white flag, folks. Jason Roby coming around 6, 7, and 8. You can see that dark colored airplane on our left, and here they come. It's been a real close but solid race for the first 4. From our left, here comes Jason Roby. He'll get that white flag. One more lap. All he's got to do is behave and not do anything silly. But Jason Roby gets the white flag, followed by Paul Downing, followed by Rick Vanham, followed by Olivier, followed by Chris McMillan. And looks like Dan West is putting the moves on Chris McMillan. Then we got D-Child in 7th, and then he's followed by Skylar Piper in 8th. I got to tell you, the only thing running through Chris McMillan's mind right now is that Dan West is right off his right wing. So see the 2 white planes neck and neck right there? That's Chris McMillan and Dan West. And oh, Dan's making a move right here. Uh-oh. He found some more ponies under the hood, and Chris is going to be very upset. But Chris flies a beautiful line. He's an F-15 driver. He still flies for the Air Force and an airline pilot. So he just loves to fly, and he did a little bit of engine work this year on that airplane. So he's really moving. But looks to me like Dan may have put a move on him, and it's very difficult right now to see if he passed him. So going down that abbreviated Valley of Spears, here comes old Jason Roby. You can see his dark-colored airplane on the left, coming around 7, 8, and 9. Jason Roby looks like he's going to take the checkered flag, folks. Here he comes. He's got a comfortable lead. Jason Roby.
Checkered flag.
Checkered flag. I guarantee you, he's a happy camper right now. Woo! All right, here goes a couple more moves. Paul Downing, followed by Rick Vanham, and they're all making moves on Rick. And then that's Dan West in 4th, passing a couple more guys. Wow. Dan West went from 7th to 4th. Then he's followed by Chris McMillan in 5th. Olivier, I think was hanging on to 5th. So Chris McMillan in 6th, D-Child in 7th, and Skylar Piper in 8th. You know, it looks to me like they got this race in by the hair of their chinny chin chin. Because look at the smoke on the backside of the course. Sorry. How'd we look there? Is it a clean race? Well, anyway, folks, I'd like to really invite everybody down to the west end of the runway, because that's where the sports planes are parked. We've got little tents. Some of them are sitting outside. You can meet the pilots. You can meet the crew chiefs. They'll usually tell you all the secrets, and you can just enjoy our great little community down on the other end. So I just want to say thanks. It looks like we do have one more race, but it depends on the weather right now. We're going to have to hope it behaves. They're tallying it up, making sure nobody cut any pylons. But I've got to tell you that Dan West, he came from the back and ended up in 4th. Amazing. So he passed 4 airplanes to get there. What a great job. He did have a little supercharger under the hood, so he must have found it was running good and was able to push it up a little bit towards the end. But he was just passing guys right and left. What a great race.
Tentative average speed, as the wind is doing its thing, 251.618, and I'll give you the rest of the results here, unofficial.
All righty, 251.618 with the wind blowing and all that. That's not too bad. Okay, looks like Jason Rovey, number 76 in his RV8, takes first place, followed by number 36, Paul Downing in his Lancer 360. Then we got Rick Vanham in the Glasair 2S called Green Streak, number 22. Then we had 270, Dan Leland, followed by 130, Olivier Gengard, followed by 96, Chris McMillan, number 80, Skylar Piper, and we have to fit in old D-Child, number 60. He's actually number 7. So it looks like a good race, no cuts. And these guys are real happy to finally be out on the course.
All right, Rob Monahan, turn around, get a big round of applause for all your fans up here. Thank you for the sport class.
Thank you, and we'll see you maybe in about a half hour to an hour, or maybe we won't.
All right, we're going to turn it over to Roy Haffley as we recover aircraft. He's got some great messages for you, and then after that, I can see the Coast Guard ready to demonstrate. Roy, it's all yours.
This year's theme at the Stihl National Championship Air Races is Racing for the Future. Earlier this week, we recognized our first Reno Air Racing Scholarship Squadron. 10 young people from the Reno area who were awarded $10,000 each to help them achieve their private pilot's license. The program has been tremendously successful, and we are proud to let you know that we will not only continue, but expand our efforts going forward. Now, we've got a special promotion for you this week. Get out your smartphones and go to airrace.org. Anyone who can hear my voice and makes a donation this week to any of our causes will be eligible to win one of 10 pairs of season's reserved grandstand tickets and parking for 2023. There are big donation buttons on the website. Now, you can't miss them, so make a contribution today to support a great cause. And you might just get your race week in 2023 for free. airrace.org. Help us keep racing for the future. Stihl, of course, is proud to be the title sponsor of the Stihl National Championship Air Races and the number 30 Stihl plane. At Stihl, we are committed to developing powerful, fuel-efficient, and low-emission outdoor power equipment while using production practices that are environmentally responsible. After all, taking care of nature is the very basis of everything we do. And Stihl now offers 3 lines of zero exhaust emission battery-powered handheld tools for homeowners and professionals. Stihl products are sold through servicing dealers from coast to coast, not big box stores. Visit www.stihlusa.com to find a Stihl dealer near you. For over 15 years, Assured Partners Aerospace has been proud sponsors and insurance agents for the Reno Air Races. Now, we'd love to be your aviation insurance partner. Our national team of dedicated, experienced insurance professionals will always have your best interest in mind and are passionate about protecting your assets. It's what we call power through partnership. Enjoy your time here at the 2020 Reno Air Races. In the land of no last call, sip your way through refreshing craft brews and killer cocktails. Downtown is home to Reno's Brewery District, where unique local breweries and distilleries are found. Or find your way to Midtown, highlighted by eclectic vibes and specialty drinks. Order another round at Reno-Tahoe.com. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it is not a sunny day here in Reno. We are over the North Pacific. It is dark, it is windy, it is raining, it is miserable, and there's a vessel in distress. The vessel is sinking. The crew are trying to get into their survival suits. One of them has trouble with the zipper. The mayday goes out, and it's not too long afterwards, the sound of this helicopter comes within earshot. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you your United States Coast Guard MH-65E Dolphin helicopter. The MH-65 Dolphin is a twin-engine helicopter operated by the United States Coast Guard for medevac-capable search and rescue and armed airborne use of force missions. As you can see the helicopter coming in, and imagine coming over that stricken vessel. Oh, what an angel from the sky that would be. Notice the ducted fan in the back, giving the machine a distinctive sound as they come in right by the steel home pylon. Sets the aircraft down, and let's watch what they're going to do next. The MH-65 has a crew of two pilots and two crew. It is 38 feet 1 inch in length, 13 feet 1 inch in height, and has an empty weight of 6,896 pounds. It is powered by two Turbomeca Ariel 2C2 CG turboshaft engines that develop 853 horsepower each. What you see here is the MH-65E, or Echo, recently updated to full glass instrument cockpit. It has a 3-axis autopilot to reduce pilot workload during search and rescue operations. It flies Coast Guard critical missions of heavy weather search and rescue, drug interdiction, cliff rescue, in-air intercept in National Capital Region. Aircraft is fully IFR capable right down to 0-0 and has a cruise speed of 120 knots. All right, you can see they're bringing the machine into our show center right by the Stihl home pylon. And I want you to watch closely as again, they're approaching the stricken vessel. As you can see, it's pretty windy out there as the flags are waving, and you can just see how steady that helicopter is in the air as they slowly bring it down a little closer to the ground. Holding it absolutely steady as they assess the situation below them. Now again, I want you to direct your attention to the rear of the aircraft, that ducted fan. Of course, it doesn't have a rear rotor like most other helicopters have. It is embedded right in the tail of the helicopter, making it much safer on the ground when you have personnel walking around the machine. And makes the helicopter much quieter as well, as you can hear. The aircraft commander is Lieutenant Ryan O'Neill. Flying the aircraft is Lieutenant Ashley Mayer. The flight mechanic and hoist operator is Ryan Shoemaker. Correction is AET-1 Alex Buns. And there you can see the rescue swimmer, AST-3 Phil Morey, as they lower him down to that strucken vessel. Right now, he will be assessing the situation on board the ship, rendering any first aid that will be required, and getting ready for the patients to be lifted to the helicopter. The MH-65E that you see here today has incorporated upgrades that has modernized the cockpit by installing digital glass cockpit instruments known as Common Avionics Architecture System. That's from Colin's Aerospace, similar to those installed in the Coast Guard's upgraded MH-60T Jayhawk medium range recovery helicopters. As you can see, the flare has been popped, indicating that they are ready to be lifted back into the helicopter. The Coast Guard operates a number of MH-65Es at Coast Guard Air Station Atlantic City, Coast Guard ATC, Air Station Barber Point, Air Station Corpus Christi, Air Station Houston, Air Station Humboldt Bay, Air Station Kodiak, Air Station Miami, Air Station New Orleans, Air Station North Bend, Air Station Port Angeles, Air Station San Francisco, and Air Station Savannah. The main rotor diameter of this machine is 39 feet 1 inches. And looks like our crew member is getting ready to hook up and be brought back up into our Dolphin helicopter. And there he goes, folks. Give him a wave because he can see you. There he is, waving back. That's our rescue swimmer, ASC3 Phil Morey. And of course, the United States Coast Guard is an armed service, so this helicopter can carry a 7.62 millimeter M240 machine gun and a Barrett M107 50 caliber machine gun, a precision rifle, as they get AST Morey back into the machine. And of course, once again, if this was a real situation, if they have the patients on board, they would be administering all first aid as required, informing ground bases what is required once they get back to base. And there they go. Give it up for United States Coast Guard, MH-65E. Again, the aircraft commander, Lieutenant Ryan O'Neill. Pilot flying, Lieutenant Ashley Mayer. The flight mechanic and hoist operator, AET-1 Alex Buns. And rescue swimmer, AST-3 Phil Morey. Friends, despite what you see rolling in, and that's not what we want to see rolling in, we have to remind you, no smoking. That's anywhere on the airport grounds. That includes cigars, cigarettes, vapes, etc., etc., etc. So please, no smoking anywhere on the airport grounds. Thank you. And here they come on a high-speed pass from the left. Let's give them a wave as they head back to their parking area. Great job, your United States Coast Guard Dolphin helicopter. Hey, race fans, are you thirsty? Make sure you stop by one of our concession stands and get yourself an ice-cold Aquafina water. Aquafina, pure water, perfect taste. Peppermill, Reno's premier AAA four-diamond resort, has been named one of the top 10 casinos in the nation by USA Today's Best 10. Tickle your taste buds in 9 award-winning restaurants. Unwind and indulge in the 3-story Spa Toscana featuring an indoor caldarium and sun deck. Sip your favorite cocktails, enjoy live music, or party until the sun comes up at 15 bars and lounges. So much to do at the Peppermill Resort Spa Casino. Well, I hope you have some hearing protection with you, because we are about to get loud. It is time for the Rhino.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the United States Navy, Naval Air Station Lemoore, Commander Strike Fighter Wing Pacific, and the commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 122, we are proud to present the West Coast FA-18 Super Hornet flight demonstration. Intended to replace the retired F-14 Tomcat and the aging Legacy Hornets, the Boeing-built FA-18 Super Hornet is the Navy's frontline tactical aircraft, affectionately known as the Rhino. The Super Hornet builds on the combat-proven design of the original Hornet with improvements such as a 30% larger surface area, a larger payload, longer range capability, and increased weapons lethality. The aircraft performing for you today is the F model, which is a 2-place cockpit. In today's demonstration, we have pilot Lieutenant Ryan Thurman, call sign G's from Seattle, Washington, and Weapons Systems Officer Lieutenant Evan Bocart, call sign Tommy Boy, from Orlando, Florida. During this flight, they will experience G-forces from -3 up to 8 times the normal force of gravity. Today's show will be performed at speeds as fast as 700 miles per hour and as slow as 100 miles per hour. Many of the maneuvers you see here today demonstrate the aircraft's capabilities in the tactical arena and are employed during combat and training flights. From your right, the Super Hornet. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll see the Super Hornet reposition behind the crowd and will appear from the right for the flat pirouette. As you'll see, the Super Hornet is unique in its ability to operate at slow speeds and high angles of attack. The flight control computers allow the pilot to precisely position the aircraft when and where he needs to be. Observe how the aircraft rotates 180 degrees while nearly in a flat attitude, aptly named the flat pirouette. As they are heading down, over to your left, they are now setting up for the min radius turn. Are now setting up the high-speed pass to an idle vertical climb. During this maneuver, the aircraft will approach you at nearly the speed of sound, demonstrating the use of speed to surprise an enemy. Keep in mind the speed at which they are flying is only half of the aircraft's maximum speed. From your right, the high-speed pass. From your left, the air crew is now setting for a vertical pirouette. From your left, Jeeves and Tommy Boy are now setting up for a square loop, which will trace a square in the sky. next maneuver is an aircrew favorite, affectionately known as the Ricardo. As the Rhino approaches from the left, they will accelerate the aircraft to 450 miles per hour at a height of 500 feet. Approaching show center, they will roll the aircraft inverted, reduce power to idle, and hold a level attitude. From your left, the inverted whisper pass. Jeeves and Tommy Boy are now setting up for the high alpha pass. This maneuver will showcase the incredible slow speed handling characteristics of the Super Hornet. In air-to-air combat, sometimes it is the aircraft with the ability to fly the slowest that will have the advantage, as a potential adversary may be forced to fly out in front of the fighter and thus become defensive. Few other aircraft in the world would attempt to maneuver at this slow speed and nose attitude. From your right, traveling at less than 100 miles per hour, the high alpha pass. As the Rhino approaches from the left, the aircrew will now demonstrate the incredible pitch authority of the Super Hornet. The aircrew are now setting up for a touch-and-go landing. As they circle the land, they'll ensure the gear is locked into the down position and flaps extended to lift at the slower speeds required for landing.